So will the meeting please come to order? We welcome everyone to the Metro Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, February 5th, 2019. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation this evening will be offered by our own council member, DaCosta Hastings. Councilman Hastings, you are on.
Thank you. Dear Lord, we come to you today, God, asking you for your guidance, for your enlightening guidance, as we move forward in this season, this city, to the next dimension. Lord, we ask you to give us what we need in order to lead the people of this city to the next dimension. God, we thank you for giving us we thank you for giving us all the things that you've given us in the city. We ask you to continue to encourage us and enlighten us to be able to carry it on, be able to inspire others in this city. God, we ask you right now to touch every leader, all the leadership of the city, the mayor, the vice mayor, and all the other council members. God, give us more wisdom. God, allow us to be able to have patience to be able to carry this torch through as we move in a more excellent way. God, we ask you right now to continue to enlighten us as we enlighten others in the city, as we become more of a proud city, that everyone that we touch and we see is able to offer that same love and that enlightenment that we pass on from brother to sister. God, we ask you even more right now just to continue to give us wisdom as we go forth in this season of being able to answer some of life's questions in this house. And God, we praise you and we glorify you. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You all may be seated. So without objection, we will suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of those members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting from January 15th, 2019 and January 22nd, 19? I heard somebody yell a motion to approve, properly seconded. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Madam Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor? Okay, hold on just a second. There is a message from the mayor. That threw me. Okay, Madam Clerk, messages from the mayor.
Dear Vice Mayor Shulman and members of the council, please find attached the State of Tennessee reporting forms required to be submitted to the local legislative body and filed with the state following the issuance of debt. These reports are for the issuance of interfund tax anticipation notes not to exceed $391,666,020 authorized by the Metropolitan Council Resolution Number RS 2019-1545. The Comptroller of the Treasury's letter approving issuance of tax anticipation notes and copies of the notes are attached for your information. As always, we appreciate the Metropolitan Council's support on these issues. Sincerely, David Briley, Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And when we're talking about mayors, I would like to recognize that we do have a former mayor of Nashville in the back of the chamber. Mayor Bill Purcell is here with a group of students from Vanderbilt University. Mayor Purcell, if you will stand up, and all your students, so we can recognize you. All right, since Mayor Purcell is here along with his students, I want everybody to be on their best behavior, but I know you will anyway. So, any reports from committees other than the legislative committees? Any reports? Seeing none, we are then on to the proposed rule change. There's a proposed amendment to Rule 28 to the Rules of Procedure for the Metropolitan Council. I'm going to go to Councilmember Roten.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. We reviewed that in the Rules Committee, and it was approved. However, I've had conversations with the administration and with a fellow legislator, and we need to tweak this just a little bit more before we present it to the council. So I would move to defer this for one meeting.
Okay, so I have a motion to defer that one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. There was an amendment that I believe the Rules Committee discussed, and I would just ask if it's appropriate to move that, or should that wait for the deferral?
All right, so we can do it either way. Councilmember Roten?
Move the amendment.
All right, so I've got a motion to put on the, to amend the rule change.
Correct.
Proposed rule change. Do I have a second? All right, so I've got a motion and a second. Councilmember Roten, could you explain what the
I was not in the
amendment does?
committee when this rule was presented. I was in Public Works at the time.
All right,
So I would leave that to Councilmember Allen to describe.
Councilmember Allen or Mr. Jameson, who's got that? I'll go to Councilmember Allen.
I'll start and then let Mr. Jameson clean up after me. This was simply a request to try to bring in a way to acknowledge that we've got some great rating systems through our different departments. There's the walk and bike score, there's tree priorities and the walk and bike plan, the plan to play, the library master plan, the greenway master plan. So this simply asks that as we talk about how we intend to spend money when we issue funds, how that fits in with those different plans. So if there's a ranking or just a category or something, to ask those departments to provide that information as part of this.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the amendment to the rule change. It's been properly seconded. Councilman Roten, I'm going to go back to you. We haven't really even talked about the rule. We can go ahead and get the amendment on, but could you just give an idea of what the overall rule does?
Right. The rule, what we're doing with the rule is we are attempting to go through and look at the capital budget process and what is actually looked at by the council. There's recommendations for, once it is submitted, that we have ample time to look at it. That's the meat of it. And then there are several issues that we're still working with the administration on what they can provide to us. We've got some confusion on what they can provide and what planning may be able to provide. So that's what we're trying to get worked out to make sure it's clear.
Okay.
So that's what it is.
All right, so just for purposes of where we are, Councilmember Roten has asked for the overall proposed rule change to be deferred one meeting. But before we get to that, we have a proposed amendment to that proposed rule change, which is now before us. So it's been properly moved, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The
I renew my motion.
Amendment is passed. So now we have a motion to defer one meeting on the proposed rule change as amended. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral of one meeting? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. That proposed rule change will be heard at the next meeting. Thank you. All right. We are now ready for elections and confirmations. I'm going to call on Committee Chair Lee for a report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. With a vote of 6-0, we appointed Ms. Grayer to the Community Corrections Advisory Board. With a vote of 6-0, we approve the appointment of Mr. DeGraw and the reappointment of Mr. Thomas Greer to the Electrical Examiners and Appeals Board. With a vote of 7-0, we reappointed Ms. Duckworth, reappointed Mr. Johnson, and reappointed Mr. Trevino to the Emergency Communications District Board. With a vote of 7-0, we appointed Ms. Butka to the Farmers Market Board. With a vote of 7-0, we appointed Mr. Cloninger to the Fire and Building Code Appeals Board. With a vote of 7-0, we appointed Mr. Zazbek to the Human Relations Commission. And with a vote of 7-0, we appointed Ms. Paz to the Nashville Education, Community, and Arts TV.
All right. So if I can get a motion to approve all of them at one time.
I so move, sir.
All right, so I've got a motion. It's been properly seconded. So we've got all these confirmations all at the same time. Again, let me make sure that I've got this right. Chair Lady Lee, Community Corrections Advisory Board, this is appointment of Miss Donna Grayer. Electoral Examiners and Appeals Board, appointment of Mr. Justin DeGraw. Reappointment of Mr. Thomas Greer. Emergency Communications District Board, reappointment of Ms. Cleo Duckworth. Reappointment of Mr. William H. Johnson, Jr., reappointment of Mr. Ilya Trevino. Farmers Market Board, the appointment of Ms. Brenda Butka. Fire and Building Code Appeals Board, appointment of Mr. John Cloninger. Human Relations Commission, appointment of Mr. Charles Yesbach III. And Nashville Education, Community, and Arts TV, NECAT, appointment of Ms. Shayla Paz for a term expiring on February 5th, 2020. We got
Yes,
them all,
sir.
is that right?
Yes, sir.
I've got a motion and a second. Any discussion on any of these nominations? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. All of these individuals are appointed. We would like for them to all stand up and be recognized. So I've got, if you will, oh. Well, you beat me to it. Usually I introduce you one at a time. So if everybody will sit back down for just a minute, then I'll get you to individually stand up. All right. So Community Corrections Advisory Board, Ms. Donna Grayer. There you go. Electoral Examiners and Appeals Board, Mr. Justin DeGraw. And Mr. Thomas Greer. Thank you. Emergency Communications District Board, Ms. Cleo Duckworth, Mr. William H. Johnson, Jr., and Mr. Iliad Trevino. There you go. Farmers Market Board, Ms. Brenda Butka. Doctor. Fire and Building Code Appeals Board, Mr. John Cloninger. Human Relations Committee, Mr. Charles Yesbach III. And I've got NECAD, Ms. Shayla Paz. Where are you? There you are. Okay, now we can stand up and applaud all of them. All right. Okay. All right, so again, on behalf of the entire Metro Council, we thank you for your willingness to serve, to volunteer your time and expertise. Thank you. I see people heading towards the door. You are welcome to stay, but it could be a long evening, and it looks like everybody's heading out. All right, thank you. Gotta be fast. Can you turn me off? No. All right. We are now ready for resolutions on public hearing, which will be followed by bills on public hearing. Let me give you an idea for those of you who are here for the first time. The way this works is that I will call the resolutions and the bills up one at a time and then refer to the sponsor. Unless the sponsor moves to defer the measure, the sponsor will call for a public hearing. I will then ask for a show of hands for those who are here who are in favor of the measure and those who are here who are in opposition to the measure. If anyone who favors and wishes to speak, you'll be then invited to come up to the podium in the back. After those in favor speak, I will then ask if any of those opposed wish to speak, and you will do the same thing. If you do wish to speak, when it's your turn, if you will please come forward, please start by introducing yourself and where you reside. You will then have 3 minutes to speak, okay? And you'll be coming to that back podium. All right, so we are ready to proceed. The first measure up on resolutions on public hearing, this is Resolution RS 2019-1568 by Councilmember Roberts. Resolution exempting Harding House Brewing Company located at 904 51st Avenue North from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Councilmember Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Yeah, I thought so. Public Safety, I've got Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Safety voted 4-0 to approve.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Roberts.
I'd like to move for approval, please.
Okay, do we have to have the public hearing? Okay, so we're going to have the public hearing first before we get all the way there. Councilmember, yeah,
I'd like to open the public hearing.
there you go. Okay, so I'm going to open up the public hearing. Anyone here in favor of the measure, please indicate by raising your hand. I see one hand behind the podium or the wall. Anyone here in opposition to the measure, please raise your hand. Seeing none, would those in favor wish to speak? I see no one moving back there, so then I would declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Roberts.
I think I'm going to move for approval, please.
Then you move for approval. I have a second. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The resolution is passed on public hearing. Okay, Resolution RS 2019-1569 by Councilmember Sledge. This is a resolution exempting Publix located at 2223 8th Avenue South from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee report, please.
All right, Councilmember Freeman, Public Safety.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Safety looked at this and approved 4 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Can we open the public hearing?
We will open up the public hearing. Anyone here in favor of this measure, please indicate by raising your hand. Thank you. Anybody opposed, please indicate by raising your hand. Seeing none, would those in favor wish to speak? Okay, come on up to the podium. Name and address.
Will Cheek, 1619 18th Avenue South. I'd like to thank District Council Member Colby Sledge for his support on this resolution on behalf of Publix. I'd like to thank members of the Distinguished Council for considering. I'd also like to express our appreciation to the Executive Director of the Beer Board, Benton McDonough, who's done a fabulous job helping with this project, and also our own Council Executive Director, Mike Jamison. Thank you all.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt on public hearing. Thank you, Councilmember Sledge. All right, now we are on bills on public hearing. The first one up is BL 2018-1357 by Councilmember Kendall. This was approved by the Planning Commission, subject to the adoption of BL 2018-1358, which is the next bill. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by canceling a planned unit development overlay district on property located at 3419 Murphy Road, approximately 100 feet west of West End Avenue, 1.47 acres. Councilmember Kendall.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Can I treat both of those at the same time?
If it's any problem? You got a substitute coming on. Okay. If you want to, we'll take them together.
Yes,
okay.
take them
BL
together.
2018-1358, also by Councilmember Kendall. Approved with conditions, disapproved without by the Planning Commission 5-1. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from ORIA to SP zoning on property located at 3419 Murphy Road, approximately 100 feet west of West End Avenue, with a planned unit development overlay district, 1.47 acres, to permit a mixed-use development. Councilmember Kendall.
Yes, Vice Mayor. What I'd like to do is to, I believe there's a substitute.
There is a substitute, we believe, on the second one, 1358. Okay.
Right. Well, what I'd like to move approval on the substitute and defer the public hearing on both of these to the first meeting in March.
All right, so council members, what's going on is we have two bills up. Councilmember Kendall wants to defer both of these to the next public hearing, which would be in March.
That's correct.
Okay, but let's take the substitute first. That would be on the second bill, 1358. So I have a motion to move to substitute on BL 2018-1358. It's been properly seconded. Councilmember Kendall, explanation on the substitute?
Yes, the substitute is the developer has added to this project several changes. I think it's 15 or 20 changes that we discussed at the various meetings, public meetings we've had, and we wanted that to be a part of the bill, so it would be official that they could look at this and see that it would actually be a part of this bill.
Okay.
We will be having maybe 2 more meetings before the public hearing.
Okay. So I've got a motion to approve the substitute on 1358. Again, it's been properly seconded. Any discussion on approval of the substitute? Seeing none, all those in favor of the substitute say aye. Opposed, no. Substitute is adopted. And then we're back on your motion both on 1357 and 1358 to defer to the March public hearing, correct?
Yes, move to defer to the March meeting.
Okay, and that's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral to the first meeting in March, the public hearing meeting, say aye. I didn't hear anything. Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The 2 measures are deferred to the first meeting in March. We're now on BL 2018-1395 by Councilmember Kendall. This was approved by the Planning Commission 7-0 on 8/23/2018. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning on property located at 716 27th Avenue North, approximately 350 feet south of Booker Street, 0.21 acres. Councilmember Kendall.
Yeah, I'd like to open a public hearing on this one.
Okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing. Those folks who are here in favor of this measure, please indicate by raising your hand. Anyone in opposition, please indicate by raising your hand. I see one hand. So I only saw one hand in opposition. Would you like to speak? Don't want to speak? Then I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Kendall.
I want to move approval on this and let the person know who's back there who's opposing this. I'll speak with them after the meeting or during the meeting.
All right.
When I get a chance.
So I have a motion to approve. This is 1395, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. 1395 is adopted on public hearing. Councilmember Kendall, BL 2018-1400, approved by the Planning Commission 7-0. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning on property located at 712 26th Avenue North, approximately 495 feet south of Booker Street, 0.18 acres. Councilmember Kendall.
There's still some discussion going on this. I'd like to defer this to the first meeting in March.
All right, so there's a motion to defer to the first meeting in March, properly seconded. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted. All right, we're now on BL 2018-1402, also by Councilmember Kendall. Approve with conditions, disapprove without, by the Planning Commission 7-0. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from CN to SP zoning on property located at 927 and 929 40th Avenue North at the southwest corner of Albion Street and 40th Avenue North. 0.46 acres, 6 multifamily residential units, 5,000 square feet of retail uses, and 1,400 square feet of office uses. Councilmember Kendall.
Yes, on this one, I'd like to defer also 2 meetings, the public hearing, with a brief explanation.
Okay, so this is a motion to defer 2 meetings. Are you talking about?
Well, the first meeting in March.
First meeting in March. Okay, so the motion is to defer to the first meeting in March, properly seconded. Councilmember Kendall, any other discussion?
Just simply to ask the developer to please get in touch with me.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion on this? Seeing none, this is a deferral motion to the first meeting in March. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The deferral motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember. All right. We're now on BL 2018-1415. This is by Councilmember Scott Davis. Approved with conditions, disapproved without, by the Planning Commission 7-0. An ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS5 to SP zoning for property located at 1300 North 5th Street at the northwest corner of North 5th Street and Douglas Avenue, 0.34 acres to permit up to 10 multifamily residential units. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. But before I defer this, I just want to ask, I just want the body to forgive me for not standing up so the crowd could see me. I've hurt my back really badly, and I didn't want to take 10 minutes for me to stand up every time, I speak. So I'm just going to ask for tonight that can I remain in my seat if it's okay with you.
Anybody have any objections to the council member sitting in his seat? All right, you're good. Oh, I got one hand, but that doesn't count. So, Councilmember Davis, you're good.
There's some discussion, even though I like this bill a lot because, for some people it gets rid of Airbnbs and it's one single unit, but with just multiple use. I'd like to defer to the first meeting in March, just so it goes in front of the neighborhood association one more time.
Okay. So you're deferring to the first meeting in March. Got it properly seconded. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. That measure 1415 is deferred to the first meeting in March. Thank you, Councilmember. I try not to call on you too much tonight. Okay. BL 2018-1416 by Councilmember Henderson, Anthony Davis, and others. This is an ordinance amending Chapter 17.24 of Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code regarding tree density, removal, and replacement requirements. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We were before the Planning Commission, I guess, at one of their recent meetings, and we had a deferral there. So in an effort to make sure we do some good stakeholder engagement, working with the Planning Department on that, and hosting some of those meetings coming up later this month and in early March to be back at Planning Commission at their second meeting in March, I would like to please move this to the first meeting of April.
Okay.
April public hearing.
So there is a deferral request to defer, a motion to defer to the first meeting in April. It has been properly seconded. I will say that there is a proposed amendment in your packet, but we'll wait until we get to that point. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion on 1416 say aye. Opposed, no. The deferral motion is adopted. First meeting in April. Thank you, Council Member. BL 2018-1417 by Councilmember O'Connell, Allen, and others. This was approved by the Planning Commission 9-0. Ordinance amending Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to allow public interior spaces to be afforded historic landmark protection. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Those who are here in favor of this matter, please indicate by raising your hand. I see one hand. Anybody here in I see two hands. Anybody here in opposition to the bill, please indicate by raising your hand. Seeing no one in opposition, would those in favor wish to speak? I'm looking. Good. Then no one wishes to speak. I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval, please.
Okay, I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt 1417 on public hearing. BL 2018-1418 by Councilmember Allen, O'Connell, and Withers, approved by the Planning Commission 9-0, an ordinance amending Section 17.40.420 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to require preservation permits before any action within historic overlay districts. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Those who are here in favor of the measure, please indicate by raising your hand. I see one this time. Anybody here in opposition to the measure? I see none. Would the individual who, nope. All right, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt on public hearing. BL 2018-1426 by Councilmember Sledge. This was approved with conditions, disapproved without by the Planning Commission 5-0 and 1. An ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from R8 to SP zoning on properties located at 1114 West Grove Avenue, approximately 80 feet east of 12th Avenue South. 0.24 acres to permit 5 multifamily residential units. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Could you open the public hearing?
All right, declare the public hearing open. With those who are in favor of this measure, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, thank you. Those who are here in opposition to the measure, please indicate by raising your hand. See none in opposition. Would those in favor wish to speak? Nope. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The 1426 is adopted on public hearing. Thank you, Councilmember. BL 2018-1452 by Councilmember Haywood, approved by the Planning Commission 6-0 and 1. An ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS20 to AR2A zoning on properties located at 3914 and 3920 Brick Church Pike, approximately 200 feet northwest of Bellshire Drive, 13.42 acres. Councilmember Haywood.
I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Anyone in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. All right, thank you. Those opposed, please indicate by raising your hand. We do have opposition. Those who are in favor, do you wish to speak? If so, please come to the front, go to the podium. You will be given 3 minutes, and if you will introduce yourself and indicate where you reside.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Dwayne Cuthbertson, 2814 12th Avenue South. I am representing the owners of these 2 parcels before you, and we're actually asking for a downzoning. This is pretty unusual in Metro Davidson County. We're looking to apply a zoning to this property that would actually preserve the open spaces that most people value up in this part of Davidson County. A good portion of this property has conservation policy related to slopes and streams, and the agricultural zoning that we're asking for would effectively allow us to, it would limit development, which would in turn preserve a lot of those natural features that we value in this county. So I request respectfully that you support Councilmember Haywood and this request to downzone this property. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else in favor of this measure wish to speak? Okay, seeing none. Those who are opposed, if you would like to speak, come to the front. Thank you, and just please state your name and where you reside.
Jennifer Gamble, 1452 Timpani Court. I live in the Bellshire area, and we are for maintaining the land use for conservation, however, not in favor for 2-family and mobile homes in that area. So it sounds like the developer wants to do conservation, but I haven't heard a lot about this particular bill, and I'm not sure that others in the community have heard a lot about it either, so I would ask that you defer it if possible.
Anybody else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Haywood.
At this time, I would like to defer 1 meeting.
Okay. All right, so I have a motion to defer 1 meeting. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral, please indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Deferral motion is adopted. We're at BL 2018-1453 by Councilmember Hastings. This was approved by the Planning Commission 6-0 on November 8, 2018. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from R8 to RM9A zoning on properties located at 3113 and 3114 Cliff Drive at the northeast and southeast corners of Cliff Drive and Alpine Avenue, 0.91 acres. Councilmember Hastings.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, would like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the... Hold on just a moment. Hold on.
Councilman Hastings, we had received notice from the planning department that the return notices had not been provided. I might check with the planning table to confirm if that's true on 1453.
That's correct. The notices were not returned for this item.
So we can't have the public hearing. All right, so Councilmember Hastings, we're going to have to wait on the public hearing.
Yes, sir.
So I think the proper thing would be just to defer until the first meeting in March.
Yes, sir. We'd like to defer this first meeting in March.
Okay. And I'm sorry if some people came for it, but we have to make sure that all public notices get out properly. So I've got a motion to defer to the first meeting in March, properly seconded. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. This matter will be deferred to the first meeting in March. Thank you, council member. Okay, we're on BL 2018-1454 by Councilmember Mendez. Approved by the Planning Commission 10-0 on 10/25/2018. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from R20 to IWD zoning on properties located at 2793 Couchville Pike and a portion of property located on Ned Shelton Road, unnumbered approximately 900 feet south of Couchville Pike, 45.13 acres. Councilmember Mendez.
I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right, so I declare the public hearing open. With those who are here in favor of the measure, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, thank you. Those who are here in opposition to the measure, please indicate by raising your hand. I see none in opposition. Would those in favor wish to speak? Seeing no one coming forward, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Mendez.
Move approval on second reading.
All right, so I've got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt on public hearing. All right. BL 2018-1455 by Councilmember Sledge and O'Connell. Ordinance amending section 17.04.060 of the Metropolitan Code to add a definition for permanently reside. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please.
All right. So has this been done? It's okay? All right. All right, so I declare the public hearing open. Those who are here in favor of the measure, please indicate by raising your hand. Thank you. Those who are here in opposition, please indicate by raising your hand. Seeing no one in opposition, with those in favor, nobody wishes to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I move approval with a brief comment.
All right, so I've got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember.
Just a quick explanation. This was brought to me by the Codes Department. When in enforcement of permanently reside, we are adopting the state language regarding permanently reside, so it can be just clear when somebody is looking at an owner-occupied short-term rental property that they know that it is indeed owner-occupied and the person who owns it permanently resides there. So with that, I would move approval.
Thank you, Councilmember. So I have a motion to approve. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Councilmember. We're now on BL 2018-1456 by Councilmember Dow and Vercher.
Thank you. I want to defer this bill for 2 meetings in the public hearing.
All right, let me read it first, and then I'll come back to you.
All right. I thought you had already read. I'm ahead of you.
No, you're faster than I am right now. I'm trying to control the board at the same time. Ordinance amending chapters 17.04, 17.08, and 17.16 of the Metropolitan Zoning Code to designate a nightclub as a use permitted with conditions in certain zoning districts and adding conditions applicable to this use. Now, Councilmember Dow.
Thank you. I would just like to renew my motion to defer this for 2 meetings. This will give me an opportunity to work with our attorney and take the information that people have provided and modify it. So let us have 2 meetings. We'll have a public hearing then.
All right, so you want to go to the public hearing in March?
Yes, please.
Okay, public hearing in March. All right, I have a motion to defer to the 2 meetings, which will be to the first meeting in March.
Yes.
Properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. The motion to defer is adopted. Thank you, council member. All right, BL 2018-1457 by council member Vercher. Ordinance amending Chapter 17.08 and 1716 of Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code to add conditions to the uses automobile sales used and automobile repair to restrict buildings within the floodplain, floodway, or any associated buffer. Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I believe I have a substitute on this, so I want to go ahead and move the substitute.
All right, so we're going to move the substitute. I have a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
I'm going to yield on Mr. Jamison. Really, it's just a cleanup, but I'll
All
let
right.
Mr. Jamison
Mr.
articulate.
Jamison?
The ordinance refers to the 2019 flood insurance rate map, and the substitute would switch that to the current flood insurance map so that years from now we don't have to continually re-adopt amendments.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the substitute. We're on 1457. It's been seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, all those in favor of the substitute, please indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Substitute is adopted. So you're on the substitute. Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open, this is on public hearing. Okay, I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right, so declare the public hearing open. Those who are here in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. Don't see anyone. Those who are opposed, please indicate by raising your hand. I see no one, so I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, so I got a motion to approve on the substitute, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. We have approved the substitute on public hearing. Thank you, Councilmember. We're on BL 2019-1460 by Councilmember Scott Davis, approved by the Planning Commission 7-1 on 1/24/2019. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from SPR to RM20A, zoning for property located at 108 Douglas Avenue at the southwest corner of Joseph Avenue and Douglas Avenue, 0.19 acres. Councilmember Davis from his seat.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All right, I declare the public hearing open. Anyone in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. All right, thank you. Those who are opposed, please indicate by raising your hand. So we've got people on both sides. Would those who in favor wish to speak? If you do, please come forward to the podium. All right, thank you. Oh, no one's coming forward. Anybody wishing to speak in favor? All right, those who are in opposition, if you would like to speak, please come forward. Come to the podium, introduce yourself and where you reside. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gordon Stacy Harmon. I reside at 1826 Joy Circle. The situation I'm about to describe is part of the public record as of the January 24th Planning Commission meeting. At this meeting, our council member, the realtor handling the sale of the property, and the current owners presented a situation with dire circumstances. The owner's husband passed away. The property is soon to be foreclosed. She cannot afford to get caught up. If she were to sell the property as is, the offer is roughly $120,000. But if she could get it rezoned to RM20A, she could realize a sale price in excess of $300,000. As was observed by a member of that commission, the body never had a situation before where rezoning was explicitly and admittedly being used to transfer wealth from the city's equity to a private citizen in order to financially support that individual. The precedent could have greater impact on the city overall. While it was noted that the city has taken similar steps by providing incentives to corporations, those corporations have brought greater wealth to the city by providing jobs, improving infrastructure, and so forth. Meanwhile, neighbors in the Cleveland Park area have concerns about how this development could impact their neighborhood. Under RM20A, some, if not all of these units could become short-term rentals. If the developer chooses to build 4 units, how are they going to fit on the property? Another project built just 2 blocks down on Douglas Avenue is similar, yet it stands with only unfinished frames for those 4 units, standing unchanged for nearly a year. Would this project meet the same setback challenges and become another eyesore? It's hard to say, as the proposed rezoning doesn't require a site plan. I empathize with the owner and their current financial position. If the property is truly viable, I wish the developer would pay them the higher price point and then submit an application for an SP zoning, where SCRs would not be allowed and a site plan could be submitted to address neighborhood concerns. That's how this process should work. Unfortunately, the developer has sought to mitigate the risk by requiring the owner to pay the application fee and undergo the stress of the process of rezoning. This situation puts this council in a very difficult public relations position. If you say no, a resident could lose their current home, lose the potential to make a substantial windfall, lose the money and time they've invested in this rezoning process. But by saying yes, you open the door for more people to exploit this idea that by rezoning their property, they could sell it for a much higher price, setting the stage for more such tenuous decisions. I do wish our council member would have explored other options for this constituent to help her situation instead of this particular one. As I understand the role of this council, your decision should consider the impact to the city. In this case, the impact to a neighborhood that has already seen intense developments on small lots should be the bigger concern. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval with an explanation, please.
All right, so I've got a motion to approve. It's been properly seconded. Councilmember Davis.
I want to thank my neighbors who came out in support. And I also like to thank my neighbor from another neighborhood that came out in opposition to this family that lives in another neighborhood. But everybody has the right to speak. This is America. Now, do I get my time?
That's okay. I'll let you keep going.
On the corner of Douglas and Joseph, right there next to Dickerson 2, sits a double-wide trailer, the only one on that street. Families lived in the neighborhood for over 30 years. And we always talk about not wanting to displace people. So they called their councilman. Unfortunately, a relative passed away, the breadwinner, and they don't want to move. However, though, Nashville is changing. They can't afford a house inside of the neighborhood they live in. So they go from realtor to realtor, and they go from, potential buyer to potential buyer. And they ask their council person, hey, this fits the policy, can we rezone it? I say, well, I do it for the big developer, I will do it for my citizen. So we go in front of the neighborhood association, not once, but twice. In fact, we deferred this once. In fact, in the record of the Planning Commission, there's an issue we submitted to a record of other neighbors, not the neighbor who came in opposition. This neighbor is wonderful, would never do this. But we had neighbors showing up with black afros and in blackface, harassing this family. And that's why I went off on the Planning Commission, because one of those neighbors did attend the first Planning Commission meeting, and that's a sure way to get underneath my skin, is harass any neighbor in blackface and an afro. And saying that and submitting that in the record, that picture, I'm asking for approval, and I don't see anything wrong with, we rezone property all the time for developers to make more money. Why can't we do it to stabilize the citizen in order for them to afford a house in a neighborhood, especially when you're on a commercial corridor, and especially when you don't want to lose that neighbor that's lived there for 30 years, and they're being able to buy a newer house in the neighborhood that's in much better condition and safer than an old double-wide trailer on a commercial street. I'd like to move for approval, please.
All right, thank you, council member. So I've got a motion to approve. It's been properly seconded. Councilmember Bedney.
Can I ask a question to Mr. Jameson?
Sure.
Is it legal to do a rezoning, to do a transfer of wealth to a property owner? I mean, can we base the rezoning on financial reasons?
I'm sorry, your question is, can we base rezoning for purposes of benefiting the underlying owner? I think what Councilman Davis would say is that that's not the intention of the rezoning ordinance, but that does not prohibit the council from approving a zoning change.
The reason I'm asking is because that's the case he made during the Planning Commission. So I just wanted to give him a chance to rephrase his request to where he's trying to help a homeowner and not providing financial incentives to a property owner. Because I'm afraid that that could create a legal and a precedent for other people to come to us and ask us to transfer wealth to them many people, I think, ask for rezonings to obtain a financial benefit, but they never spell it out that way. They always talk about other things. But this is, I think, the first time that I hear a comment like that. So I just think it's an important conversation for us to have, that if it's appropriate or not appropriate to start giving incentives to property owners and transferring some wealth to them. I also wanted to explain that I think what people's concern were mostly was about the possibility of a short-term rental to be built on that property. I don't think the commission would have mind if it was a rezoning for anything else. That's all I had to say.
All right, so Councilmember Davis, I'm going to go back to you. All right? Hold on. Okay, Councilmember Davis.
As we can always go through the videotape. I stated that this meets the policy. It's Douglas. It's a commercial street right off of Dickerson Road. I believe I mentioned that. And also during the Planning Commission, it's mentioned that there's 4 other units right across the street in the same policy. And forgive me, Vice Mayor, Lisa, from Planning, matches the policy. Is that correct?
Planning, you're on.
Does planning staff approve this?
This was recommended for approval by the Planning Commission based on the location in the policy.
Thank you.
Okay.
And now the problem is that putting this aside, we transfer wealth to rich people every day in this council. And no one brings it up, and we talk about a policy, and when all of a sudden we're going to stabilize a family that lives in the neighborhood, the people we always talk about, we're tired of gentrification. We're tired of chasing people out of our neighborhoods. But then when we try and save people, which we do a lot with this council, but at the same time, but all of a sudden, it's a problem now, and I understand my colleague didn't mean it that way, but we transfer wealth all the time when we rezone something for a billionaire. We help Kid Rock, who's a great guy, build a sign for his new business. We do stuff all the time to help rich people. Why every time we try to do things to help poor people, we get backlash? So let's move forward.
All right. Hold on. I'm going to Councilmember Vercher.
Mine is really just a simple question, Vice Mayor. This is for Mr. Jameson.
Okay.
Amongst the many duties that we have as council members, one, passing a budget. The second is we are the zoning authority. Am I correct on that, or?
We have final approval on zoning
just wanted to be clear for the body to understand. We are the zoning authority, and ask that you support Councilman Davis's bill.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Mendez.
I appreciate the spirited debate between my colleagues, but while I'm not always a biggest fan of Councilman Davis's zoning, on this one, I have to say that like all zoning is, nobody shows up saying, you know what, I'd like to make less money. Please change my zoning so I make less money. We're in the business of trying to make the whole city prosper. And so, yeah, zoning is about property being more profitable and higher and better use. That's all it's about, and there shouldn't be anything bad about that. The question is whether it fits in policy. It got approved by the Planning Commission. It should be approved in this, whether we're trying to make money for people or not. Like, yeah, I think that's what we're trying to do for the citizens of Davidson County. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hager.
Since my esteemed council member's not here, I call the question.
The question's been called for. It's been properly seconded. We're on the previous question. All in favor of the previous question, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We're on a motion. This is by Councilmember Scott Davis to approve. It's been properly seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted on public hearing, 1460. All right. Councilmember Hager, I know who to come to now when I need to. BL 2019-1461 by Councilmember Syracuse. Approved by the Planning Commission 9-0. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by applying a historic landmark overlay on property located at 115 Cottage Lane on the northeast corner of Cottage Lane and Lebanon Pike, zoned R8, 2.04 acres. Councilmember Syracuse.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Well, this one's not about zoning to make money, but open the public hearing, please.
All right, declare the public hearing open. All those who are here in favor of the bill, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, thank you. Those who are here in opposition to the bill, please indicate by raising your hand. Seeing none, would those in favor wish to speak? I see no one coming forward. I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Syracuse.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval, brief comment.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you.
I just wanted to thank the Slatterys who are here, who own this beautiful house, and for their support in protecting it for generations to come. Thanks so much. Move approval.
Thank you, Councilmember. Motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt on public hearing. Thank you. BL 2019-1462 by O'Connell. Approved by the Planning Commission 9-0 on 12/13/2018. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from IWD to MULA, zoning for properties located at 245, 247, and 249 Hermitage Avenue, approximately 270 feet east of Fairfield Avenue. It's 0.56 acres. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Anyone in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. Thank you. Those who are in opposition, please indicate by raising your hand. Saw a lady walk in and say hi, but I don't think she was waving her hand. All right, anybody in opposition, raise your hand. Didn't see any. Those who are in favor wishing to speak, anyone want to come forward? Don't see anybody moving, so I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval, please.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Councilmember. BL 2019-1463 by Councilmember Elrod. This is approved by the Planning Commission 7-0 on 12/13/2018. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from SPR to MULA, zoning for property located at 326 Welch Road at the northeast corner of Welch Road and Travis Drive, 2.31 acres. Councilmember Elrod.
Move to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Anyone here in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. All right, thank you. Those who are opposed, please indicate by raising your hand. Seeing none in opposition, would those in favor wish to speak? I see someone moving. Are you here to speak? No, you're going outside. Okay. No one else is coming in. I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Elrod.
Move passage on second reading, please.
Okay. I got a motion to approve on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You pass on second reading, 1463. BL 2019-1464 by Councilmember Scott Davis. This was disapproved by the Planning Commission 5-4. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from SPR to RM15A, zoning for property located at 1218 Montgomery Avenue at the southwest corner of Douglas Avenue and Montgomery Avenue. 0.20 acres, requested by SNN Development, LLC. I think we need to show the slides, but I'll go to Councilmember Scott Davis first.
We need to show it because I was going to defer it. I mean, if you want to save the time, not showing the slides.
Okay. So we'll just hold. You're going to defer. So, Councilmember, what's your motion?
And real quick question for Attorney Jameson.
Okay.
I want to defer to the March public hearing, but I also want to re-refer back to planning, and I have an explanation because of that.
So you could move to defer and re-refer to the Planning Commission?
Yeah, I'd like to defer to the March public hearing, and I'd like to re-refer back to the Planning Commission. And my explanation is talking with legal and looking for some more review, there was some debate about because certain uses allow short-term rentals, and planning staff approved it, and it was voted 5-4, 5 against. And there was some discussion about possibly, rezoning more properties and taking out the Airbnb requirement. Or we looked at, even in industrial uses, which are on the same street, still allows an Airbnb. And the whole thing is, we've already legislated this whole issue with type 1s and type 2s. And so I want to send it back to the Planning Commission, in order to get some more feedback and some more clarification from legal. And also, believe it or not, I do not want to take a disapproved bill forward. And so I'd like to defer it to the March meeting and send it back to the Planning Commission.
All right. So the motion is to defer to the first meeting in March, the March public hearing, and also defer back to the Planning Commission. Now, and it's been properly seconded. I guess the question is that going to give it enough time? Does it have to be reviewed by the Planning Commission before it comes back here?
They may rely on their previous recommendation of disapproval. They can determine that administratively. If they decide to take it up because it make a difference, they may then have to request that it be deferred beyond March to the April meeting.
Councilmember Davis, do you understand? If you're sending it back, they may not have a recommendation, or they may have a recommendation by March. If, depending on what you want to do, you may have to defer again.
I understand, sir.
Okay. All right. So I've got a motion to defer into the first meeting in March and then refer this measure back to the Planning Commission. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. It has been deferred back to, it is deferred to the first meeting in March and referred back to the Planning Commission. That's 1464. All right, we're on BL 2019-1465 by Councilmember Glover. This was approved with conditions, disapproved without by the Planning Commission 5-3. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from AR2A to SP zoning on property located at 6280 North New Hope Road, west of the terminus of Landings Way. It's 10.0 acres to permit 54 single-family lots. Councilmember Glover.
Move to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Those in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. All right, thank you. Those who are here in opposition, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, so we have people in favor and people in opposition. Those who are in favor, if you wish to speak, if you would come forward, come to the microphone, come on up. And if you will, you're going to have 3 minutes if you'll identify yourself and tell us where you reside as you start.
Thank you. My name is Adam Sager. I'm with Dale & Associates. We're at 516 Heather Place. Thank you all for your time and service here tonight. This project has been given a tremendous amount of thought and consideration. Before we drew one line on this property, we met with planning staff to consider the policy. The policy is T3 Neighborhood Evolving. Among other things in the Neighborhood Evolving policy, it says, and I quote, to create creative, innovative, and environmentally sensitive developments. Also, it says to develop in suburban residential patterns, but at higher densities and with greater housing variety than classic suburban neighborhoods. We could go on through the policy. We are meeting the policy very closely in what this project should be. I won't take up too much more of your time, but I did want to point out a few things. We've held and attended several community meetings. We've had a tremendous amount of community engagement on this one. This project is on 10 acres. We're proposing 54 lots. People have talked about density, and we understand that. We're all growing. But if you look at our surrounding communities, the neighborhoods immediately adjacent to us, if you pick up our boundary and you put it on the property right next to us, we're actually less dense than our neighbors if we took the exact equivalent area. Not overall for their whole development, they're slightly bigger, but we are right in line with what the policy calls for density. The policy calls for anything from RS 7.5 all the way up to RM 20, and we're proposing right around 5.4 units per acre. We did a traffic study. in our own code, it states that until you have 75 lots, you don't need to do a traffic study. We went above and beyond and did one anyway to find the safest points of access to make sure that we're getting it right. And so we did perform a traffic study and submitted that. Another thing to note, this has been approved by every Metro department. We worked carefully with them. It's been approved at Planning Commission, and we believe that this is a very high-quality project for this location, right on a collector road, and we think it's a good asset to the community. We, again, thank you for your time and appreciate your vote of yes. Thank you all.
Thank you. Come on forward. Name and where you reside.
Hello, my name is David Ezel. I live at 2947 Cherry Bark Court in Hermitage. I've resided in Hermitage just about a year, and I love it out here, out there, and I'm really glad that we moved out there. What I'm seeing is happening all over the city, really kind of needs to happen in Hermitage, and that is to elevate the type of housing that we have to be of a quality nature, and also possibly even smaller footprints on the lots. This is a beautiful subdivision. I don't know that you have seen it or seen the drawings. I'm sure you have, and I would just highly endorse this community to be built out on North New Hope Road. Thank you for your time, and we would appreciate a vote of yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'm Pam Ezel, and I live at 2947 Cherry Bark Court in Hermitage. And I can say this, with the small window of opportunity that we have to bring the kind of quality that these builders are looking to bring, I can't imagine that we wouldn't want to do this. I do live in a home by the builder that's being built, and as a resident of Hermitage, I would second what I just heard. This is what we need. We need manageable properties. We need flexibility. We need aesthetically pleasing things, and it brings all of that and more with this development. I will say that the area that we live in is very similar to what is being proposed. It's a cul-de-sac at the end of an existing neighborhood. And as I've spoken with the neighbors who were there long before we were, they were opposed to us being there. They felt it wasn't a good idea. We don't want to make it bigger. We don't want more traffic coming through our streets. We have children playing. I get that. And now today, they're so pleased with what they've got. We're so pleased with what we have. It's not an if, it's a when this gets built out, because it will. If there's an acre of land, something's going to get built on it, because here we are in Nashville. In 2019, going into 2020, we've got to demand for the kind of quality that we're going to see out of this development. So I am hoping for a yes as well today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Seeing none, those who wish to speak in opposition, if you would come forward. Come on up and come on up to the microphone. Introduce yourself and where you reside. And again, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sally LeCloyd. I live in Cobblestone Landing at 7701 Rookwood Court, which is right across from where this development will be on North New Hope Road. I have looked at the Nashville Next documents, and I see that Nashville Next does recognize in the Donaldson, Hermitage, Old Hickory area that it does call for a diversity of land uses, but that in this area, because of the topography, because of the agricultural nature, the streams, all of those things, they're going to have to do something a little different because it is environmentally sensitive. Striking a balance between a 10-acre long piece that's going to add 54 homes on a road that's only 2 miles long that doesn't even have 54 homes on it already. Any of the subdivisions that are coming onto North New Hope only have 2 homes on North New Hope. The subdivisions go off. This 54-home development will be all on North New Hope. That particular piece of road is right where my neighbor was killed because it is a very windy, twisty road without any kind of shoulder right now, and with utility poles that are within inches of the roadway. I don't think that the infrastructure is ready to catch up with putting this many homes with entrance right onto North New Hope. Some of the other homes that are being built that this is being compared to do not enter onto North New Hope. They enter onto Old Lebanon Dirt Road. And both Old Lebanon Dirt Road and North New Hope do not have the kind of infrastructure that has been promised for something like Central Pike. Now, I also read in Nashville Next that Central Pike was going to be widened from 2 to 3 lanes to a 5-lane highway, both from Old Hickory to Lebanon Pike and from Old Hickory to the county line. That has not been done. That is not even thought of being done. Now, they did repave North New Hope, but again, there is not 1 inch of shoulder on that. And this morning when I tried to go to the Y, I had to wait behind the Hudgens garbage truck because there's nowhere for the garbage truck to go other than drive down the middle of the street on North New Hope while it picks up the garbage from both sides. Now, we don't need another 54 homes emptying out onto that. That's one of our concerns. I know we have other concerns that have to do with that. There is a hold on phase 2 of Cobblestone Landing by the Water Sewer Department because the water pressure is not high enough to develop that phase 2 of Cobblestone Landing. I know that this was noted in the Planning Commission. It was a 5-3 vote, which is very different from the 9-0 votes that we've seen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Erin Evans, and I live at 5109 Vineyard Point in Hermitage. And I'm here tonight to represent several of the neighbors who weren't able to make it here, who are in opposition to this bill, but due to personal reasons could not attend. There are a couple common themes that you heard just now that resonate across this neighborhood. First of all, of course, the density consideration. And one of the things that Nashville Next refers to related to Donaldson, Hermitage, and Old Hickory, they include the statement that striking a balance between the pressures for development and conserving the natural beauty found throughout the area is one of the community's greatest challenges. And this development is definitely an example of really one of our area's greatest challenges. And so while the aesthetics of the development really can't be disputed, the builder did build homes out in West Haven, and the reality is everybody in here has probably been to Porch Fest and really probably likes it. But other than this community's continued reliance on cars, since there will be no connecting sidewalks to this property, and the nearest bus stop in Music City Star Station is almost 3 miles away. So if approved, homes will be built on 2,300 square foot lots. The lot size is less than half of all the surrounding subdivisions. In short, this is a development that isn't a fit for this part of town. It's not a unique concern, but of course traffic continues to be a notable problem in this area, even without the addition of this new development. North New Hope is not a major connector in Hermitage. It's actually, as Sally just mentioned, a winding country road. And as part of the Planning Commission process, a traffic study was completed, as the developer did mention. However, the traffic counts were completed when Wilson County schools were out on spring break. So considering that North New Hope connects 2 other narrow roads that dump traffic from Wilson County into Davidson County, this challenge is especially relevant. Lastly, because of all the relevant neighbors who weren't engaged early enough in the process, we had to have some community conversation course correction. And that left us with a developer who said from the very beginning, they weren't changing a thing that planning didn't mandate, and in the end, frustrated neighbors as a result. So as a member of this body has said about her district, it's really development being done to us and not with us. And I urge you to vote no on this bill on second reading. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Oleg Volk. I live at 3112 Chambly Court, which is directly adjacent to the development site. My house and about 20 other houses would be directly adjacent to the development, which puts them at risk of damage during the blasting stage of the works, since the furthest point from blasting to our homes is going to be 50 yards, and damage can occur past 500, as has recently happened in Hermitage Hills to existing homeowners there. There would be very little recourse for us if the foundations are damaged by the building process. It also reduces the property values through the proximity to lots that are 40% the size of mine, which means that I would not even be able to cash out of my current home to move somewhere very easily. Those are the two main concerns. The traffic issues mentioned also forget to mention that some of the traffic was proposed to be fed into Chesney Glen subdivision, which is very much not suited for increased traffic due to already narrow streets inside of that. That would cause a secondary point of congestion at where Chesney Glen exits to Old Lebanon Dirt Road, which is incidentally another accident-prone area with a very sharp curve. So this would reduce the quality of life and the value of the homes directly adjacent to the site, both in Chesney Glen and on opposite side where the larger subdivisions are currently. And it would make it very difficult to do anything about moving on for people who do not want to live next to such a dense development. A lot of the people who are opposed were not able to come to this because of how many times the hearings have been postponed and moved. But the overall opposition to this is quite strong within the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cindy Bakey. I live in the Farmingham Woods subdivision that's right down the road from where all this is going to be taking place. I've talked to my neighbors, and they couldn't make it here either. I don't have statistics. I can't talk intelligently like that. I'm talking from the heart. I want to not have the traffic coming by. It's already hard to get out in Central Pike. I want to conserve whatever green space in the little farm kind of area we have around us. And I was growing up on a farm, and I just hate to lose anymore. Thank you. Vote no.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Pam Swanner, and very nice to be here tonight. I live at 5917 Colchester Drive, and I'm reading this for Mr. Wayne Sharber. He could not come tonight because he had surgery yesterday, and he lives at 6285 North New Hope Road. He's right across the street. He's been there for 40 years. And he is very much opposed to this. He said that he opposes the rezoning from AR to A to SP. And there again, he says he's lived there for 40 years. He's very much opposed to the bill. This proposed SP zoning change for 54 single-family houses on 10 acres, density of 5.4 houses per acre with lot sizes as small as 2,300 square feet is not consistent with the existing neighborhoods. The current subdivisions, density of 4.7 houses per acre, all have a minimum of 5,000 square feet lots, and adjoin properties of 5 acres and greater. The proposed development for this SP zoning is an area which is 2.5 to 4 miles from transportation hubs, bus and trains, and restaurants and shopping is without any roadways for safe biking or walking, and it should be opposed. The transportation infrastructure improvements for State Route 265, which is Central Pike and Old Lebanon Road, and North New Hope Road to accommodate current traffic and the future traffic to include biking should be in place before the zoning is changed. That is what he said. From me, I've lived there in my home 25 years. And I would just ask, because several of the people here, as you rezone property in Nashville, I grew up here. My parents grew up here. Like some of our council people here that really cherish your family property. But we need a little bit of, I ask you to be wise. I ask you to take and think about the future of Nashville. Because 100 years ago, 1857, more than that, there were some very wise people that set aside 843 acres for Central Park in New York. What would it be now if they hadn't been wise? Centennial Park, 132 acres in 1903. What would Nashville look like without Centennial Park? So we live in this little corner of Hermitage, but we would really like not to be as dense as what we are being pushed to be. So I would ask you to vote no also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Vicki Jones, and I live in New Hope Meadows at 4248 New Hope Meadow Road in Hermitage. I'm in one of the subdivisions that's supposedly one of the comp subdivisions. There's a couple of houses in my subdivision that are in Wilson County. I'm surrounded by Cobblestone Landing, which about 2/3 of Cobblestone Landing subdivision is in Wilson County. The access roads out of New Hope Meadows is on to Old Lebanon Dirt Road and North New Hope Road. North New Hope Road, Old Lebanon Dirt Road, and Central Pike are all 2-lane country roads with no shoulders and no sidewalks. And every time I see someone walking on Central Pike from Old Hickory Boulevard, I'm afraid that I'm going to run them over. So when I first heard about this development, my thought was, we don't have the infrastructure to support it, and it's not the same character as what we have now. North, south, and east of this proposed subdivision are 5-acre lots. Every subdivision in the area has like at least 5,000 square foot lots, and this would be about half of that for a lot of the subdivision. I went to a meeting. I've actually been to 2 planning commission meetings and 3 meetings with community members and developers. And I have heard a lot of concerns about how do we get anywhere in Hermitage because the roads are not sufficient. We don't have sufficient infrastructure. We can't get to public transportation safely. And at the Planning Commission meeting, I heard Commissioner Sims say that she had driven out there on a Sunday afternoon, and she found it a little scary where the subdivision was going to be. So, because there were concerns about being able to get out of Cobblestone Landing and New Hope Meadows and anywhere else in Hermitage in that area, there was a traffic study done. It was done when Wilson County schools were on break. My commute to Nashville over the last 20 years that I've lived in this house, I find Wilson County being in school to affect me as much or more than Davidson County being in school. So, like last Monday when I drove down North New Hope Road to Central Pike and it was backed up to North New Hope Road, which is not necessarily an uncommon occurrence now, I was like, it's going to take me forever to get out of Hermitage so I can get to work. So my concerns are still infrastructure, and it's not sufficient.
Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Schulman, Council. Thank you for your time. I'm Tim Weeks, President of Donaldson Hermitage Neighborhood Association. I live at 6101 Hager's Grove Pass in Hermitage. I personally don't live adjacent to the development in this particular SB ordinance, but our group became involved in this process to assist neighbors who are not even members of our organization. We became concerned that there was not a broad community meeting prior to the Planning Commission, and we shared the objections of neighbors that this development was too dense, contrary to the community plan Nashville Next. Now, I commend Councilman Glover for presenting a very good development. There was a lot of homework and a lot of work has gone into this development. The debate is over what type of development is appropriate for Hermitage, in particular rural Hermitage. We have a lot of developments in our area, and you can talk to Councilman Roden, Councilman Hager, as well as Councilman Glover, as some of the different subdivisions that are all coming in that are good subdivisions. But I wanted to point out kind of what's there right now. What's the truth? If you've never been down North New Hope, let me paint you a quick picture. There's some older subdivisions and newer subdivisions. The older subdivisions are on lots of 5,000 to 9,000 square feet. The newer subdivisions like Cobblestone rival anything you would see in Brentwood. They're large homes on tracts up to 5 acres in size. Now, right in the middle of this development, this SP ordinance is going to put 54 homes on a 10-acre tract. The math comes down to this. That is 0.05 acres per home, the size of a postage stamp. This is extremely dense, more of a townhome cluster, which the staff said it was okay at the Planning Commission because it's an evolving plan. I'm not really sure what that means. It means whatever they say it is. But here we went to the Planning Commission in October. There had been some meetings, but I think there were more like focus groups, small group meetings. The larger community, the people, the neighbors that lived adjacent to it were not familiar or didn't know anything about it. So we all go down to the Planning Commission and speak at the public hearing. And so what happened was this was deferred to actually have a real community meeting. So we had this community meeting with Councilman Glover and all the neighbors were there. It was a large gathering. And then we went back to the Planning Commission in December, not knowing whether it would be open, whether they would reopen the hearing or not. But they did, and we spoke again based on the information we had learned from the community meeting and also the traffic study. And the vote was very close, 5-3 in favor. And I can tell you what the deciding vote was. 2 staffers said, well, if the staff approves it, I guess I will too. We deserve better than that, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Thank you. Seeing no one else in line, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to move for approval with I want to try and make this as brief as possible, but I think it's important that everybody understand the process that's occurred here.
Okay, so I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Glover.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. I know almost everybody who came up here. I wish that we could deal with the traffic. I do. I mean, you heard it several times. Wilson County, that literally is within a mile of this property, and they're building things there like wildfires that we have no say-so whatsoever on. This one, they had a possibility of density of much, much higher when they first came to me. I began this process almost 2 years ago now. And before we even rolled it out for anyone, I told them no, no, no on the original plans that were brought to me. We kept honing in, and frankly, whether it's a focus group or whatever you want to say, we got some folks together that lived right there in the area. It was not a closed meeting. Anybody could have come to it for them to give input, and the developer did listen, and there has been compromises. I've tried to work diligently to do this. I can't disagree with one thing they're saying on the traffic. They're right. But there's really not anything I can personally do about it or that we can personally do about it, because I think if we could, every one of us would fix that. But we don't have that option. So when this plan was brought and was presented, there was a meeting, a community meeting in September on the night that we had a little vote on a little stadium we were voting on at a fairgrounds facility. So I could not be there for that. So then the meeting, it did get deferred at planning. We came back, we did a community meeting, and we tried to accommodate most every piece of it. I don't know the exact square footage, but what I will do, I'm going to ask for approval tonight. I'll bring you because when this comes to the Planning Commission or Planning and Zoning Committee, I'll bring you what this project is. It is superior product, and it actually will deliver something that I think everybody can be very proud of. I do wish we could fix the traffic, but I do know this. Everything that was requested for a turn lane and everything else on North New Hope Road is being accommodated. So we've tried to do everything that was requested, spent a lot of time with planning and the staff, and so I once again renew my motion to approve and ask you to approve it, please.
All right, Councilman Glover, before there are people in the queue, is there an amendment on this bill as well?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yep, sorry about that.
All right, let's go ahead and let's get that taken care of, and then we'll go back to the people in the queue.
Okay, sorry about that. So I move the amendment.
Okay, so I have a motion on an amendment properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Glover, to explain what the amendment does.
Actually, Mr. Jameson, can I get you to kind of give me an overview because, or planning, whoever, where I can understand? It gets it a little
It's
into
a
areas.
housekeeping amendment. It just corrects the map.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I'm not very good at that stuff. Thank you.
All right, so I have a motion on the amendment. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment on this bill, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Okay, so the amendment's on the bill, and so what your
Now I
request
move
is
I move the bill as amended.
You move the bill as amended, properly seconded. Okay, so we have people in the queue. I'm going to go to Councilmember Roten first.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just need to be recorded as abstaining on this bill.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Mina Johnson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to make a quick comment because, you know, many people comes in here and express opposition. But tonight, I will support Councilmember Glover because we do deliberate at the Planning Zoning Public Committee. And we are looking forward to hear from deliberate, you know, what we hear tonight and Councilmember Glover's due diligence. So I'm looking forward to hear that and have a great discussion at the Planning Zoning Commission. However, you know, if we pass tonight, the people who can come here sometimes feel like disheartening, but I just want to assure we heard people and want to thank their time being in here. But however, procedurally, that's what we do. We do deliberate at the Planning Zoning Committee. So tonight, I will support Councilmember Glover, but we are looking forward to a lively discussion at the Planning Zoning Committee.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Councilmember Hastings.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to rise as well to say that I am supporting Councilman Glover. I know he has worked really hard, and knowing him, if anybody knows him, he is on every step of everything that he does. And he's very, very passionate about his community and the things that he does. So you guys have a really good guy that is fighting on your behalf. And we're going to support him. Well, I'm going to support him to make sure that he gets the very excellent project that he's bringing forth. And we're going to walk with him with this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hager.
Well, as somebody mentioned that this particular property, one of Mr. Councilman Glover's constituents, this property all used to belong to my great-great-grandfather back in the 1800s, so I know the property very well. I didn't get to inherit that property, so. You know, I know Councilman Glover very well, and we work on a lot of things, but as I understand, one of the things that I heard came out of one of these meetings was the density was going to be reduced to about 42, 43 houses on this 10 acres of land. And when I look at Nashville Next and the plans for Nashville Next, and you talk about medium density, if they're 2,300 square foot lots, that's pretty small. 5,000 square foot lots, to me, that's in the range of a medium density type development. But since I know a lot of people here and I'm involved with this because I know the property very well, I think it's too dense. But my position is that I'm going to be abstaining on this bill.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Councilmember. That's it in the queue. Councilmember Clover.
I'm just simply going to reemphasize, I will bring the whole plan where you can actually see the square footage, everything that is there, kind of give you an overview. So, again, I would like to get it to the committee and be able to show you exactly what we have, what was originally proposed, and then, of course, the Planning Commission will be here, planning staff will be here. They spent a lot of time working this thing through. So it was not done on the fly. We took a lot of time dealing with this. So, again, I renew my motion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. So nobody else in the queue. Where we are is we are voting on BL 2019-1465 as amended on second reading. And because there's abstentions, we're going to have to go on the board. So seeing nobody else in the queue, we are ready to vote. Madam Clerk, if you will open up the board. We good? Okay, Madam Clerk, if you close the machine and take the vote.
33 in favor, 3 abstentions.
All right, so the motion passes. All right, before we get on to BL 2019-1466 by Councilmember Van Rees, I happen to notice that Councilmember Robert Swope has walked into the, well, he moved into the chamber. If you all join me in welcoming Councilmember Swope back. Councilmember Swope, I'm going to recognize you, and you do not have to stand up.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that because standing up is almost an impossibility. I appreciate all the kind words and thoughts and emails that I've gotten from the last 3 weeks. Just to be public about this was a bacteria infection in my knee that they had to scrape twice. And to be honest with you, I would not wish this kind of pain on my worst enemy if I had a worst enemy. So don't ever get a bacteria infection in your knee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Welcome back. Okay, we're on BL 2019-1466 by Councilmember Van Rees. Approved with conditions, disapproved without by the Planning Commission 9-0. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS10 to SP zoning for property located at 728 Due West Avenue North, approximately 550 feet south of Port Drive, 1.34 acres, to permit 16 multifamily residential units. Councilmember Van Rees.
Please open the public hearing.
Right, declare the public hearing open. Anyone in favor of this bill, please indicate by raising your hand. All right, thank you. Those who are in opposition, please indicate by raising your hand. Councilmember, I don't see anybody with any hands up. I can't see. All right, so anybody, I don't see anybody in opposition. Those who are in favor, do they wish to speak? Seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Van Rees.
Thank you very much. I would like to move approval with a brief comment.
All right, I've got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Van Rees.
Yes, I just want to thank the York family for continuing their investment in the Madison community. And after a couple of community meetings, we're very pleased to have these new townhomes in our neighborhood. And with that, I move your approval.
All right. Again, motion to approve. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt on second reading. Thank you, Council Member. We're on BL 2019-1467 by Council Member Syracuse. Approved with conditions, disapproved without by the Planning Commission 9-0. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from R10 to SP zoning on property located at 222, 224, 226, and 228 Donaldson Pike at the southwest corner of Woodbury Drive and Donaldson Pike, 1.55 acres, to permit 13 multifamily residential units and 5,800 square feet of office space. Councilmember Syracuse.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Anyone in favor? If you would, please indicate by raising your hand. All right, thank you. Those who are in opposition, please indicate by raising your hand. I see none in opposition. Would those in favor wish to speak? I see no one moving. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Syracuse.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval.
All right, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Is that something else? Okay. So I've got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. You adopt on second reading. BL 2019-1468 by Councilmember Scott Davis. This has been referred to the Planning Commission. Doesn't have a recommendation. go ahead and read an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS5 to R6 zoning for property located at 707 Ward Street, approximately 220 feet east of Jones Avenue, .34 acres. Councilmember Davis, this is, does not have a recommendation from the Planning Commission, but I'm coming to you. Councilmember Davis.
Okay. Really? So we have to defer to March, don't we?
Yeah, so it has to be deferred to March.
No problem. Let's defer it to March.
All right, so a motion to defer to March, properly seconded. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. That motion to defer to the first meeting in March is passed. Thank you, council member. We're now on BL 2019-1469 by Council Member Kendall, approved by the Planning Commission 9-0, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from R6 to MUL zoning for properties located at 2302 Mary Street and Mary Street unnumbered, .21 acres. Councilmember Kendall, before I recognize you, I just want to say happy birthday. Okay.
Thank you.
And now you are recognized, Councilmember Kendall.
It's like for you to know I'm 47. At least I'm those two digits.
At least you're those two digits. Thank you, Councilmember. All right.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We're still on public hearing, right?
Yeah.
I'd like to open public hearing.
All right, so I declare the public hearing open. We're on 1469. Anyone in favor, if you will, please indicate by raising your hand. Thank you. Those who are opposed, please indicate by raising your hand. Seeing none, would those in favor wish to speak? No, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Kendall.
I move approval.
I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1469, please indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. We adopt 1469 on second reading. BL 2019-1470. Can we take these together or not? Okay. BL 2019-1470 by Councilmember Blaylock. This was disapproved by the Planning Commission, 6-0. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from R6 and CL to MUL zoning for property located at 412 Brewer Drive on the northwest corner of Nolensville Pike and Brewer Drive, 1.63 acres. Councilmember Blaylock.
I'm going to abstain from this, and Glover has signed on to this bill.
Okay. Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move to open the public hearing, please.
Right, I think we have to see the slides first.
Oh, yep. Sorry about that.
So I'm
Yes.
going to go to the Planning Commission.
This is a request to rezone property on Brewer Drive from R6 and CL to MUL. Planning Commission recommendation was to disapprove. The property is currently zoned R6 along the back and CL along the front portion fronting on Nolensville Pike. Surrounding zonings include R10 and CS. The land use policy for the property is a split policy. The front portion of the property is a T3 suburban mixed-use corridor policy. The back portion of the property is T3 suburban neighborhood maintenance. Mixed-use corridor policy is intended to encourage diverse mixtures of uses along suburban corridors. Suburban neighborhood maintenance is intended to preserve and protect existing residential neighborhoods. Planning Commission recommended the front part of the property is in the mixed-use policy. MUL zoning is not consistent with the mixed-use corridor policy, and MULA may be supported on that front portion of the property indicated with the blue circle. On the back portion of the property, this is a T3 neighborhood maintenance policy. This is a residential policy that would not support the non-residential uses that are allowed within the MUL. Therefore, Planning Commission recommended disapproval of the request.
All right, thank you. All right, Councilmember Glover.
Now, Vice Mayor, I would move to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Anyone in favor of this measure, if you would, please indicate by raising your hand. All right, thank you. Those who are in opposition to the measure, if you would, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, so we have people on both sides. Those in favor, if you would wish to speak, if you'd come forward and head to the microphone, give us your name and address.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Jessica Knoll, and I live at 1362 Laura Street in Wrightwood, California, and I'm representing the applicant in this case. NTCH West 10 is a communications company that was started and has been operating out of Jackson, Tennessee since 2001 under the name Clear Talk Wireless, and we primarily serve lower-income customers. In the course of our site acquisition, we often acquire and develop commercial properties and have worked with communities to develop things like community gardens and parks. What we are requesting at this property is essentially an exception to the zoning code because we believe that there are unusual circumstances on this property that have prevented its ever being developed. The commercial zone on this property is practically unusable, and the residential zone at this location is not appropriate. The commercial part doesn't have enough frontage on either street to have its own driveway, which would mean it would have to cross the residential part of the property in order to meet the setback requirements of the code. It's also a parcel with frontage on Nolensville Pike and has had commercial uses on 3 sides of it for 10 years. These are some of the reasons we believe it has never been developed. We intend to use the commercial part of the property for a higher intensity use, like a drive-through restaurant. And then the part on Brewer would be a lower intensity service-oriented use, like retail. We don't yet have any site plan for this, but we do expect that the buildings will be concentrated on the frontages and that the rear part of the property will be used for parking. We intend to use the we are sensitive to the wishes of the community, and we've met with the community members and have tried to address some of their concerns. For example, we have ordered a traffic control study, and we will do whatever Metro says we need to do. We do expect that most of the concentration of traffic will be at the intersection of Nolensville Pike and Brewer Drive, and there are ways of mitigating that, for example, turning lanes and things like that. There is already a deed restriction on the property preventing the sale of alcohol. So we know that that's one of the concerns that's been brought up, and there is already a deed restriction in place. This zone change is just the first step, and we know that there's a lot more to do, but it is a necessary one, we believe, to allow the development of this piece of property. We would like to continue to work with the community in order to address their concerns and throughout the rest of the development process. This is a vacant lot, again, and it's unkempt and overgrown, and we believe that it is as dangerous as it is unsightly. Whether you believe that a residential property is better than a commercial property, a vacant lot doesn't help anyone, and we believe it would serve the community as a whole to have this property be developed. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? If you would come up to the microphone, give us your name and where you reside.
Good evening, and thank you for everything that you do for our great city, Nashville. I represent both parties in this transaction, the buyer and seller, but I've also lived in Nashville since 1978, and I have lived across the street at 22 Ocala Drive for about 18 years. Ever since I've been in this city, this piece of property has been vacant and has never had any development. Finally, we have a reputable company that is moving to our neighborhood and is willing to do something great with this site. The way we have been discussing, it would have, as she mentioned, coffee shops, some restaurants, some retail that people can actually walk to and enjoy. And the city has already contacted the owner for buying 10 feet of this land from the corner on Nolensville Road all along Brewer to do sidewalks. And we have spent a lot of times over the years to bring the red light at Brewer Drive and Nolensville Road. So all of the traffic concerns have been already addressed, and we really want to work with the neighborhood because we want them to realize this is something good for the neighborhood and it's not going to affect the property value, but there is a notion out there that people are building four-story buildings or they're going to overlook, their backyards. None of this is in plans, none of that, and we're willing to sit with them and get a wish list from them and to do what they think it would best serve the community. I do have an affidavit of 12 people that have signed. I would have more if I had more time to bring to the next meeting. There is a lot of people that are excited about seeing this coming to the neighborhood, and we're willing to sit with those who oppose it to really address whatever concern that they have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you actually have a affidavit with you that you want to submit?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, anybody else in favor wish to speak? Seeing none, those who are in opposition, if you would come forward. Come on up to the front, indicate who you are and where you reside.
Ken Harding, 419 Brewer Drive. I've talked to most of you. Thank you. Thank you very much for calling me back, answering my emails. The lady spoke. We've never met with her. We've never met with him. We don't know what they're building. We don't know what they're proposing. No meetings with the neighbors, ever. Thank you. Please vote no. Sorry.
Right, ma'am, if you've just come on forward.
Christy Gia, 453 Brewer Drive. I just ask that you vote no on this. I live in the community. Our neighborhood would be forever changed. Since the light has gone up at Brewer and Nolensville, the traffic has increased tremendously, along with the trash and noise. Adding mixed-use land at the edge of that will only increase it and make our neighborhood less safe. So please vote no. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Julie Abbott, 453 Brewer Drive. I live in this neighborhood and oppose the zoning change on the grounds of the effects of quality of life, such as increased noise, traffic, trash, and general public safety. I'd be happy to bring you a week's worth of trash that I get in my front yard that people walk down and leave. We also have repeatedly asked for our councilwoman to have meetings with us and the developer, and these meetings have not been granted. We have not spoken to the developers. We'd love to know what is going to be happening in our neighborhood, and I ask that you vote no. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Council members, my name is Ray McCrary. I live at 519 Brewer Drive, and inside of 2 days, we collected well in excess of 60 signatures of people that oppose this particular zoning change. I can't speak for everyone, but I think that really it should be disapproved, not just because your own planning committee disapproved it, but because it does, in fact, decrease the value of the property that's directly impinged upon by this commercial development. Additionally, it extends the commercial development into the neighborhood, which is I don't know, I guess a buzzword would be middle century neighborhood. This neighborhood is stable. It has not decreased in value, and in fact, we have if you look at the demographics survey from 2010 versus the one current, you'll see that these people that are moving in now, it's going up. And I don't think that putting a commercial development on that particular corner is going to help us. As to it being a vacant lot, well, essentially, the owner needs to mow it. Well, I'm not being funny. I do my lawn, and I'm sure you people do yours too. So that needs to be upkept by the current owner of the thing. And we've been told a lot of different stories about what's going to be developed there. Frankly, I have no idea what's going to be there. We've been told hot dog stands, hamburger stands, a 3-story office building, a dentist. I don't know what they're putting in. And as far as meetings with the people that are talking about current development, I don't recall having a meeting with them. In any event, I'd like you to vote no on this. It's come up before you at least twice that I know of over the time I've lived there. And it has been voted down every time, and I think it with a good reason. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ma'am?
My name is Renee Dawson. I live at 444 Brewer Drive on the same side of the street as this particular property, just 7 doors down. I'm asking you to agree with the Metro Planning Commission in disapproving this zoning change because it's not in agreement with the T3 community character manual and the plan that's contained in there. With regard to the signatures that were mentioned on our petition, those are all of Brewer Drive residents or residents of streets feeding directly off of Brewer Drive. So you can see that the opposition within the neighborhood is very strong. And those were only collected in actually the last few days, so we could actually collect a great deal more if we needed to. With regard to the mention that there have been meetings with the neighborhood, there was one meeting in fall of 2018. There was a question of what would the neighborhood want in order to make this happen, and there was a great deal of opposition. The vast majority of the people opposed the idea entirely. A few of us went up to our city council person after the meeting and told her that if she would work with us and engage the community with additional plans and more specifics, we would be happy to consider what might be developed there. But none of those, that just simply hasn't happened. We've had no further communication about it until we saw the zoning signs go up. So we're just asking you to please vote no on this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is John Polizas. I live at 403 Larkway Court, and my property is directly behind this property. You can see on there the property with the pool. I want you to disapprove this. I was at the Planning Commission meeting when it was disapproved. This is a neighborhood. I moved into a neighborhood. I want to stay a neighborhood. I've been there for 12 years, and I really don't want a commercial building or a parking lot in my backyard. So I really wish that you would disapprove this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hello, my name is Sean Harding. I live at 489 West Crest Drive. I've been a lifelong member or lifelong resident of District 27, and it's been a vacant lot throughout my whole lifetime. I ask that you guys vote no for this. I've actually got a letter here from Larry Schmitto, who owns the Strike and Spare, who is also in opposition. You may know him. He was founder of the Sounds. And also owner of several bowling alleys. He's in direct opposition of it as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do you want to turn the letter in?
Make a copy of it, if that's okay.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I want to make sure that I kind of explain how I got involved with this project today, and literally today. There seems to be a question on Council Lady Blaylock and the role that she's playing in this. And one thing that I did not want to see happen is when one of our attorneys reached out to me and asked me if I would co-sponsor it, I said, yes, I will. And the reason I would is because I think we've all probably gotten emails and we've had communication on this. And so what I didn't want to see happen was that everybody came down here tonight thinking there was going to be a public hearing, and then the council member deferred it. And then they'd have to leave, then they'd have to come back. And that, to me, I thought was pretty rude. So that being said, I can't speak intelligently about this. What I will ask is that if we pass this on second, and I want to explain, if we pass on second, it will come to the committee for various questions to be asked. And the council member, what I've asked of the council member is that if it comes to the committee and there's still a lot of contention about it, then she go back and hold meetings with the community, talk with the community, try to answer the questions. But I would like to have the opportunity for us to hear it. And so therefore, I want to explain to everyone, if we pass tonight on second, then all we're doing is just moving it to where the committee gets to see it. But I did feel like it was the proper thing to do to honor everyone's time that came out and spoke tonight. So procedurally, it would have been easy to defer this. You'd be right back here next month. And so I hope everybody will understand that's one reason that we went ahead and moved it on. So I'm just going to ask that we vote it through tonight, bring it to the committee, and then if it doesn't work, it's going to take 27 votes at that. I mean, if we don't think it makes sense, and I'm certain we'll hear from the community. And if we don't think it's a good idea at that point, we certainly can vote it down. The council member will have to come up with 27 votes. But I would ask that we do go ahead and approve it tonight on second, move it to the committee, and then let's follow the process in order to hear the whole project through. So with that, I will renew and ask that we approve to get it to committee and to third reading.
Okay, so I have a motion to approve, properly seconded. Councilmember Glover, there is a substitute in the amendment packet.
Yes, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, and I need to move that substitute.
Okay, so I have a motion to...
On the, yeah, just substitute.
I have a motion to approve the substitute, properly seconded. Obviously, you got this measure today. Do you want Mr. Jameson to...
If you would not mind, Mr. Jameson, because I certainly would be way out of my league.
The current ordinance would change the zoning from R6 and CL to MUL. The substitute would convert the zoning to an SP, and the primary substantive difference of the SP is that it would exclude certain uses, namely automobile sales, new and used, auto repair uses would be excluded, alternative financial services, check cashing, et cetera, would be excluded. Bars and nightclubs, liquor sales, and after-hours establishments would be excluded under the SP.
And so with that, I think it's starting to hone in on what would work and what wouldn't. So thank you, Mr. Jameson. So I, again, move the substitute, please.
Okay, so we have a motion. So where we are is, so motion to approve the substitute,
yes.
Properly seconded. We haven't even gotten to whether we're going to pass this thing through.
Right.
All right, so we're just on the substitute at this point. I've got people in the queue. Do they wish to talk about the motion on the substitute? Councilmember Dow, do you wish to speak on the substitute? Okay, Councilmember Dow?
Yes, I just have a question on the substitute. I know that you're looking to change the actual zoning classification to an SP. Would this have to go back to the planning department? That's the question I have, because it seems like to me that if you go and change and substitute this and we pass it, then it goes on to committee without going back to the planning commission for a recommendation. I would recommend or just make a suggestion that with the number of people that are here tonight that have issues with this particular piece of legislation, I know where this property is because it's close to our area. I would recommend just deferring this and bringing it back as an SP with the community meeting and gaining their support, gaining the Planning Commission's recommendation that's favorable, and then bringing it back, let them have a public hearing again. It just seems like to me, and I'm very uncomfortable, and I'll be honest with you, approving something, we have this many people opposed to it, and then changing the zoning type at a public hearing without the Planning Commission giving a recommendation on it. So I respectfully ask that you, as well as Council Lady Blaylock, would consider deferring this, changing it to an SP, getting a recommendation from the Planning Commission, and bringing it back for public hearing in committee. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Glover.
Yeah, may I ask Mr. Jameson, would it require going back to the Planning Commission?
So here's the oddity of the rule is Rule 21 strictly reads, if you convert a bill to an SP on second or third reading, it states that the Planning Commission's original recommendation, and in this case that's disapproval, only applies if the SP is as equally restrictive as the original zoning request. It meets that hurdle, but then it goes on to state, and the substitute zoning ordinance is re-referred to the Planning Commission. Now, this is a recommendation of disapproval, but technically it would go back to the Planning Commission.
Okay, so I'm going to just look to the actual sponsor of this. I don't think I have a problem with that. If you're okay, I think that's a good move. I think that shows the community that that we're trying to operate in good faith. So with that, I would still like to go ahead and move the substitute, if I could, please, and get that on the table and then re-refer it back to, and I will defer the bill as substituted. That way we know what we're playing with.
Okay, so if I've got this right, what we're talking about doing is you want to go ahead and get the substitute on.
Yes,
And
please.
then if we do that, then the idea would be to defer, not to pass it on second, defer on second, and then send it back to the Planning Commission?
Yes, sir.
Is that what I've got? Okay, so where we are procedurally is that I've got a motion to approve the substitute. It was properly seconded. There's nobody left in the queue on, just on the substitute. Anybody else wish to speak on the substitute? Okay, so we're just on the substitute at this point. All in favor of approving the substitute indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion to substitute is passed. You're now on your substitute, and then I would entertain a motion on your substitute.
So, Mr. Jamison, I want to do this because I am going to ask that it be re-referred back to planning, and I don't know their timeline of what we need to do. If I go ahead and move for an indefinite deferral, then the sponsor could come back with a couple of days' notice after we kind of look at the timeline versus deferring it one meeting or whatever else. And I'm asking legally, and I'm asking for your opinion, is that probably the best thing to do, defer indefinitely to where we make sure we hit the guidelines and the time with the Planning Commission?
That is certainly an option. It would work. We would not be able to guarantee Planning Commission's ability to get to it if you just deferred it to the March public hearing. So deferring it indefinitely, let planning staff take a look at the SP now that's been adopted, and then alert the sponsor when they'd be available, and we can reinstate this on the council's agenda when it's ready after planning.
Okay, so Vice Mayor, I want to make sure I do this correctly. I'm going to move to defer this bill indefinitely, re-refer it back to the Planning Commission in order for the council member to talk with the Planning Commission and with people in the community to, since they now have a greater control of the bill thanks to the substitute. So with that, I renew indefinite deferral, please.
All right, so what I've got is a motion on the substitute to defer the substitute indefinitely and then re-refer it back to the Planning Commission. Got
Yes,
it?
sir.
Okay, so properly seconded. Discussion on that, Councilmember Mendez.
Just want to make sure I need to abstain on that one.
Okay, all right. Any other discussion on this? All right, so what we've got procedurally is we've got a motion to defer in, the substitute to defer indefinitely and re-refer it back to the Planning Commission. That's what the motion is. It was properly seconded. Anybody else on the queue? Seeing none, I think we have to go on the board because we have no extension. So Madam Clerk, if you would open up the machines. Everybody's voted. Madam Clerk, close the machines, take the vote.
33 in favor, 2 abstentions.
All right. So the motion to defer indefinitely the substitute passes, and it's re-referred back to the Planning Commission. Now, we had a lot of people here, so what we did was the substitute was put on the bill, and then the bill did not pass second. It was deferred indefinitely and is going to be re-referred back with the substitute back to the Planning Commission. All right? All right. So we're now on the next bill, which is BL 2019-1471, also by Councilmember Glover. This was approved by the Planning Commission 6-0 on 12/13/2018. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from R10 to MUL zoning for property located at 414 Brewer Drive, approximately 310 feet west of Nolensville Pike. It's 0.82 acres. Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think we need to hear from the Planning Commission, don't we, on this one as well?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Planning Commission.
This is a request to rezone property located at 414 Brewer Drive from R10 to MUL. Planning Commission recommendation is to disapprove. The property is currently zoned R10, 1 and 2 family residential. The land use policy for the property is T3 Suburban Neighborhood Maintenance. Suburban neighborhood maintenance is intended to preserve and protect suburban residential neighborhoods. This is a residential-only policy, and it does not support non-residential zoning districts. The MUL zoning would allow a mixture of high-density residential and non-residential uses. This would allow development that would disrupt the existing character of the neighborhood and is in opposition to the policy. Therefore, Planning Commission recommended disapproval.
All right, Councilmember Glover.
So, Vice Mayor, I don't want to eat up a lot of time if we can avoid it. However, I also want to be respectful of the people who are here. So I'm going to ask for the public hearing to be opened, and then we will probably handle it the same way.
Okay. Declare the public hearing open. Those who are here in favor of, this is 2019-1471, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, thank you. Those who are here in opposition to it, please indicate by raising your hand. All right, so we're now on 1471. Those who would wish to speak in favor, if you would, please come forward. Again, you'll have 3 minutes if you will state your name and where you reside.
James Jordan. I live at 25 Castlewood Court. My wife and I are the property owners at 414 Brewer Drive. It has been a daycare center for about 40 years, and we purchased it in 2006 for that reason. Operated a daycare since that time. However, we have now moved on and are trying to sell the property, and since it's very restricted to just a daycare, it's residential, but it's been operated as a business, as a daycare for many years. And it makes things rather difficult to sell a property when everybody who wants to finance it goes to the bank and they say, well, it's residential and you're wanting a commercial loan. And so it makes it extremely difficult for anybody to finance the property. The property over 40 years has been changed. It doesn't look, from the outside, it looks like a house. But inside, there's basically all the closets have been taken out. There's not a stove or anything like that, so you couldn't really even sell it as a house. So what we're seeking is, it's been a commercial property technically, and that's what we would like for it to be, so we can sell it as a daycare, or if anybody else that wants to come along, maybe put office space or something like that. But really, daycare or office space, and it's been commercial. We'd like to see it change so it reflects that. That's it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am?
Hi, I'm Rosalie Jordan. I live at 25 Castlewood Court in Nashville, and that was my husband, and I just want to pretty much repeat what he said. We've run a commercial business out of that building that is totally, it's been converted to a daycare center. It has emergency lighting, fire alarm system, and it's set up as a business. We get taxed as a business. We pay 40% instead of 25% on our property taxes. And we just wanted to be able to open it up where it would be easier to sell it, even to someone that wants to purchase it as a center, or possibly someone else that wants to put a small business that would not affect the traffic. The area that we are in and how big the lot is, you could put, I believe, 99 children there, which when we are open, that's a lot of traffic. So if it were a small business, a small office, I don't think it would affect that. And we aren't wanting to do any major changes. No 3-story buildings or anything like that. Just, just trying to open it up where it'll be easier for someone to come in to actually purchase it because of the strange zoning. Because technically it's residential, but it has a special use. So if we could possibly get it changed where we could open that up and be able to move on. And if somebody does put a daycare or some small office that the community would approve of, that would be great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Seeing no one else in favor who wishes to speak, anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Okay, if you would come forward.
Ken Harding, 419 Brewer Drive. Have you noticed they put the weakest person first, being me? So we have no problems with Rosalie and her husband. We just don't want some kind of commercial development there. It's a daycare. It's residential with an exception for a daycare. And that's what we want to stay. So thank you for your time, and thank you for the planning staff and planning commissioners and all your work. We appreciate working with you on this. Thank you.
Council members, I appreciate having the opportunity to speak with you about this. This particular piece of property is even further back down in the neighborhood. And the building that's on there now has been a daycare center for quite some time, I have to say. But it's a house, and it's very obviously a house. Any kind of really office building is not going to look like a house, and it destroys the character of the neighborhood. And again, the folks that signed the petition that I brought, I'd be happy to let you look at the names on it. But we had over 60 names on it, and they're not in favor of this either. Again, I believe this was disapproved as well. So I ask you to disapprove it.
All right, thank you. Ma'am?
Renee Dawson. I live at 444 Brewer Drive, just 6 doors down from this property. I've been a resident and homeowner at 444 Brewer Drive for 19 years. This property that we're talking about was a daycare well before I ever moved in. As the previous neighbor mentioned, it looks like a 1950s ranch house, just like all of the rest of our wonderful little community does. And with the property values increasing and the number of remodels that get flipped in our area every single month, it could easily be returned to residential property. So I ask that you please support its zoning as residential property and vote along with the Planning Commission's recommendation to have it remain residential. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Christy Gia, 453 Brewer Drive. I ask that you please vote no on this rezoning. Changing the look of our neighborhood isn't what we want. This is creeping all the way down into the neighborhood. So the daycare was great because it looks like one of the normal houses there. So I just ask you to vote no. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Julie Abbott, 453 Brewer Drive. The same thing. This house, it looks like a house. It could easily be returned to residential. We believe that the Planning Commission voted no for a reason, and we ask that you respect that and vote no as well on this one. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is John Polizas. I live at 403 Larkway Court, and my property is directly behind this property. And like the rest of them have said, this is a house. It looks like a house. If you drove by, you would not know that it was not a house. And it's right next door to the bill that was just previously presented. So there is no telling what could be put there. It would be a very large commercial parcel. And I know they say that they didn't want a huge office building on that lot. They just want small office or a daycare. But once the zoning's changed, there's no telling what could go there. And this is our neighborhood, and we want it to stay our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Sean Harding, 489 West Crest Drive. My entire life, that's been a daycare that I can remember. That's 40-plus years. Please keep it residential. I ask you to vote no to this. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hello, my name is Dorothy Caruso. I live at 416 Brewer Drive. I've lived there for 21 years and have raised 2 children there. That has been a daycare as long as I have owned my home. I do not want any kind of business, offices, or anything that would disrupt the look and the character of this neighborhood. It looks like a house. That's what I enjoy having next to me. I do not want office buildings with their yard connecting to mine. Please vote no.
All right. Thank you. Seeing nobody else in line to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to see if I can be a little more efficient on time this time. We have a substitute, I believe, very similar, don't we, Mr. Jameson? Can I get you, just if you would, to please explain it?
Just as with 1470, this would convert the zoning to an SP. It would also exclude the following uses: auto sales, new and used, auto repair, alternative financial services, bars and nightclubs, liquor sales, and after-hours establishments.
Okay. With that, Vice Mayor, I'm going to move the substitute, please.
Okay, so I have a motion to move the substitute on 1471, properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, we're on the substitute. Motion to approve. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion to approve the substitute is adopted, so you're on.
Councilman Mendez, did you, okay, all right, very good. All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. So let me do if you don't mind, I really want to make this as quick as possible. Again, one thing that was important to me was that since you took your time to come down here and drive down here tonight, was to be able to let you go ahead and speak. So procedurally, what we've just done is substituted the bill. Now I'm going to do the exact same thing because apparently it's very similar in nature. And I'm going to put, with the bill is substituted, I'm going to move for an indefinite deferral, and I'm going to re-refer it back to the Planning Commission, please, sir.
All right, so I have a motion, the same one that we had on the prior bill. It's a motion to defer indefinitely the substitute, the bill as substituted, and then re-refer it back to the Planning Commission.
Yes, sir.
All right, so that's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, I think we're going to have to go on the board because we have abstentions on this one as well. Seeing nobody else, we're voting on the motion to defer the substitute indefinitely and re-refer the substitute back to the Planning Commission. Madam Clerk, if you will open the machines, and we're voting on 1471. This is a motion to defer indefinitely and re-refer back to the Planning Commission. We good, or do we need to clear the board and start over?
Yeah, we're working on that.
Okay. Hold on just a second. Okay, my board is clear. We are voting on the motion to defer indefinitely and a re-refer to the Planning Commission. Still have people who have not voted yet. All right. Madam Clerk, if you will close the machine and take the vote.
30 in favor, 2 abstentions.
All right, so the motion to defer indefinitely the substitute and re-refer the substitute back to the Planning Commission passes. Again, it's the same thing that happened on the previous bill. The substitute was put on was adopted. Now the substitute is the bill. It was deferred indefinitely, so it did not pass on second reading here. It has been deferred indefinitely, and it has been re-referred back to the Planning Commission. Okay, and that completes all the bills on our public hearing. We are now ready to go into resolutions on the consent agenda. Following items are on the consent agenda. I'm going to read the resolution numbers that are on the consent agenda. If you'll note if whether anything has to come off, if you'll let me know. So here's what I've got. Pay close attention to this. These are items that are on the consent agenda. It's Resolution RS 2019-1572, 1573, 1574, 1575, 1576, 1577, 1578, 1579, 1580, 1581, 1582, 1583, 1584, 1585, 1586, 1587, 1588, 1589, 1590, 1591, 1592, 1593, 1594, 1595, 1596, 1599, 1602, and 1603. Anybody notice anything that needs to be knocked off the consent agenda? Let's see, 1597 has been removed. It is not on the consent agenda. Okay. All right, since no one has seen anything else, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read through the those items on the consent agenda. Read the captions. So we're going to start with RS 2019-1572 by Syracuse, Vercher, and Bedney. Resolution approving an option agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and Charlie R. Smith and Marlene J. Smith, authorizing the purchase of certain properties owned by the Smiths. Resolution RS 2019-1573 by Vercher and Syracuse. Resolution accepting a grant from the Tennessee State Library and Archives to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Nashville Public Library to provide funds to purchase computers for use by library patrons and staff and to enhance the use of technology services available at the public library. Resolution RS 2019-1574 by Vercher, Bedney, and O'Connell. Resolution authorizing the Director of Public Property or as his designee to exercise an option agreement for the purchase of a flood-prone property located at 0 Rifle Range Road for Metro Water Services. RS 2019-1575 by Vercher, Bedney, and O'Connell. Resolution authorizing the Director of Public Property or his designee to exercise option agreements for the purchase of various flood-prone properties for Metro Water Services. RS 2019-1576, Vercher and Freeman. Resolution approving a contract between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and NEC Corporation of America to provide AFIS system software maintenance and support. RS 2019-1577. A resolution approving an application for a grant from the Tennessee Highland Rim Healthcare Coalition to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by through the Metropolitan Nashville Fire Department for a utility trailer to rapidly transport and deploy medical supplies and equipment. RS 2019-1578, Vercher, Freeman, and Gilmore. Resolution accepting a grant from the Tennessee Highland Rim Healthcare Coalition to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Fire Department for a utility trailer, again, to rapidly transport and deploy medical supplies and equipment. RS 2019-1579 by Councilmember Vercher. A resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the personal injury claim of Tyler J. Ivory against the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in the amount of $13,500. That said amount to be paid out of the self-insured liability fund. RS 2019-1580 by Councilmember Vercher. Resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the personal injury claims of Andrea Crenshaw against the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in the amount of $30,000. Said amount to be paid out of the self-insured liability fund. RS 2019-1581 by Councilmember Vercher. Resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the personal injury claims of Patricia Rose against the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in the amount of $12,500. That said amount to be paid out of the self-insured liability fund. RS 2019-1582 by Vercher and Bedney. Resolution approving Amendment 12 to a grant from the State of Tennessee, Tennessee Emergency Management Agency to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Department of Finance to provide public assistance pursuant to Presidential Disaster Declaration number FEMA 1909 DR Tennessee to complete repairs and or replacement to facilities damaged during April and May 2010. Resolution RS 2019-1583 by Vercher and Gilmore. resolution accepting a grant from Boulevard Bolt, Inc. to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County for the use and benefit of the Metropolitan Nashville Social Services Commission to benefit the House Nashville Program to Aid Homelessness. RS 2019-1584 by Vircher and Gilmore, resolution accepting a grant from the Association of Food and Drug Officials to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health to fund travel expenses for health department staff to attend food environmentalist training. RS 2019-1585 by Vircher and Gilmore, resolution accepting a grant from the Association of Food and Drug Officials to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health, to provide funding for staff members to attend the FDA Southeast Regional Seminar to enhance conformance with voluntary national retail food regulatory program standards. RS 2019-1586 by Vircher and Gilmore, resolution approving Amendment C to a grant from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health to fund an ongoing program to protect air quality to achieve established ambient air standards and protect human health. RS 2019-1587 by Vircher and Gilmore, resolution approving Amendment 5 to a contract with Vanderbilt University Medical Center and the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health to participate as a member site in the Centers for Disease Control, Tuberculosis Epidemiologic Studies Consortium Studies. RS 2019-1588 by Vircher and Gilmore, resolution approving Amendment 1 to a grant from the State of Tennessee Department of Health to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health to provide oral disease prevention services for school children in grades K through 8 in qualifying public schools. Resolution RS 2019-1589 by Councilmember Gilmore, resolution approving a Health Connect confidentiality and user agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health and Vanderbilt University Medical Center to allow access to VUMC's electronic medical record systems to collect reporting data. Resolution RS 2019-1590 by Gilmore and Hurt, resolution approving a contract for the Baby Me Tobacco Free program between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health and the Tennessee Department of Health to provide counseling and non-cash voucher incentives to pregnant and postpartum women and eligible household members. RS 2019-1591 by Vircher and O'Connell, resolution accepting a curbside recycling grant for the State of Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Nashville Public Works Department to fund the purchase of curbside recycling equipment. RS 2019-1592 by Vircher, Gilmore, and O'Connell, resolution accepting a grant for a recycling rebate from the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Nashville Public Works Department to fund recycling education and the purchase of curbside recycling carts. RS 2019-1593 by Vircher, Freeman, and others, resolution approving an agreement between the United States Department of the Army and the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Department of Water and Sewerage Services for the 7 Mile Creek Flood Risk Management Project in Davidson County, Tennessee. RS 2019-1594 by Vircher and O'Connell, resolution accepting a grant from the State of Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation and the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Nashville Water and Sewerage Services Department to replace 130 broken and missing tree grates with flexible porous paving. RS 2019-1595 by Bedney and O'Connell, resolution amending ordinance number BL 2018-1341 to authorize the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to abandon existing public utility easement rights for properties located at Demumbrium Street, unnumbered, and 1219 McGavick Street, formerly Alley 235. Resolution RS 2019-1596 by Bedney and O'Connell, resolution authorizing Hydro Alive Nashville LLC to construct and install aerial encroachments at 212 Broadway. 2019-1599 by Councilmember Blaylock, resolution recognizing David Ewing for his service on the Metropolitan Nashville Board of Zoning Appeals. Resolution RS 2019-1602 by Allen and Gilmore, resolution recognizing February 2019 as American Heart Month in Nashville and Davidson County, and resolution RS 2019-1603 by Wiener and Elrod, resolution recognizing the grand opening of the Nashville Zoo's new HCA Healthcare Veterinary Center on February 23rd, 2019. Any other items need to come off of the consent calendar? If not, then I'm going to start going to committee chairs. All right. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Vircher.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. On RS 2019-1572, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, and 86. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 12-4, 0 against. On RS 2019-1587, Budget and Finance recommended approval, 11-4, 0 against. On RS 2019-1588, Budget and Finance recommended approval, 12-4, 0 against. On RS 2019-1591, Budget and Finance recommended approval, 10-4, 0 against. On RS 2019-1592, 93, and 94, Budget and Finance recommended approval, 11-4, 0 against.
All right, thank you, council member. Council member Gilmore, Health and Hospitals.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Health, Hospitals, and Social Services recommended the following resolutions for approval. Resolution 2019-1583, 1584, 1585, 1586, 1587, 1588, 1589, and 1590. 7, 4 are in favor, and 0 against, and 0 non-voting.
All right, thank you, council member. Council member Syracuse, Parks and Library.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Parks, Library, and Arts considered resolutions 2019-1572 and 73, both passed 7-4, 0 against.
All right. Council member Bedney, Planning and Zoning.
I humbly request that I delegate this reporting to the Vice Chair, Ms. Murphy.
All right, as long as nobody has any opposition, Council member Murphy.
Since I ruled the committee with an iron fist, Councilman Bedney gave me this honor. So we are at Resolution 2019-1572, 12 in favor, 0 against. Resolution 2019-1574, 12 in favor, 0 against. Resolution 2019-1575, 12 in favor, 0 against. Resolution 2019-1595, 12 in favor, 0 against. Resolution 2019-1596, 12 in favor, 0 against. And I believe that's all that we had on the consent.
That is correct. Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Freeman, Public Safety.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Safety looked at RS 2019-1576, 77, and 78 and voted to approve, 4 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember O'Connell, Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. President. We considered RS 2019-1574. We were 7 in favor, 0 against. RS 2019-1575, 7 in favor, 0 against. RS 2019-1591, 7 in favor, 0 against. RS 2019-1592, 7 in favor, 0 against. RS 2019-1593, 7 in favor, 0 against. RS 2019-1594, 7 in favor, 0 against. RS 2019-1595, 7 in favor, 0 against. RS 2019-1596, 7 in favor, 0 against, and I believe that completed our items on the consent agenda. Thank you.
That completes it. Councilmember Lee, Rules and Confirmations.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. And I am going to apologize because I was looking and not paying attention. Okay, so resolution, indefinitely. Resolution RS 2019-1598 was deferred indefinitely by the committee. Resolution RS 2019-1599 was approved 7-0. Resolution RS 2019-1600 was approved 7-0. Resolution RS 2019-1601 was approved 7-0, the amendment, and then 7-0 as amended. Resolution RS 2019-1602 was approved 7-0. Resolution 2019-1603 was approved 7-0. And
All right.
with all committee reports in, I would like to move the remaining on the consent agenda items.
All right, so I have a motion to approve everything on the consent agenda. It's been properly seconded. Councilmember Lee, RS 2019-1600 and 1601 were bumped from the consent agenda. You gave us the reports, and that's fine. We'll come back to those. They're just not on the consent
Thank you,
agenda
sir.
at this point, okay? So I have a motion to approve all items on the consent agenda, properly seconded. Any discussion? 1598. It is not on the consent agenda, so we're going to be coming back to that, okay? Any other questions about the consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor of voting on the consent agenda indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The consent agenda is adopted. Okay, so now we're going to go back and pick up those things that were not on the consent agenda. We're going to start with Resolution RS 2018-1508 by Council Members Haywood, O'Connell, and others. This was already approved by the Public Works Committee. Resolution encouraging Nashville Electric Service to transition its Roundup donation program from a customer select to a customer remove policy in order to provide additional funding for NES's Home Energy Uplift program, and further recognizing NES and the Tennessee Valley Authority to match funds resulting from the program. Councilmember Haywood.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. First of all, I'd like to just be brief in saying that essentially this is a non-binding resolution to support NES in marketing a citywide campaign and educating our community regarding the opt-out program, which will be beneficial to many of our residents here in Davidson County. I'd like to articulate that I've talked to council lady in Memphis that spearheaded this resolution there on the council in Memphis. And it's been a year now. It was a year last month. And it's been very, very successful. But I don't want to belabor the point. Right now, I do want you to know as a council that all we're doing is encouraging NES to launch a campaign, to educate our community as it relates. I know a lot of people are thinking, well, automatically this program is going to be adopted. That's not what we're doing. This is a non-binding resolution to encourage NES to launch a campaign. And in Memphis, the campaign went on for like 6 months before anybody even had the opportunity to opt out, opt in, or what have you. So right now, I would just like for the council members to know that this program is far-reaching. A lot of people will benefit from it. And I would like to encourage my colleagues to support me in this non-binding resolution.
All right, Councilmember Haywood, we're going to need a motion, but I think you have a substitute.
Oh, yes, I do have a substitute.
All right,
And that is by Councilman Bednay.
Well, we have an amendment.
No, that is the amendment. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
No, I'm going to go with the original resolution.
All right, so we have the original resolution, but we
Right.
also have a substitute. Do you want to know? Let me refer to Mr. Jameson.
Please do that.
Okay.
The original resolution, there was an implication that NES already had a Roundup program, and there was a request to transition it. The substitute makes clear that there is not an existing transition or existing Roundup donation program in place. It would convert it to a request that they do so. It would also eliminate or remove a proposed matching funds requirement that was problematic in the original. And lastly, add greenhouse gas reduction is another reason for the implementation of the program.
So I think the question is, do you want to move the substitute? Or
Yes, I do.
All right.
I'll move the substitute,
Okay.
most definitely.
So I have a motion to approve the substitute resolution.
Yes.
Properly seconded. Now, I got a number of people on the queue.
Okay.
So I'm looking for hands of people who want to talk about the substitute.
The substitute.
All right. So Councilmember O'Connell, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it's, the first thing I need to do here is credit Council Lady Haywood for her leadership on this. This has taken both courage and heart to do what I think is something we get the opportunity to do so seldomly, which is to create, or not even to create, to recommend a dedicated new revenue stream that will help vulnerable Nashvillians offer meaningful workforce development and only cost ratepayers an average of $6 a year on a voluntary basis. So little of what we do has as much benefit that is something that you can also, it's predictable, auditable, and you can also opt out. And I think the final thing I'll note here is that Council's decision on this resolution will not change anything about any Nashvillian's electric bill. Even if we make the recommendation, NES would still have to take their own action to respond in any way whatsoever to our recommendation. And with that, I'm standing in full support of Council Lady Haywood on this resolution. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Council Member. Councilman Murphy on the substitute? I'll come back to you, but just on the substitute at this point. All right. Councilmember Vercher on the substitute?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm a little perplexed regarding this, and the gesture is very noble. I think many of us in here want to make sure that we're facilitating conversations and implementing policy for some of our most vulnerable in the city. Before I vote on it, I just need clarity on what we're voting on. This has gone from a resolution from transitioning to a program that doesn't exist to we got the substitute that's saying we're implementing a program. The sponsor just articulated that we are encouraging NES to launch a community outreach program. So I just need to know, what is it we're actually voting on?
Okay. So, Councilmember, what I may do is refer back to, right now, the motion before us is to approve the substitute. Mr. Jameson went over that, but would you mind going back over it again?
Sure. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. Is the substitute an implementation, or are we going off of what the sponsor just articulated? Or is there miscommunication between what we're reading as it relates to the substitute as opposed to what the sponsor is suggesting we're trying to vote on tonight?
All right, so let me refer back to Mr. Jameson.
It simply encourages the NES board to implement. It would not be an implementation by this body. It's in the hands of the NES board. This is a non-binding resolution, more of a recommendation, if anything, to the NES board to implement.
More questions?
That's not what the substitute says, but okay.
All right, so I'm going to go to Councilmember Bedney on the substitute.
I just wanted to file a late amendment, so I'll wait till after the vote.
Okay. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I share some of Council Lady Vercher's confusion on this. I understand that what we're doing tonight is giving the NES board political cover to implement the Roundup program, but it sounds like the rationale behind the resolution is being changed after the fact. Initially, we were told that we should implement an opt-out program because the opt-in program wasn't successful enough. And now the substitute says that there was no opt-in program at all, and we're just skipping right to the opt-out. So I guess I'm confused about how we got here, but I understand where we are. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Weiner. You want to wait? Okay. Councilmember Elrod.
I just need to be marked as abstaining on approving the substitute.
and everything else on this resolution.
Okay. Madam Clerk, just remember that. All right. So I have no one else in the queue that wishes to speak on the substitute. Right? Anybody else? Okay. Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Just want to speak to the volume of letters in support of this non-binding resolution to create a community outreach campaign that we have received from members of the affordable housing community here in Nashville, from members of the faith community, from health organizations, from NES executives themselves. I think a lot of people who are focused on what this council body and this, that we've all been focused on for the last 3.5 years, which is how do we come up with some practical solutions for affordable housing in an environment when we can't necessarily buy the land. Even with the Barnes Fund, I know there's a lot of concern about using other people's dollars. If we use money from the general fund or the Barnes Fund, technically, we are using taxpayers' dollars to create housing for other people. And I think that's a great program. In this particular program, unlike your tax dollars, you have an opportunity to opt out of it. And we're talking about people are weighing in on a program that hasn't really actually been created yet. Yes, technically there is something today where you can contribute something a little bit, but this is much more robust. And what we've seen, as Councilmember Haywood has articulated, is that some of our other cities in Tennessee have already implemented it, and the participation rate is so much greater with a customer remove program. And that participation rate allows those cities to provide, to allow a much larger number of homeowners to stay in their homes, to reduce the utility bills. By the way, many of you can probably look through your documents that you get from a Metro Action Commission and look at how many constituents that you have that are utilizing those dollars. Let's look at more proactive ways that we can maybe use to help them stay in their homes and not be as reliant upon MAC, for instance. This is unlike taxpayer dollars, unlike us buying land, unlike us actually building houses, unlike us giving cash grants to builders to build affordable and workforce housing using taxpayer dollars, your taxpayers who are concerned about this will have an opportunity to opt out. They could opt out of this program and still benefit from it. So, I mean, I think that this is something that all we're saying is other cities in our state have found a lot of benefit from programs structured like this, and let's keep talking about it. We need to keep looking for solutions in this city. And so I encourage my colleagues to substitute. I realize that there is an amendment proposal that addresses some of the concerns about what we want that language to look like. But I just encourage my colleagues who have been focused on this issue for a couple of years along with me, and we've been frustrated by our inability to pursue some other means, that this is something that we're encouraging NES and their board to keep talking about, to keep looking at. It's been successful in other cities. We can tweak the language. We can adjust what that program looks like. We as council members have the ability to educate our constituents about how to weigh in on it and how to opt in or opt out. I mean, that's part of our role, is to be leaders and communicators. And so I just encourage my colleagues to support this substitute, perhaps with an amendment, and let's keep this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Move on. Council Member Mina Johnson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to quickly speak on the substitute because there have been some confusion about this resolution. First of all, it's non-binding. And second of all, the original, before the substitute, it was mistakenly says currently there is opt-in program, and which it isn't. What NES is currently offering is home energy uplift program. So if anybody who wanna participate that program, they can do by obtaining $1, $2, $5, whatever the amount you want. So there's no round up option available currently. So this substitute will clean up those misinformation and encourage NES to explore those options to round in by participating such a great program such as energy uplifting program. I just want to clarify that point, and I am in support of substitute.
Thank you, council member. Councilman Rosenberg, you want to be heard again? On the bill, okay. All right, I have nobody else in the queue to talk about the substitute. On the substitute, all right, Councilmember Vercher.
Since we're going to be encouraging a launch of a campaign, are we also going to be encouraging a timeline for community outreach? I mean, I understand council members are saying that this is a non-binding resolution. It is, but everything that we do in this chamber matters. I mean, if it was insignificant, if it didn't have an impact, if it didn't make a statement, we wouldn't be voting on it and debating on it on the floor. So although it's non-binding, it does have an impact to the community.
Do you want to, is that a question?
It's a question.
Okay.
Again, this resolution has been all over the place. And as I stated earlier, I just want to be clear on what I'm voting on.
All right, Councilmember Haywood, do you want to answer that? Okay.
Yes. I would like for Council Lady Vercher to be clear, along with everybody else. There is an energy uplift program where you can donate $1 or whatever. There are cities with a opt-in program, and it garners maybe 10 to 15% of people opting in. The opt-out programs that are around the city, they're like 60 to 65% of people, and it garners monies that are not garnered by the opt-in. So what we're doing tonight, what we're looking at is a non-binding resolution that would encourage NES to launch a campaign to educate the community as it relates to the benefit of an opt-out program, unequivocally. Now, she wants to know about the timeline. Those actually, I guess we could say nuances have not been worked out. That's something that will be worked out in the future. All we're trying to do now is to give our blessings to a program that a lot of people will benefit from, and it's the opt-out program where more monies will be garnered from that program. And also TVA and NES will match the funds that the city will actually donate to this cause. And then Memphis is called Share the Pennies. And I just encourage you to take a closer look.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Bettany has an amendment that's coming that's going to correct some of the issues in this substitute. So I'll wait for him to offer his amendment.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hastings on the substitute? No. Okay. All right. So I think I've got everybody who has wanted to talk about the substitute. Let's tell everybody where we are. We have a motion to approve a substitute resolution. It's been properly seconded. It was just trying to get the substitute resolution in front of us. All right. Seeing nobody else in the queue, we're voting on the substitute resolution. I think I heard an abstention was going to come. So, Madam Clerk, I think we're going to have to go on the board. So this is not to approve the whole thing. This is just to get the substitute in front of us, all right? So it's a motion to approve the substitute. Madam Clerk, if you will open up the machine. And you're voting on a motion to approve the substitute. We good? Okay. Madam Clerk, if you close the machine, take the vote.
29 in favor, 6 abstentions.
Okay. So the motion to approve the substitute is passed. So we are now on the substitute. I am now going to go to Councilmember Bedney, who has an amendment. There we go.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Is this working? Yeah.
It's on.
Okay, so don't laugh at me. So this has been an interesting conversation. Lots of people provided feedback, and I tried to use that feedback to provide this amendment. I'm asking for a suspension of the rules so I can introduce it.
Okay, so I have, you are asking for a motion to approve an amendment to the substitute resolution. It was late filed. So in order to get it in front of this group, because it was late filed, you would have to suspend the rules. So Councilman Bedney is asking for a suspension of the rules. Are there any objections to suspension of the rules so he can consider his amendment? Seeing none, Councilmember Bedney, you are on your amendment.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the body for letting me bring this up. There were different issues that people were bringing up. One of the issues was what happens after this program is implemented if people want to remove themselves. So that's on the section 2, I added that language indicating that at any time, if anybody wants to withdraw from the program, they should be able to do it. Obviously, these are recommendations. This is a request to NES. But I thought that we as a body wanted to frame the conversation clearly. So that's one item that I'm adding in here. On the next item, one thing that people kept bringing up is how are you going to do outreach? Are you going to do aggressive enough outreach for everybody, every customer that is at NES for them to know and have a chance at opting out? And so they actually agree to do that. Okay. If they actually get a chance to do it. And so that's the next part of the conversation. And at the end, addressing what Council Lady Bircher was saying, Councilmember Bircher, is what is the timeline? And I thought that the timeline should be that, and I'm going to read it, implementation should not proceed until such notification efforts have been concluded. So that means that however long it takes, we need to make sure every customer is aware of this before they implement the program. So I'm asking for your support in approving this amendment to the resolution, and so I'm moving to approve.
All right. So I've got a motion to approve the amendment. It's been properly seconded. Before I do that, Councilmember Lee, just checking, because it was late filed, it came before the Rules Committee?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Rules Committee agreed.
All right.
For the late file.
All right. Thank you, Council Member. All right. So what I've got is now we've got a substitute resolution in front of us. I now have a motion to amend that substitute resolution. It has been properly seconded. I've got a number of people in the queue. I'm going to go back through and see if you want to talk about the amendment. So Councilmember Murphy. All right. Councilmember Weiner. Bill. Councilmember Rosenberg. Councilmember Hastings. Bill, or on the amendment? Okay. Councilmember Hurt on the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I personally appreciate Councilman Bedney's amendment with this specific variety of mediums to communicate and have outreach. I think that we have to ensure that our constituents are assured that this is legal, that it's upstanding, and it is not stealing. Because I think many of them have been misinformed or misunderstood what this resolution is about. I think the transparency is absolutely necessary. Initially, I was against this myself because I thought that it was not something that was being upstanding, but after I did more research, I found it to be different. I got more information, and you speak of the share the pennies. I'm originally from Memphis and found out that my 88-year-old aunt is a recipient of this program, and she's also told my home house family where this same program can be used there. And for that reason, I think that in Memphis, they have it managed by a nonprofit. So I think that this is something, it can be done by the community, for the community, and have one of our local nonprofit organizations or consortium to be able to manage this same type of program to make sure that it is upstanding. So I do stand in support of the amendment.
All right. Thank you, Council Member. I have got Councilmember Vercher on the amendment. Okay. Councilmember Hager on the amendment. Councilmember Glover on the amendment. Hold on. Okay.
Call the question.
Okay. So the previous question has been called on the amendment. Second. Got a second on it. Previous question. Previous question on the amendment. All who are ready to vote on the, who are voting for the previous question, who want to go ahead and vote on the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. We are now, did somebody say no? Good. All right, so we are now voting on the amendment. So again, let me make sure we're all clear. We have a substitute resolution. We have Councilmember Bedney's amendment to that substitute resolution. We are voting on the amendment. We're just going to try this by voice vote. All in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. All right, so now we have a substitute resolution as amended. All right, so now we're going to go back to the list. Councilmember Murphy on the substitute resolution as amended.
First, I'd like to do, I guess, a point of order, because now that we have the amendment on the substitute, that I do think that the amendment makes the bill more palatable, but the amendment, at least the one that I'm looking at in my packet, still refers to it as a transition into the Roundup program. And I think there was a little bit of debate earlier about that this is not a transition into the program, this is an encouragement to start the program. Jameson, can you clarify?
Hold on. There you go.
When we get an amendment request at the same time as we get a substitute request, we can't assume that the substitute will be adopted. So we amend the original just as we substitute the original. What we'll do after this is do our best to combine the two and make sure we've captured the intent of the council to make clear this is not a transition request, but an implementation request.
So I have a few comments, but I think maybe what might be better is that it comes to us in a clean form. A bill that is before us that is not having strike-throughs and rewritten, something that is clean, clear, and before us. Because I like the Roundup program, and if we had it into effect, I've spoken with my roommates, and we would be opting in and participating in this. But there's been a lot of misinformation in the emails that we've received. A lot of people think that we, the council, are putting this into place. And that's not true. As we've all discussed, this is a non-binding resolution. And so another thing, too, is I've recently switched bank accounts, and it has taken several months for me to get NES, and NES has been fabulous in helping me. But I know that when I email, and I've got a Nashville.gov behind my email, that does kind of give me a little bit of help. But it took several billing cycles to switch over my auto pay. When it took my car loan, trust me, like 30 seconds to switch over my auto pay. Additionally, it has taken me a long time to even be able to log into my NES account. We have been able to get that settled. But it's something where I'm concerned about the single working mother who doesn't have the time to sit on the phone to figure these things out, figure out how to log into her account. Or how when every time I visit my grandfather, he's showing me, why do I have 2 Netflix accounts? Well, Dandy, you accidentally signed up twice or this, that, and the other, and I've got to go through and help him do that. And those are the exact people who are going to be benefiting from these programs, but might not want to be opted into this and don't have the opportunity, time, and talent to opt out of it. And so I think that we've been put in a bad position here as the Metro Council to be the ones either saying grace over it or not saying grace. This is something that the board can do without us, and I think that's something that they should consider doing. There's also some state legislation that has been filed, not targeted at us for once. I mean, I haven't spoken to the sponsors, but since we don't have this program, I'm assuming it's not. That would change kind of the rules of how this type of legislation or this type of program is implemented. And so another concern is let's pass something and then yet again, we're going to turn around and get preempted on it. And so I am at the will of the sponsor and of the committee tonight. I like this program. I would love to be able to support this program, but my personal experience with this and changing accounts at NES has been difficult. I think that it would be a good idea to maybe take this back, clean it up, bring it to us in a clean form that we can all understand, that we can educate our constituents on, and then move forward.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Weiner.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate it. Before I launch into the few things that I have to share, I want to give kudos to Council Lady Haywood because with the greatest of intention, with her heart in the right place, this is a really important opportunity for people that need the help. And so I just want to thank you for putting this out there. I have 2 schools of thought. My first school of thought is I would love to opt in, and I would opt in if I had that option available to me. The part of it that gives me heartburn is the opt-out. The other piece of this is that NES is a separate entity from us, and as such, if they're inclined to support doing this, which is indicated in the letter they sent us, I'm not sure why we're here. I'm not sure why we're even promoting a resolution because they know that's what many in this body would like to see. Having said that, I do want to speak about the opt-out. We teach our kids not to take without asking. That's what we teach our children. And the message that I'm getting from my constituents that are extraordinarily bent out of shape about this is that they feel like we are recommending that someone take without asking. And regardless of whether this is non-binding or not, y'all, it's the message that we as a body send, and it's the message that we're sending to our constituents, and that's concerning to me. So I cannot support this, and I'm really sorry that I can't, but if NES chooses to do this or something similar, I would highly recommend that they look at a marketing opportunity that's robust, that's engaging everybody, and then I'd be happy to be one of the first to sign up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. This resolution directs money to a really good cause, a great program, but I don't think that's particularly relevant here because it's sneaky and it is involuntarily taking donations from residents of all income levels. As an analogy, when I go to Publix and I check out and they ask if I want to round up or whatever for Second Harvest, I'm happy to do it. But if the cashier were to just do that every time I went to the grocery store and told me that I needed to go call an 800 number and enter my account number and go through all the menus to get my, 30 cents back, I'd be a little bit ticked off about it. This should be an opt-in program. And the fact that we're not even considering that, not even trying that, is a tacit admission that we're expecting people to be stuck in the program that wouldn't be there if they felt like they had the choice without having a burden on them. We're expecting folks to go through this And you know, if you market a program well, then maybe you get better than the 15% turnout. But if you can't market the opt-in, then can you market the opt-out well enough to make sure that people can all have that opportunity? So tomorrow's headlines that say the council approved higher NES bills are going to be fairly accurate. And the fact that NES is looking for political cover from us is a pretty strong indication that they don't feel like there's the public support to do this on their own. This is just the wrong way to go about it, especially at a time when public trust in Metro government is not at its peak. And I hope that we'll consider bringing back an opt-in resolution. I'd be glad to sponsor that, champion that, and work to create a marketing program to support that. Failing that, I'll respectfully be voting no on it. And I really hope that we can do something that's more respectful of our constituents. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hastings?
Yes, Mr. President, would like to call for the question.
So I've had a call for the question. Previous question's been called for. Do I have a second? Okay, so we're voting on the previous question. We're not voting on the resolution at this point. All in favor of the previous question, vote indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Okay, so takes 2/3. So we're going to go on the board on the previous question. So what you're doing is voting on whether you want to vote now. Okay. Madam Clerk, tell me when you're ready. Ready? Open up the machines. You're voting on the previous question. Two-thirds of those voting. Eight. All right, have you opened up the machine? We still haven't voted yet. We still haven't opened it up yet. I would tell you that the board looks like a Christmas tree. It's very pretty. Okay. Whoop. Okay, the board's open. Madam Clerk, you ready? Okay, Madam Clerk, close the machine, take the vote. Let's try it again. Oop. Because the board is lit up like a Christmas tree, it's not letting you talk. There you go, now you can do it.
18 in favor, 15 against, 2 abstentions.
Okay, so the previous question fails. All right, so we're back in the queue. You needed 2/3 of those members voting to pass it. All right, so now we're back in the queue. Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I'll be brief. I don't want to belabor it. A lot of my colleagues have already expressed some of the many concerns that I have with this. Also, would love to be able to support Councilwoman Haywood on this. It is a great gesture, but if NES wants to implement a program like this, they don't need our encouragement or our recommendation. That's firstly. And lastly, with it being, as it's stated, as an opt-out program, I wouldn't be able to support that. I would get behind, as some of the other colleagues have expressed, if it was an opt-in program, I'd be one of your biggest cheerleaders also. But we just can't send a message to an independent body by which we don't have any authority, where we can express any type of accountability. All this would be is an encouragement, as the sponsor expressed earlier, but NES, their board, doesn't necessarily have to adhere to anything in this resolution. they could totally go a different direction. So with that, Vice Mayor, and to the sponsor, I know she worked hard on this along with the administration. I believe from reading it, this was a recommendation from the mayor's office as it relates to the Livable Nashville Committee recommended this program. So I want to thank Councilwoman Haywood for sponsoring this on behalf of the administration. But would like to say, as it stands, opting out, it does a disservice to the city and it does a disservice to this body, especially considering the last year. So if we can get it to opting in, I think it would relieve some of the heartburn of some of your colleagues. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Council Member. Councilmember Hager.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Haywood, I know she's worked real hard on this, but the sentiment that I'm getting from my district is that it's the perception that we're taking money from them without asking for permission. So I know Councilman Haywood had said that the electric company would start a campaign. I don't understand why they hadn't already started a campaign. They should have done that a long time ago. And as you know, a lot of times when you get your electric bill, they'll have advertisements in there and that type of stuff. So if they want to do an opt-in program and start a campaign to do that, that's what I suggest they do. But with the feedback that I've got from my constituents, they're saying it's a great program, we want to help, but at the same time, you know, ask us first. Just don't do a program like this and take it from us. What they call it, the Robin Hood bill. That's what I've heard some of them calling it now, the Robin Hood bill or something. But in my district, people are saying, we don't mind helping people, we will help people, but ask us, just don't take it from us. I can't support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. We've gotten an awful lot of emails about that, and I think we have to acknowledge that there, at least from what my count last time I could keep up with it, there were certainly as many that were enthusiastically in favor of this, even as an opt-out, as there were who were very concerned about it as an opt-out. And almost to the email, almost all of them were supportive of the roundup in general and of helping people with their energy bills. So certainly that part is something that I think the community as a whole supports. So I think that it's important to acknowledge that we haven't just heard people in opposition. We've heard an awful lot of people who are in support. I think some of them are sitting behind me because they think this is important. And the other thing that I keep hearing tonight is, don't sneak this past it, ask me first. And I think that's why Councilmember Bednay's amendment is so important, because he said we're in our recommendation saying we need a marketing campaign, and until you've done as good enough a job on that marketing campaign that everybody knows they have been asked, then we start the program. I've also asked NES, I said, you know, if I'm going to pass through every single one of these emails that I've gotten that says I don't want to opt in. I can send those to NES, and NES says that's a constituent email. They will see that. They will respond to it. They will follow up. So I've already got a jump on, you know, a handful of people that have said I don't want to do this. There's a way to get the process started so that the communication has begun. So I think it's really important for us to acknowledge that we've heard an awful lot of people say they think this is a good idea. We've heard people say they want to be asked first. We've specifically asked for every kind of mechanism we can think of, and that includes just checking a box on your piece of paper for those of us that are computer challenged. So certainly there are many ways that we can communicate with people and allow them to communicate with us. And I have faith both in what we're asking and in what NES can do, that they can do an effective marketing campaign so that people do feel like they've been asked. And I would ask people to support this.
All right. Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Anthony Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and just want to continue to shed a little positivity on this. I'll be brief as well. I know we're all ready to go home and eat dinner or breakfast, if it goes that long. As city leaders, yes, we often do send a message. I think that's, again, what all we're doing here is sending a message. The program is a great success in Knoxville and Memphis. I know it's a newer program, but it's been successful. We've got a model to work from. It's not like we're just making this up. And again, we received some great letters of support today that Councilmember Allen alluded to, whether it's letters from AARP, Green Building folks, other groups, a lot of your neighbors, sending emails, just a lot of positive communication. Again, with the program itself, it's whole home deep energy improvements up to $8,000 a home. I mean, these weatherization efforts cannot be understated. We talk about affordable housing all the time in this body. That's almost, we obsess over affordable housing. The best way is to keep people in their homes, whether it's MDHA programs like this weatherization program, Rebuilding Together. It's a great way to keep people in their homes with programs like weatherization. The jobs that are going to be created, we haven't heard about that tonight, but the work that's going to be generated, there's a lot of DBE contractors that'll get jobs. I consider these green jobs, as you've seen and heard. So really good jobs that'll be generated from this as well. I think it's a little cynical to think people won't opt out or just figure out how to opt out. I mean, if NES does the marketing campaign that we've asked them to do, there's just no question that folks will be able to opt out. So again, I hope that we can strongly recommend to the Power Board to implement this program, to do the appropriate outreach that they need to do. But as city leaders, we send them a message that says this is a great program, and let's implement this and provide some much needed weatherization for a lot of neighbors. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Council Member. Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. What I was originally going to do was call the question, but I don't think we'll get to 2/3, so I'm going to make this extremely brief. As the sponsor knows, I can't support this because in my district, I've gotten enough that have said no to it. Number one, with your indulgence, Vice Mayor, I'm going to turn around and just say, NES, would you please have your group take a look at this? And I think we've communicated now. So anyway, thank you.
All right, thank you, Council Member. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm probably not going to be brief. So, well, I think there are a lot of points that have not been brought up, and I think that might be a failing of us, quite frankly, as a body, but I think that maybe a few of them deserve to be brought up. So the program that's being discussed is the NES Home Energy Uplift Program. This program is not dissimilar to programs that have been occurring in several districts across the city over the last decade, including in District 17. They all had very catchy names through Hands on Nashville. And those programs were cited in a report that was released just in May from TDEC, from the state. The state released a report called Single and Multifamily Low-Income Energy Efficiency, which seems awfully appropriate to be talking about with this resolution. In it, it marks that very low-income Tennesseans who make 50% and below of the poverty line, not median income, 50% and below of the poverty line, that means they're making $13,000 or less for a family of 4, pay 27% of their income to energy bills. They pay nearly $300 a month to their energy bills. And we know from federal, state, and local programs that weatherization works in reducing those energy costs. There have been questions about why don't we do opt-in versus opt-out. The studies have already been done. They've been done here in the state in that same report, where it says that opt-in participation rates are 1.5 to 5%. Meanwhile, opt-out participation rates are 50 to 85%. And as though this thing was written by time travelers, it even says this exact sentence. However, there are generally more negative responses to opt-out programs from customers who fail to understand the implications of the program. And that is what we are dealing with tonight. We see that Memphis and Knoxville have implemented these programs. Memphis has been mentioned. Memphis collected $600,000 in the first 6 months of the program. They're now going to be able to do weatherization for 400 homeowners over the next 18 months. Right now, we've got 125 homes that we're working on. And I know that people don't have faith in government sometimes with their money, but Nashville actually did its homework. We've got $1 million from TVA, and beyond that, we have $300,000 through the Southeast Sustainable Communities Fund. That establishes a training program through the Nashville Career Advancement Center to do this exact work with this exact program. So if we fund this program to a greater extent, not only will we weatherize more homes, we will actually train more people for jobs and train them more thoroughly. And they will receive the certifications they need to then go out after this program is done and continue those jobs. And then finally, this is an affordable housing program, as one of my colleagues stated. The weatherization of homes leads to preservation of housing stock. That is a stated goal that we have in the Housing Nashville report. It was fund, build, preserve, and retain. This helps preserve housing, and it retains residents. And I want to remind folks, as many of us know, if you drive through our neighborhoods, 53% of our housing stock in Nashville was built before 1980. So more than half of the housing stock in our city is nearly 40 years old. It has a need for the very weatherization program that we're talking about. This resolution aligns with the programs that the city and the state have indicated after constituent and stakeholder feedback is in line with our stated goals and priorities. The NES board is asking us for our support. It is literally the least we can do. We are repeating the priorities that we've heard from constituents and we ourselves have said on this floor. We're working to allay the fears regarding communication implementation, and we're going to continue to do so. I encourage colleagues to vote for this resolution.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Van Rees.
Thank you very much. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I felt like I needed to. Back in 2008, during the recession, both my wife and I both lost our jobs, and we had to rely on some help from the Metropolitan Commission to get our electric bill paid for 1 month. It made a difference to us, and since that time, I've been a big fan of making sure that those opportunities are there for others. Need Link is an important part of our community and what they do there. Excuse me. I encourage every council member here to sign up for at least $1 a month. It's $12 a year. We've been talking forever about getting other people to give $6 a year. We can give $1 a year out of our own $7 an hour that we make here on the council. To do that, I encourage you to do that. I was going to vote against this, and then I was going to vote against for it, and my wife and I had all these conversations about it. Ultimately, what happened was Bedney's amendment, which allowed me to go, you know what? As long as they do this, people will know. But then in conversation and hearing what's happening here, not only is this a non-binding resolution, it's a non-binding amendment to the resolution. I don't know that they're going to do that. We can tell them that we think that they should do that, but I can't rely on that. I think that there's some amazing people that work at NES. I've gotten to know them a little bit better through the Music City Solar program. But I think that they can do this on their own. I cannot vote against it. But I have not been convinced that I'm needed to vote for it. And so for those reasons, I'm going to abstain. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Chair. A lot of people have spoken for NES. Can somebody from NES come up and explain to us, do they have a plan for marketing this to the public? And we can kind of gauge if there's an idea, if there is one, and how effective it would be now.
So we would have to go out of session. We would have to, I think, suspend the rules to be able to actually start asking questions of someone. So that was I think NES was here at some of the other meetings, but we would actually have to go out of session. Are you asking that?
I think, again, because everybody's speaking for NES, that we need to.
Here, speaking on the microphone, that's better.
I think we need to have NES step up and speak. So I would move that we suspend the rules to have that done.
So Mr. Jameson has told me that it takes a 2/3 vote of this council to actually open up a proceeding. Councilmember O'Connell?
Point of information, we have a letter of support for this from NES as correspondence already.
So Councilmember Hall, are you asking for us to?
It wasn't about a support letter. It was about, they said, a marketing plan. It would be aggressive. Is there an idea? Does the letter mention, is there an idea of what it is they're actually going to do?
All right, so I will tell you that obviously there's been a lot of discussion on this and a lot of discussion with the committees. It's very rare for this body to go out of, to basically start inviting people during the full council to speak to the body. But if that's what you're asking, then we can certainly take a vote on it.
You said 2/3?
2/3.
Disregard.
Okay. All right, so now I think I'm back to the top again. Councilmember Bedney?
Yeah, I just wanted to draw your attention to the fact that if we don't pass this, people's electric bill will go up. And the reason is because there is an inefficiencies in the system. The system has problems with creating the capacity for all the homes in Nashville to be able to get the electricity they need. So NES needs to continue building new infrastructure to meet that demand, and that's going to be passed to the consumer. So we either lower the demand of electricity in Nashville or we build more capacity. Either way, it's going to be paid by the consumer. So this is a way to lower the demand. NES cannot use its money to go into homes and fix them. Just the same way, who here asked stormwater to fix a ditch in a private property and got it? Nobody, because we don't work on private property. Same deal with NES. They cannot go into private property and fix it. So that's why we need the help of the consumers to support the effort of dealing with this issue of houses that are leaking heat all over the place. This is something that is going to save Nashvillians money in the long run. If we don't do this, the cost of electricity will continue going up. It's just an abuelo. That's why they put that solar plant in Councilor Van Rees' neighborhood. They are trying to build capacity, but 100 people move to the city every day. When I got elected, there were 18,000 people in District 31. Now there are 22,000 people. 4,000 more homes that consume electricity. So just think about that issue and think about the need to curtail and reduce the consumption of power in Nashville. So I'm going to vote yes for this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Council Member. So I keep hearing clapping in the back. We're not supposed to allow that. All right. I am looking at Council Member Kendall.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Well, I'm tired. but it sounds like we're kind of going around in circles. But with Councilman Bedney's amendment, I think we're still kind of confused what really is being asked. What I think we're asking now is to recommend to NES to do a study. Is that what we're doing? That's not what we're doing. Well, not to do a study, but to do a campaign, marketing campaign. Is that what this motion is in effect doing?
So Councilmember Kendall, I can go back to Councilmember Haywood or to Mr. Jameson to explain exactly what the substitute resolution as amended would do.
As amended, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Jameson, do you want?
The substitute as adopted would encourage NES to implement a Roundup donation program. As amended through Councilman Bedney's amendment, it would require that customers be allowed to opt out easily and promptly even after implementation of the program. And further would require that before implementation of the program, it be aggressively marketed through a variety of mediums, direct mail, social media, telephone calls, newspaper notice, and so forth, and that implementation would not be allowed to take place until after those notification efforts had been concluded.
Okay, that's what I thought, and that's, to me, that's the key to it. If NES is going to do the marketing, and I guess they would get feedback when they do the marketing as to the feasibility of how many people are going to participate. I participate anyway. I mean, I give it $1. You've been doing it for 40, 50 years. I think it's $1 or whatever it is. And I'm strongly in favor of it. You know, we're talking about, when you really boil this down and do the math on it, you're talking about 3 cents a day. You know, if somebody were marketing on TV, they would use a cup of coffee, which now I think costs about $2 or $3 a day. But I'm strong, and the comments that were made by Mr. Sledge and Mr. Davis, I think are key. You know, we've got to look for new ways and in creative ways to try to help those less fortunate citizens in this city. I had a call the other day from a little lady who, she's in her 60s or 70s, I don't know. She called me and said, Mr. Keller, my house is falling down around me. But they're building 2 of these new houses across the street. He said, can you help me? And to be honest with you, I don't know of any programs. I've searched around to see, and I went by a house and to knock on the door, and I was afraid to knock on the front door because I was afraid I was going to get a splinter in my hand. Seriously, this is the shape this lady was in. So I found a way. I'm not going to tell you what the way is because it might not be legal. But I found some way to try to help this lady. But we have got to, there are a lot of people suffering out here. I'm serious, that need these kinds of resources, assistance with their bills. I think Mr. Bennett is right. We're going to pay for this in the long run. You know, Mexico is going to pay for this. But anyway, thank you. I support it, and I'm going to vote for it.
So thank you, Mr. Kendall. I will tell you that it's 10:15. We're still on the first, we're on item 1 of the consent agenda. I will take issue with one thing that you said. You said that you've been doing this thing, the project, for 50 years. You just told us all that you were 47 years old. So
My wife was doing it.
Your wife was doing it, okay. All right. So we're starting, Councilmember Dow.
Thank you. I said I wasn't going to say anything on this bill, but I've had, since we deferred it the last time, we've had multiple conversations about it, and we still, just listen to the council body tonight, we still do not have any clarity on it. I've heard 20 different things about what this actual resolution is supposed to do. And I would like to support it, but as I shared before with the sponsor in our meetings, is that many people in my district really do not know what it's about. The negative part has taken over of what's positive. They don't know what it is. And quite honestly, I think the administration, who I'm sure presented this bill to you, has done a poor job of communicating it to the council body and allowing us an opportunity to get out in our communities, get ahead of it, present good information, draft a resolution that makes sense to all of us, because this makes no sense with all these amendments. And I would just like to encourage, when the administration wants to have some type of resolution like this, let's have some conversations first. I don't think this is a bad thing. The good part is I know about the opt-up program. I do direct debit. I will choose to let them round my bill up. And I think it's putting information out there in the public about what it is, but people are still confused. And I think that it would serve our best interests for us. One, I still don't know why we need to sponsor any kind of resolution to give to NES. I know MLG&W did this. I don't recall their council body sponsoring anything. MLG&W just implemented a program and gave people an opportunity to opt out. So I don't know why we're even involved in it. But aside of us being involved in it, I cannot support this as it's written. I would ask that you consider cleaning this legislation up, presenting it where we all understand and everybody don't have their version of what it is, bringing it back to us, giving us an opportunity to go out to our communities to see if they want to send some type of message over to NES if they're interested in having them explore this program, even though they can explore this program without our blessing. They can do this without us. They can do a marketing campaign. They can do an education campaign. They don't need us to do this, but if they want the council body to send a goodwill, we're saying that we're supportive of it. Clean this up, bring it back to where I can explain it to my constituents, where they understand it, and then let's go from there. And I know you probably don't want to defer this again, but I think for me to support this and even go back out and have another conversation at another meeting, I need to have something I can present to them that I can explain and understand exactly what it does, and it's in writing. So those are my comments.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Haywood.
First of all, I would just like to thank each person that has voiced their opinion. I think what we needed to happen has happened tonight. We need the community to know that this is on the table, okay? And I think we have done our due diligence in terms of advertising the possibility of the opt-out program. So I deem this a victory. I deem it a victory. So I would like to thank Ms. Mary Beth Eckert from the Mayor's Department. I would like to thank my constituent, Jason Carney. I would like to thank NES and TVA and all of the council members. And at this time, I would just like to defer this bill, this resolution indefinitely. And I would like for NES to go forth and champion this cause that would benefit our community. Thank you.
Okay, so Councilmember Haywood, what you've asked for is a motion to defer indefinitely. I'm going to go to Mr. Jameson because it actually means that you withdraw the bill.
That's right.
Right.
Under Rule 23, this would constitute a withdrawal.
Okay.
Just want to make sure you understand what you're doing.
I unequivocally understand that.
Okay. All right. So do we have to vote on that?
If we have to.
Okay.
The deferral.
All right. So we're going to make sure we explain where we are. There is a motion to defer indefinitely. It's been properly seconded. If that happens, then the bill gets withdrawn, okay? And there is no one left in the queue, so we're actually voting on the motion to defer indefinitely. Got it? Everybody clear? We're not voting on the substitute or the amendment. We're voting on the motion to defer indefinitely, right? What do you think? Board? All right, we're going to try a voice vote. Okay, so it's a motion to defer indefinitely. All those in favor of the motion to defer indefinitely, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. All right, so we got to go on the board. All right? So we tried. Madam Clerk, we are voting on the motion to defer indefinitely. We're not voting on the substitute. We're voting on a motion to defer indefinitely. If you will open the machines. Machines are open. If you will cast your vote. Again, it's a motion to defer indefinitely. Just needs a simple majority, right? Everybody's voted? Everybody's voted. Madam Clerk, if you will close the machines and take the vote.
24 in favor, 8 against, 2 abstentions.
So the motion to defer indefinitely prevails. All right? All right. All right. Resolution RS 2019-1559, by O'Connell and Bedney. Resolution modifying the master list of architects and engineers originally approved by resolution number RS 94-1050. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had, I guess, let's see, since I am the lead sponsor, I will ask for committee reports, please.
All right, so it was Budget and Finance, Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance recommended a 1-meeting deferral, 14-4, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. We voted in Public Works to defer 2 meetings, 11 in favor, 0 against.
All right, and so what is your request?
And I would like to move to defer 2 meetings.
Okay, so there's a motion to defer 2 meetings, been properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral? 2 meetings, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The deferral motion for 2 meetings is approved, okay? All right, we are now on resolution, this is RS 2019-1570 by Council Members Mendez, Vercher, and others. Resolution declaring surplus and authorizing the grant of certain parcels of real property to the Housing Fund, Inc. for the Nashville Community Land Trust. Councilmember Mendez.
I'd like to ask for committee reports, but I'll start with the Ad Hoc Affordable Housing Committee, which voted to approve 6-4, 0 against.
Okay. Councilmember Vercher. Budget and Finance.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 11 for, 1 against.
Okay. Personnel, that would be Councilmember Withers.
Personnel lacked a quorum, and so we were unable to take any action on this resolution today.
All right, thank you. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Bedney. Or do you want me to go to Councilmember Murphy?
No, I can do it.
Okay.
Actually, I took it away from her because I wasn't really impressed with her performance.
All right.
But the committee recommended approval 12-4-0 against.
All right, Councilmember Mendez.
I'd like to move approval with a brief explanation.
Okay, I have a motion to approve. We're on RS 2019-1570, properly seconded. Councilmember Mendez.
All right. For several years, affordable housing advocates have sought the creation of a community land trust, which Nashville started on paper several months ago. This actually moves surplus tax sale properties into the community land trust to save them to use for affordable housing. The housing on these properties would ultimately be permanently affordable. And in that way, this is a big step forward in the affordable housing mission for the city.
All right, so we're back on your motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Okay, so we have 1 vote negative. There it was. Okay, so because there was a negative vote, I think we have to go on the board. All right, so while we're debating that issue, hold with us for just a moment. I think we're okay. We good? I think we got 29. We're good. All right, council members, we are going to go on the board. This is we're on Resolution RS 2019-1570 by Mendez, Vercher, and others. This is a motion to approve on the resolution because there was a negative vote in one of the committees. Pursuant to our rules, we have to go on the board. All right, so Madam Clerk, if you will open the board for voting. Again, you are voting on Resolution RS 2019-1570. This is a motion to approve. Councilmember Van Rees. Okay. I think everybody's voted. Madam Clerk, close the machines, take the vote. Hold on. There you go.
27 in favor, 4 against.
All right, so the motion RS 2019-1570 passes. All right, RS 2019-1571 by Council Members Mendez, Vercher, and others. Resolution approving amendments to 3 grant contracts for constructing affordable housing between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Housing Trust Fund Commission and Urban Housing Solutions, Inc., Dismas, Inc., and Woodbine Community Organization. Councilmember Mendez.
As for committee reports, I'll start with the Ad Hoc Affordable Housing Committee, which voted to approve this 6-4-0 against.
All right, Councilmember Vercher, Budget and Finance.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 12-4-0 against.
All right, Councilmember Withers, Personnel.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Personnel lacked a quorum and took no action.
All right, thank you. All right, Councilmember Mendez, back on your bill, a resolution.
Move approval with a brief explanation.
All right, you got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you.
This is mostly administerial. This relates to 3 grant contracts in connection with the Barnes Housing Fund that simply allows more time for the parties we contracted with to get the projects done. Things are on track. There were delays that are unavoidable or not the fault of the other parties, and this would just extend the contracts to get it done.
All right. Councilmember Hastings, you on this measure?
I may sound a little ignorant here, but I'm on the Affordable Housing Committee, and because of our scheduling, I've been a little bit out of it. So a lot of this is new to me, but I don't want to be in a place, and hopefully you can explain a little bit better to me about surplus property, especially with me having a large piece of surplus property, and we just dealt with that today, of me just giving it away to some Nashville community land trust that's being named that I have no idea about, and all of that stuff. So I need some clarification on this before we go ahead, because I honestly, I'd still beforehand with the affordable housing group, which hasn't been very active. I did have some issues with that prior to, and we need to see a little bit more activity out of that as well. But just going to Steerhead and doing a surplus and making up a trust and doing all of that stuff doesn't necessarily answer life questions for me. So I need some clarity on this. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Mendez.
So those are all great questions on the last bill. So 1570 that we just approved is the one about the surplus property. This 1571 that's in front of us has got nothing to do with the surplusing of the property. But to address the question, it is a big deal, and I think you'd be really, I think the council member would be really surprised and pleasantly surprised at the amount of thought that's going into how the Community Land Trust is going to run. Mr. Marshall Crawford from the Housing Fund, Inc., I'm sure would love to sit down with the council member, any of our colleagues, to go through in great detail the thought process behind where the properties are going to be and what the use of the properties are going to be. I know Audra Ladd from the mayor's office would be happy to sit down with any of us also. And it probably is appropriate for, given the concerns I've heard from my colleague over the years about his district, it probably would be appropriate for a one-on-one sit-down with Mr. Crawford and or Ms. Ladd, because I think he would find that the way the properties are being chosen and how they'll be used are really top-notch. Again, all on the last bill that we already approved. On this bill, 1571, all it does is take 3 existing contracts between 3 nonprofits and the Barnes Housing Fund and extends the time for them to deliver what they promised in the contract. And that's all that's up on this bill.
Councilmember Hastings.
Thank you very much for your brief explanation, but quite frankly, I still, with the deliberation and a lot of things that I had prior to with the affordable housing and also the Barnes Fund, I don't feel quite comfortable with that, especially with it being able to, the words that were being used, it's with the properties that were chosen. And we can't necessarily just go out and choose different properties, especially with not dealing with the district council people and what they know about their communities. So I'm still not very, very up on that or feeling really good about that because of the openness. And then for some people that are behind the scenes or either in an office, being able to decide what properties you're going to use to put affordable housing on when it's a continuous push to put it in certain areas, and that is not going to work for us. It is definitely not going to work for us. So I would ask you guys, you know, I know it's been kind of crazy with us meeting a lot, and with the affordable housing, we have not had a continuation of good meetings. We have not had that, and all of us have not been available. I would ask if you would take this back in order for us to at least have some sit down and being able to discuss this, because this is a major, major thing, especially when we have to answer questions to our constituents and the people that we represent, especially with dealing with Metro land. This is a big, big thing. And I don't feel comfortable with going forward with this right now, because I can't answer those questions. So I would ask if we can defer this, at least a meeting, for us to be able to sit down, to have some conversation, and to meet with the people that are working into these departments so that we can get a better understanding.
All right, so are you moving to defer one meeting?
Yes, sir.
All right, do I have a second? I have a motion to defer one meeting. It's been properly seconded. I've got a bunch of people now in the queue. Anybody want to talk on the motion to defer? Councilmember Mendez, it's your bill, so I'm going to go to you.
Thanks. With all respect, that's the last bill. The surplusing of the property and where it's located is the bill that just got voted on unanimously in favor of. This bill has got nothing to do with that, and I'm sure we can arrange for detailed conversations. I think the council member would find that the properties are very intentionally spread around and not concentrated. But his points are well taken that, the Affordable Housing Committee yesterday met at 7:30 p.m. on a Monday because Budget and Finance went so long. And I'm sure, I totally agree with him that there's more work to be done. The Community Land Trust is literally a brand new thing. This is the first legislation I think we've passed on it, and that we just got done passing a few minutes ago. But we should definitely talk more about it. This bill, 1571, has got zero to do with the topic about what properties should be chosen. So I would respectfully request that we go forward and not defer.
All right. I'm going to go to Councilmember O'Connell. We actually, remember, we have a deferral motion on the table.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'm speaking on the deferral. I strongly discourage deferral on this bill. And I say that as someone who, frankly, regrets not having sponsored the previous resolution, as in reviewing the list of properties there, it dealt with several in the residential neighborhood of Napier, where I have been looking for ways to enhance tools that would deliver long-term affordable housing there. This, to Councilman Mendez's point, is a bill that basically gives the existing contractors on our affordable housing projects a brief contract extension. And while I appreciate the councilman's perspective on overall affordable housing, I am what I hear from my constituents in thinking neighborhood by neighborhood and looking carefully at the list of properties that we are surplusing and thinking through the organizations that we are engaging to help us build more affordable housing more quickly. I think this pair of bills is just tremendously important to the city, and I discourage deferral strongly on this one. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Scott Davis.
I just want to go on record and say, I want affordable housing in my district. I want it, I want it, I want it. And I'll do many things to help create it. And I'm very open to it. And if I respect and I support my colleagues who may want less of it, but I want it. And so if we can push it my way, I'd be more than happy. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll be very brief. I will echo what my colleague said and add, as our representative on the Housing Trust Fund Commission, these 3 contracts are being extended for some, I think, for as short as 6 extra months. I would very much discourage deferral on these, because I think all of these, I believe, have a mix of funding in them, and these folks are performing on the contracts, and they have to perform on those other loans and grants and whatever else they may have. So again, I totally understand my colleagues' questions regarding the previous bill and its contents, but on this one, we really need to make sure these contracts keep moving and actually have a bill coming up that will address our contracts going forward. But for these, we need to extend these. So I would ask you to vote no on the deferral.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll be brief. I want to discourage council members from voting for the deferral. That motion is a bill too late. Just want to say that's why it's really important for colleagues to attend committee meetings and also read the analysis. This particular bill right here has already been articulated, relates to the contracts for some of the agencies. So with that, I would ask colleagues to vote against the deferral so we can get back on the original bill.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hastings, you're the last one in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to rise again to just basically to give my own self clarity on this issue. This is not something that we can just tell or spin. Every community is not the same in Davidson County. Every community is not the same. I happen to have the largest African American district within our community. A lot of individuals don't know. I have been working ever since I've been in office to try to deter some of the things that have been going on. I was the first person to do a pilot in Davidson County inside of our district. There have been two. There have been several things that have been going on. We don't have the answers to all of the affordable housing rhetoric, but to allow somebody on the outside to be able to choose and allow these things to go on is not good for us, especially when we have been elected to answer some of these questions for our constituents. I know that everything may not go the way, and I do understand about going to the committee meetings. And with some of our committee meetings, they have been canceled because we have not had enough representation. And when we're there are several things that have been going on. I do understand that. But I can tell you, this does not feel good to me. It doesn't feel good to the people that I am representing. And yes, we do need more affordable housing within our community and our city. But as of right now, this is not a good fit for us and for the people that I represent. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hastings. We are on your motion to defer one meeting. It's been properly seconded. No one else is in the queue. So we are voting on a motion to defer on Resolution RS 2019-1571 for one meeting. Okay, everybody got it? Going to do it by voice vote. All in favor of the deferral motion, which would mean you're voting with Councilmember Hastings, please indicate by saying aye. Okay, all opposed say no. The noes have it. All right, so we are back on the resolution, RS 2019-1571 by Councilmember Mendes. Nobody else is in the queue. We're voting on the resolution. All in favor of Resolution 1571 indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Well, so we got a no vote on the resolution. We actually have to go on the board. All right, so we are voting on Resolution RS 2019-1571. Madam Clerk, if you don't mind, if you will open up the machines, we are actually voting on the resolution. And we're voting on Resolution RS 2019-1571. Everybody in? All right. Madam Clerk, close machines, take the vote.
29 in favor, 1 against.
All right, RS 2019-1571 passes. All right, so now if you're following, we are now on page 13 of the original calendar. We are on Resolution RS 2019-1597 by Councilmember Gilmore. Resolution calling the MNPS School Board member Jill Spearing, calling for School Board member Jill Spearing to retract and apologize for her suggestion that teachers wear masks to a school board meeting in the expression of their purported disapproval of Dr. Sean Joseph. Councilmember Gilmore, 1597.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. May I have a committee report from the Education Committee?
Committee report for Education, Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The Education Committee voted to disapprove this 6 in favor of disapproval, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Gilmore?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I wanted to move to defer with a brief explanation.
All right, got a motion to defer, properly seconded. Back to you, Council Lady. Councilmember O'Connell is asking how long is the deferral?
That's fine. I
Okay.
can defer it indefinitely.
Okay, it's a motion to defer indefinitely. All right, again, properly seconded. Back to you,
All right.
Councilmember.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The reason I brought this resolution forward, it was not to imply that Ms. Spearing was racist or that she had racist intent. It was just the ramifications of it. So when we discuss leadership in this city, educational leadership is the fabric of Nashville. The educators influence dialogue and attitudes. I want to make sure that our leaders are cognizant of their actions. It was a very negative call to action to have our great teaching professionals to show up in mask and to make critical statements about Nashville's superintendent. This sends a message to the general public, but particularly to Nashville young student minds, that such topics should be normalized or become the norm when engaging in important public discourse. The South's history of wearing masks to public events when the subject matter deals with someone who is African American is long and very tragic. We all need to be better and more appreciative of this fact and be more perceptive of the reactions that are calls to actions which engenders in diverse communities. I wanted this resolution to be a symbol that we all can do better and that we should do better in making Nashville a place where not only the white, but the African American, the First American, the Latino, the Hispanic, the Kurd, the Ethiopian, the Somali, the Egyptian, the Asian, the Jew, the Mexican, the Kurds, Vietnamese, Cambodians, Laotians, Arabs, Bantus, Pakistani, the straight and the gay and the woman, all people are welcome and embraced no matter what they look like. Discourse in the public has succeeded in achieving this type of discourse as I desire as it relates to race and gender. Before I close, I just wanted to share a couple of statistics on why this resolution is important. It was an article, actually, it was a study that we did in Metro, but it was an article that Joey Garrison shared. And it was a study that was done by the Metro Human Relations Commission that talked about the disparities that Metro has in the study that they did. It shares that no Metro department has a Hispanic workforce of at least 8.2%, the employable Latino population in Nashville. Only 12% of departments have a workforce that matches Nashville's Asian and Pacific Islander population of 3%. And 44 of 50 Metro department heads are white. Overall, Metro's government of 9,282 person workforce is 63% male and 30% female. 71% of workers are white, 20% are black, and 2% are Latino, and 1% Asian. The study found that pay doesn't match. For example, 84% of 448 Metro workers who are paid at the top 3 salary brackets, earning $63,000 to $170,000, are white, whereas only 14% are black. I share this because we need to have measurements in order for this to be a fruitful conversation. If Ms. Spearing doesn't want to apologize and she can't understand the history, that's fine. But I think as we move forward in a city, as we continue to talk about diversity, and if it's going to be meaningful, we need to have measurements in place. So what kind of measurements would you say that we need to have in place? If we do workshops, all Metro people should attend them. It shouldn't be the same ones that already agree with it. And from there, we should measure to see if there are incidents that relates to race or some type of racism or something of that nature, and to see if the numbers are going down. We need measurements in place. And so, therefore, I did talk to Ashford Hughes, and he shared that there is a GARE, which is Government Alliance on Race and Equity. It's a national network of government working to achieve racial equity and advance opportunities for all. I think we definitely have to have measurements in place. Yesterday in Budget and Finance, we passed a bill which was worth maybe $15 or $16 million. The same issue came up as it relates to women and minorities. How can they be a part? So whether it's something social, whether it's something economic, we have to do better as a city, and I believe that we can do better as a city. And I brought this forward. I don't like discussing race issues. I know that it can make people feel very uncomfortable, but I brought it forth because I believe it's the right thing to do, and it is a hurtful topic when this happened, and there is a history there, and we have to do something to correct it. So I believe the conversation has gone forth. If Ms. Spearing doesn't want to apologize, it's more than fine, but I do think we need to be more sensitive to people that are marginalized groups and how what we say can affect them, being that Dr. Joseph is the first African-American superintendent that we have. And with that, I renew my motion. If it's anyone else in the queue, I welcome them to speak. I did ask Councilmember Mendez. I said, I need for you to speak on this, Mendez. All right, thank you.
All right, there's people in the queue before Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Kendall.
Yeah, I want to, I think I feel obligated to speak on this. As everybody here knows, I served on the school board for many, many years. Actually, I served a short period of time with Ms. Spearing. I think everybody here also knows I strongly support Dr. Sean Joseph, and I think he's done a great job. And I think he will continue to if he's given that opportunity. I've actually spoken to the board on this same issue. We all know that there's been a lot of dysfunctional behavior on the board, and I've spoken to the board directly about that. There have been some people on the board that I think have just been flat out rude. I'm not talking about Ms. Spearing now, I'm talking about some others, but I'm not going to call names there. But I want to, and I appreciate what Lady Gilmore is saying. We do have some systemic kind of racism still in this city. When I left the Board of Education in 2012, I'm going to say 1912, or 2012, out of the 38 top administrators, only 4 were African American, even though African Americans make up in this city about 26 or 27% of the population, and in the school system, about 50% of the population. So there are some problems there. And Sean Joseph has come in, and he's made some changes in that area. But to get back to Ms. Spearing, in her defense, I know Ms. Spearing, served with her. I don't believe, I truly don't believe, and I've spoken with her since all of this happened, and she told me that she was wrong. She was wrong in asking for people to wear masks. But I personally don't believe it had anything to do with race in her mind. I've known, and I really don't think, she may have been, Council Lady Gilmore, I'm sure she did not recognize or was not sensitive to the history that you and I are sensitive to. But I can assure you, she was the strongest, actually, supporter of Sean Joseph when he first was appointed here in the city. She was the strongest on that board, as I recall, because I was working on behalf of Sean Joseph, to be honest, and I was chair of the Education Committee at that time. So I want to say in her defense, I don't think, but she did tell me that she really felt requesting teachers to wear masks was something she shouldn't have done. But her basis, she said, for asking them to wear a mask was teachers generally are afraid to appear in protests in fear of losing their jobs and things, and that was what was on her mind. And I believe that. But that's not to excuse her behavior either. I don't expect her to come and apologize in a sense, but I just don't want us to think this is all wrapped up in race. Because, and there's some racism, don't get me wrong, there's some racism in this system and in this city. But in this case, I don't think even Sean Joseph wants this to become an issue of race as it relates to him, even though he is the first black school board director we've had, not in the history of this city. And I'm proud of the fact that this city chose him because I think he's very competent, and I think he'll do a great job if he's given the opportunity. But I just don't want us to leave here tonight, or the public to think, that Jill Spearing some kind of way was focused on race when she asked those people to wear masks. I just don't believe that, and I say that on her behalf.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kendall. Excuse me. Councilmember Hastings.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just really quickly, I just wanted to stand and say, like Councilwoman Gilmore and also Councilman Kendall is standing and giving two different pictures to this puzzle. Right is right and wrong is wrong. We learn those things when we're very, very small. Right is right and wrong is wrong. And what Ms. Spearing has done and what she said to the councilman is that she was wrong. And we do understand that. This was a wrong matter. Now, for her as a leader, and all of us know that we mess up sometimes, even as leaders in front of everyone, we make mistakes. We're not perfect. But one of the things that we have to do is we got to admit when we're wrong and we got to fix what we can fix, and then we have to move on and do better. And now it's the part of doing better. I have not been really impressed on how our school board has been acting, and I've been seeing on TV, and I've been very, very silent. But it is not befitting for them to expect a different result from our children when things that come across have not been evident on the way that they need to respond, especially with leadership. I think Dr. Joseph is doing a fine job. I know that he's going to get some crazy backlash from everyone because he is the first, and that is what happens. I am the first of many things. Me being a little black boy with the grandmother raised him out of public housing, being one of the first council members, I get a lot of backlash. But we got to take it sometimes. We got to take one for the team. But for us who are playing a part on the team, if we're shooting guards or whatever we are, we need to play our part for the betterment of the team so that we can win. And we need our metro schools to win now. We need to assist them financially. We need to do all the things that we can do to make sure that they are better off than they have been prior to. In a couple of months, we'll be back there to revisit to see what we can do to help them. But with the attitude and the expression that has been coming out from the leadership of the Davidson County educational system has not been self-evident that they want to work together or play together. And I pray and I ask those guys, and I'll be willing to go out and do whatever I can do to make sure that this is a winning team, a winning success. We can do better. We can start over again, but we got to find a way on how to win. So I just wanted to stand up, to take that time, and I know it probably didn't necessarily go the way that everybody wanted to go or think that I'm not preaching now, but I can say that this has to be dealt with. Right is right, wrong is wrong. That was wrong. She admitted herself to be wrong, and we got to move forward. We got to move forward in a better way, including especially everyone in our educational system, and we got to speak like winners, and we got to fight like winners. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Previous question, please.
Right, previous question's been called for. We're on the vote on the previous question. All in favor of the previous question, say aye. Opposed, no. We are voting on a motion to defer indefinitely. All right. So again, it's been seconded. All in favor of the motion to defer indefinitely, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion is this resolution is deferred indefinitely. Thank you. All right, so we are now on Resolution RS 2019-1598 by Councilmember Lee. Resolution providing for the censure of Megan Berry, former mayor of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County. Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I feel that we, as a body, have no authority to bind or censure a former Davidson County elected official or employee. Punishments and penalties have already been rendered by the appropriate jurisdictions. My bill does nothing, so, Mr. Vice Mayor, I am withdrawing Resolution RS 2019-1598.
All right, Councilmember, you didn't give the Rules Committee report. Let me ask you to do that.
Rules Committee report. It was 6-1 against.
All right. So,
To defer, I'm sorry, to indefinitely defer.
all right. So,
And that was an abstention, I believe it was.
all right. So, Councilmember Lee, because it's your resolution, you withdrew your resolution, so it's withdrawn. Okay. Councilmember O'Connell?
Just a quick point of order. My understanding was because this was not one that was requested from council, I don't know, are we allowed to withdraw? Is there any legal stipulation on that?
Mr. Jameson?
Section 2.222.050 of the code does require that a resolution be filed. That is all. It was filed. She has withdrawn it.
All right. So, resolution is withdrawn. Okay. So we proceed ahead. We're on resolution RS 2019-1600 by council members Van Rees, Elrod, and Mina Johnson. Resolution honoring journalist Joey Garrison upon the occasion of his departure for Boston, Massachusetts. So, hold on, we haven't passed it yet. Okay. A resolution honoring journalist Joey Garrison upon the occasion of his departure for Boston, Massachusetts, following a decade of recording and journalism excellence in Nashville and Davidson County, Tennessee. Councilmember Van Rees.
Committee report, please.
Councilmember Lee. Rules and confirmation.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. It was approved 7-0.
All right. Councilmember Van Rees.
I am so sorry to see this particular constituent leave prior to August the 1st, but so be it. With that, I request an overwhelmingly support of this particular resolution, and I personally wish Joey good wishes along the way. Thank you.
All right. So thank you, council member. So I've got some, do I have people in the queue? Councilmember Bedney on this one? Okay.
I wanted to make a motion to ask for a deferral. Maybe that will keep him here.
Councilmember, you're out of order. Councilmember Mendez, I've still got you on there? Okay. All right. All right. So we are voting on RS 2019-1600 for Joey Garrison. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right. So on the board, it's 11 o'clock. Do you really want to go on the board? I think we're good. I'm going to decide that this was unanimous. Now I think we can appreciate Joey Garrison. So. Okay, we're on resolution RS 2019-1601 by council members Hurt, Syracuse, and Wiener. Resolution approving a sister city relationship with Chengdu, China, and authorizing the mayor to execute a sister city charter. Councilmember Hurt.
Committee report, please.
All right, rules and confirmation. Councilmember Lee.
7-4-0 against, as amended. 7-4-0 against.
All right, Councilmember Hurt.
Yes, I'd like to move the amendment, please.
All right. So
Can I give it?
Yeah, so you actually have an amendment that was put on this measure. You're moving the amendment, properly seconded. Do you want to explain the amendment?
Well, I was going to let Councilman Syracuse.
Okay.
He's played a major part.
All right, Councilmember Syracuse.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. It was purely housekeeping, just some tweaking of wording, I guess, to make it more universal as other kinds of similar resolutions.
All right, so I have a motion and a second on the amendment on the Chengdu resolution. Any other questions on it? Councilman Bedney, I've still got you on here. Good, okay, so now you're off. We're on the amendment on the Chengdu resolution. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Now we're back on the resolution as amended. Seeing nobody in the queue, Councilmember Hurt.
Move for approval.
Move for approval as amended. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt as amended. So that takes care of the resolutions. We are now on bills on introduction. Wait a minute. Do we have a late file? All right, so we have one late filed resolution. This is by Councilmember Henderson. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I am going to move to withdraw this at this juncture. I think that it's important that we maintain our kind of awareness of this matter. But I think with new concerns still pending with the audit, our Chief Compliance Officer in touch with our Procurement Director, our Mayor having referred things to the State Comptroller, there's a lot still to be learned. And I think it would be prudent if we were to take this up at a later time based on additional information. But I did want to file this because I think it's important to raise awareness that this council cares about ethical behavior in our contracting, and that we are keeping our eye on this and that we will not let this go. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, council member. So there's a motion to withdraw, properly seconded. Any discussion on the withdrawal? Seeing none, all those in favor of the withdrawal say aye. Opposed, no. The resolution is withdrawn. All right, so we're now on bills on introduction and first reading. If there's no objection, we'll consider all ordinances on first reading at one vote at this time. Is there a motion to adopt? There's a second. Council Member Sledge.
Thanks. I needed to be marked as abstaining on two bills, and I believe it's 1488 and 1489, please.
Council member, give me the bills again. 1488
and 1489.
Okay. And Council member Van Rees.
I have an amendment on 1511.
Okay, so these are bills on first reading. Should we just wait?
Do you want to amend it on second?
Just amend it on second? All right, so I'll tell you what. We need to pull 1511 off the
If we're going to amend it.
And then on the abstention, we'll just mark that. All right, so members of the council, here's what we're going to do. Councilmember Sledge is going to be marked as abstaining on those two measures, on BL 2019-1488 and 1489. All right, and we are going to pull Councilmember Van Rees's bill 2019-1511. We're going to pull that off of the basic the bills that we approve on first consideration. We're going to take that separately, okay? So we are now on, do I have a motion to approve all measures on first consideration except 1511? Okay, motion and second. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Okay, so all those bills are adopted on first reading. So now we have pulled off BL 2019-1511 by Councilmember Van Rees. That bill is also on first reading, but we're going to take that separately. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Do I need to do no, not committee report.
There's no committee
No,
report.
okay. I would like to move an amendment to 1511. It's in the amendment packet.
So I have an amendment for 1511. It's been moved and properly seconded. Councilmember Van Rees, do you want to explain the amendment?
Yes, thank you very much. This is an SP that we will be seeing in March, but I wanted to make sure and get this amendment onto it because it is in with good faith of the LDG development folks to make a voluntary cash contribution to the Metro Board of Parks and Recreation in the amount of $100,000 to be designated for park improvements at 801 Skyline Ridge Drive, informally known as Solar Park at Skyline Ridge Park. The excitement on this is that they're doing it completely on their own, and they're making a voluntary cash contribution in order to the betterment of Madison. Skyline Ridge Park, or Solar Ridge Park as it's currently temporarily known, would be directly across the street on Skyline Ridge Drive from this development. And so they wanted to make sure that it was part of the ordinance. And so with that, I respect the opportunity to make an explanation as to why this was happening. And I wanted to thank the folks from LDG who stayed up all night to be here. Thank you. And with that, I ask for your approval of this amendment on first reading. Thank you.
All right, so we have an amendment to 2019-1511. It has been properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment is adopted. And now Councilmember Van Rees has moved the bill on first reading as amended.
As amended, thank you.
Okay, and that's been properly seconded. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt as amended 1511 on first reading. Okay, that should take care of all the measures on first reading. We're now on bills on second reading. The first bill up is BL 2018-1439 by Councilmember Sledge. Ordinance amending Section 2.149.040 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to authorize the Metropolitan Housing Trust Fund Commission to rescind grant contracts and collect funds previously allocated to organizations that fail to execute contractual obligations in a timely manner. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Committee reports, Ad Hoc Affordable Committee, Councilmember Mendez.
That was approved 6-4, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Vercher, Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 11-4, 0 against.
All right, Personnel, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Personnel lacked a quorum today and took no action.
All right, Councilmember Sledge, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I move for approval with very brief explanation.
All right, I've got motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Sledge.
As referred in a previous discussion tonight, this is meant to help standardize our contracts going forward from the Housing Trust Fund Commission. It does not apply to the current ones. And what it does is it enables the commission that if for some reason there was a grant contract that was created and that the recipient did not perform on that contract, that we have the opportunity to claw back or get those funds back, we can put them toward other affordable housing. So with that, I would renew my motion.
All right, it's been a motion to approve on second reading, properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt 1439 on second reading. Substitute Bill BL 2018-1441 by Council Members Elrod and Hastings. Ordinance amending Chapters 12.62 and 12.84 of Title 12 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws regarding shared urban mobility devices. Councilmember Elrod.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee reports, please. Sorry.
Very good. No problem. Councilmember Mike Freeman. Jonathan Hall has got that one.
My brain broke.
Public
safety, beer, and regulated beverages. Committee report, please. And that is, we moved the substitute. And if I could get Mr. Jameson to give a brief explanation of that substitute.
We'll get to the substitute when we come back to him, but that's okay.
Okay.
Y'all took the, y'all made a.
4 and 0 against.
That's good. Okay, thank you. Councilmember O'Connell, Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. President. We considered the bill first as substituted, second as amended, and voted in favor of the bill in that state. 11 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hager, Traffic and Parking.
Traffic and Parking, proposed second substitute, 3-4, 0 against. Proposed late filed amendment, 3-4, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Elrod.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move the second substitute, please, and then whatever I need to do to move the amendment to that as well.
All right, so let's get the substitute in front of us. You're moving the second substitute, properly seconded. Do you want to explain that? On the amendment or the substitute? Because it was late filed. All right, Councilmember Elrod, your second substitute was late filed?
I didn't get in my homework on time.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So in order to punish you, you will have to move to suspend the rules so we can get that in front of you.
So move, please.
All right, so there's a motion to get that second substitute in front of this body. Is there any objection to considering the second substitute on this measure? Seeing none, you're on your second substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will try to briefly go over the second substitute. It does a number of things. It makes a lot of housekeeping and technical changes that makes small improvements to the curtain ordinance that we passed back in August or September. It makes other changes as well. I want to go over the more significant ones. One, it requires the TLC to put together a program of no parking areas, or at least to report back to the council in 45 days about creating no parking areas. Let's see. For SUMDs. It requires the operators that if there are no parking areas created and there is a scooter or SUMD parked in that no parking area, that is a $10 fine, similar to other parking violations in Metro Nashville, and that is to be remitted to Metro government within 30 days. It requires Metro government to come up with a program of preferred parking spots in the city. Metro Planning and Peter Burr are already starting to do that, but this just requires, I didn't know that when I wrote this, but it requires them to do that and report back to the council in 45 days to require that. It also requires the TLC to set limitations if there need to be on where SUMDs can operate, and also where there need to be slowdown zones, which are areas that if the scooter realizes that they're in a certain area, they have to slow down from their 15 to, say, 6 miles an hour or something, but it's a new capability that scooters have. It also requires SUMD operators to purge duplicate accounts, which is a way that there has been a lot of underage riding of scooters. There is a provision in the current ordinance that I'm dealing with clustering. A certain number of SUMDs cannot be in a square mile, but with 6 operators and potentially 7 coming to Nashville, that may need to be tweaked, and it gives the TLC the ability to do that. Probably one of the biggest things it does, it takes care of the legal issues that were in previous versions regarding limiting the number of operators. And this ordinance removes all those limitations, basically grandfathers in the current operators, and then if there are any additional ones, the TLC can change regulations if they're able to, according to law. And something I think I want to make sure everyone knows in this substitute is a sunset date of 1 year from passage of this ordinance on third reading. The idea being that we'll have 6 or 7 operators in the city. We'll have at least a year plus worth of data. If it goes through February of 2020, we'll have a full year of the program, a full summer of scooters and other SUMDs on the streets. And if it goes horribly this summer, then the program will automatically go away on its own in February. My hope is that we will make it work as a city. I'm working with the companies who I believe are committed to try to make it work. And that in February we can, and as we go along, make tweaks to this as needed. One of the things that I know I've been frustrated with, and I've told, several things I've been frustrated with. One is that I've told all of the companies personally is that the biggest issue, of course, is sidewalks, riding on sidewalks and the parking on sidewalks. So we're trying to deal with some of that with some of the requirements on Metro about preferred parking or no parking areas. The riding on sidewalks, other council members, Councilman O'Connell and others may have some legislation to help enforcement, because my other frustration with this has been the lack of enforcement. And I say lack because there is none, it seems at times. And what I'd hoped in passing this ordinance is that the companies would come to the table, come to Nashville, and be willing to work with us. I think, at least in my experience, we have gotten that. We have not gotten that enough from Metro. That's why, and Billy Fields, to his credit, has dealt with the companies and handled their paperwork, but I would like to see more from our Metro government and try to make these work. So that's why there are several requirements in the bill to try to get some more of that, and we may need to make tweaks on their own. And so with that, I would move to suspend the rules for my amendment, Mr. President.
All right, so why don't we get your substitute on first, and then we'll consider the amendment. So right now we have a motion to approve. It's the second substitute. It's been properly seconded. I've got 2 people in the queue. Councilmember Sledge on the substitute.
I just need to be marked as abstaining.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Hurt.
I was just wondering if the sponsor has thought about holding those companies responsible and liable and maybe taxing them or fining them for the scooters being on the sidewalks and not properly placed back in some orderly fashion, as opposed to making it a responsibility of Metro, put it back on those who are responsible for them being here.
Council member?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Hurt. Yes, due to Tennessee's statutory restrictions on cities being able to collect revenue or to tax or to collect fees from scooters or other entities, for instance, our right-of-way, we can't charge the economic fee, the economic benefit to closing down a street. We can only do it for what it costs us to close down the street to handle the paperwork and that kind of thing. We have a similar limitation in scooters. We can only charge so much as what it takes to administer the program. Part of the problem, though, is we don't know how much that is at the beginning. We've got a study involved in the original ordinance that would come back and hopefully show what those fees should be, because we just kind of had a shot in the dark process when we passed this. But I think because these are new and it's a pilot project, I think we're struggling with how to, as I said, one of the biggest issues is parking on sidewalks, and how to get those companies more responsive to it, but also when a company has limited availability to respond, if they put it out in the morning, and there are certainly times I've seen pictures when they don't put it out correctly in the morning, but as folks ride it, there are ADA violations, just plain blocking the sidewalk at times. So we're having difficulty with that, and hopefully we can come up with some ways to enforce that. And the TLC have set a threshold of the number of violations, at least initially so far, and there are basically big violations, and then there are smaller violations, such as incorrect parking, incorrect riding on the sidewalk, that added up to could equal a big violation. So I think we're still wading our way through this and trying to figure all that out. So that was not a short answer.
Councilmember Hurt?
I understand that and appreciate it. Maybe they can give a grant to our police department so they can help with the enforcement. We're losing police officers every day because we don't have the money to support them in a fashion that they deserve. So maybe this is a way that they can give a grant.
Yeah, Councilmember there, and I'll let him speak to it. I think Councilmember Weiner and are going to be possibly coming with something like that. So we've got more to come, or they've got more to come.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember O'Connell?
Thank you, Mr. President. And this is in part, a response to Council Lady Hurt. I've asked the council office to help draft a measure that would effectively collect a per-trip fee whose purpose would be both infrastructure improvements and enforcement. As originally anticipated, that would be to either support overtime for the police department, look at empowering either TLC or Public Works, traffic enforcement, et cetera, so that we are starting to see some of those penalties applied that we have not seen so far. So that is coming. I know we just looked at on first reading a related bill to look to dock 2 things so that we kind of eliminate some of the ADA. I'll be working collaboratively with Council Lady Weiner, and I hope Councilman Elrod as well, to make sure that this is something that we do address. So I appreciate Council Lady Hurt's concerns. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Council Member. So let me tell you where we are. We have a motion to approve the second substitute. It has been properly seconded. No one else is in the queue. All those in favor of the second substitute indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The second substitute is adopted. So you're now on the second substitute. Councilmember Elrod.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the rules to take up the amendment, please, late filed amendment.
All right, so there's a late filed amendment. Is there any objection to the suspension of the rules to get the amendment properly before us? Seeing none, Councilmember Elrod, you're on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the things in talking with Billy Fields at TLC is one of the challenges he has underage driving. And the ordinance and per, I think all of the operators, they don't allow, and we don't allow anyone under 18 to operate an SUMD or a scooter. I think a couple of things being, one is pointed out in Public Works is if you're under 18, you don't have the legal authority to enter into a contract to rent a vehicle, which is what renting a scooter is. Opening up with your app and driving it. So I think, and also. So what this amendment would basically do is I inadvertently put it in this in the second substitute. I needed to take it out, a requirement of scanning a driver's license. At first thought, I thought that was a good idea, at least last week. Then I remembered why it wasn't in there in the first version, is because there may be folks that don't want to drive, that want to ride the bus or take a scooter or a bike everywhere, and the driver's license too often is, it should be a license to operate a motor vehicle, and we too often use it as an ID, as a universal ID card, but it is to operate a motor vehicle. And these are scooters. We don't require a license to operate a bicycle, so I think a scooter as well makes sense. We still know who that person is through their credit card that they have through their account. So the amendment would just move that restriction, and it was at the suggestion of Nora Kern at Walk Bike Nashville. I'll move the amendment, Mr. President.
All right, so I have a motion to approve the amendment to the second substitute, properly seconded. Councilmember Scott Davis on the amendment.
All right. This is why the young people who are underage, this is how they're getting past the scooters. There's some kind of app or something, I don't know what it is. They're hacking it somehow. And that's why you see it. And I don't know, there may be somebody way smarter than me with the tech side of the scooter programs may be able to fix this. But part of the reason too is that we're addressing this, you have scooters everywhere, and especially on Galvin Road, where you have East High and East Middle, and East Hill, the magnet schools, and you have Megs, and kids walk by, they see a bunch of scooters. What do kids do? They jump on the scooters. But a lot of our kids are smarter than us, and they figured out a way. Because I asked my 15-year-old nephew, how are these kids getting them a scooter? He says, well, it's not me, but they're hacking him. It's really simple, he was saying. And I'm like, you better not be doing it. He says, oh, no, because, I'll get on to him. But that's what they're doing. And we're going to continue to see it, until the technology catches up with what these kids are being able to do. And I'm not against this, but I'm just making everyone aware of the problem. And I think I mentioned this a while back, like they've been doing it in other cities too. And I don't know if it's just some games that I don't know how they're doing it. But we just need to be aware of it. And, once if I went to elementary school or middle school, I put out a bunch of skateboards, they're going to want to jump on there and ride them. The same thing with scooters. I'm not condoning the behavior because it is stealing, but that's why you see the issues with the youth jumping on them and the scooters being everywhere around town, not being paid for. The kids are somehow figuring out how to hack them. And that's the truth, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Gilmore.
I had a quick question. I wanted to make sure that I heard the age correctly. What age is it that they have to be?
Councilmember Elrod.
18.
Okay, so why is it 18 when you can have 16 and have driver's license?
When you're 16, it's not a full driver's license, one. You can only operate certain hours with so many people in the vehicle, so it's not a full driver's license. And also, as Councilman Roten pointed out in Public Works, is when you rent a scooter, you're essentially entering into a contract to rent a vehicle, and you legally don't have that ability until you become an adult, which is 18. And it's a standard practice as far as my understanding of all operators already do it anyways. They don't allow anyone below 18 to rent a vehicle like this already. So I think it's good for safety for you're taking your legal responsibility into renting a vehicle and going on the street with it that you're liable for, because otherwise, if you're underage, you may not necessarily be liable as a driver if you're under 18.
Okay, I guess just to kind of follow up, if we know that the technology is moving towards less cars and that for some students who may be 16, that this may be a very feasible and practical and less expensive way because their parents may not have cars. I don't know. I just think we should maybe think about that. I do understand the logic, though, but I just think it's lots of opportunities for young people to get around that are 16 that otherwise would not be able to get around town because their parents don't have the proper transportation, and our bus networking system is not connected the way that it necessarily needs to be. But thank you.
All right, thank you, Council Member. So we are procedurally where we are. We have a second substitute that has been approved. There is a motion to approve an amendment to that second substitute, properly seconded. Nobody else is in the queue, so we're ready to vote on the second amendment. On the amendment to the second substitute. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. The amendment passes. So now you have a second substitute that is amended. Councilmember Elrod.
I'll save everyone one time and renew my motion.
Okay, so motion 2 is to approve the second substitute as amended on second reading. No one else in the queue? It's been properly seconded. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. All right. Bill 2019-1472 by Councilmember Bedney, Sledge, and Cooper. This is an ordinance to amend Section 2.210.020 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to require an appropriation to the Barnes Fund for Affordable Housing equal to future economic and community development incentive grant payments. Councilmember Bedney.
Yeah, I just want to make you guys happy. I'm going to defer for 2 meetings.
All right, so you want to defer for 2 meetings? You want community reports?
No, I want to defer for 2 meetings so you guys can look at the amendment and then re-refer to the committees.
Yeah, but, okay, so we need committee reports first, and then I'll come back to you about that. All right, so Councilmember Mendez, Ad hoc Affordable Housing Committee.
There was an amendment that we did not consider, and on the bill, the committee voted to defer 1 meeting, 6-4, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Withers on personnel.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Pardon me, personnel lacked quorum and took no action.
All right, thank you. All right, Councilmember Bedney, you want to defer this measure 2 meetings?
Yeah, because I was late filing this amendment. You guys didn't have time to look at it, and I'm just trying to move it along. So
Is that the late filed amendment?
just want to defer 2 meetings and bring it back in 2 meetings. Give you guys time. Please give me feedback. Just read it. Tell Jameson. He loves when you guys send them emails.
So the motion is to defer 2 meetings. This is 1472. Okay, let me check. So, Councilmember Bedney, do you want to re-refer to the committees, to all the committees?
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. And because the amendment was filed late, I don't even want to.
Do you want to go back to Budget and Finance?
Yeah. Let's. I'm trying to make it faster, and you keep asking me questions. Let's just move it along.
All right. So the motion is to defer 2 meetings and re-refer back to all the committees that this bill originally went to. Got it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Properly seconded. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to defer and re-refer, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion is adopted. That deferral motion is adopted. Bill 2019-1473 by Councilmembers Pulley and Withers, ordinance amending Section 11.12.070 of the Metropolitan Code to exempt educational institutions from certain sound amplification standards. Councilmember Pulley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I believe we may have an amendment here by Council Lady Allen. Should we move that first?
All the committee reports are in, so I'm going to go to Councilmember Allen for an amendment.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to move, I think it's Amendment A, the one that deals with adding a time component to this.
All right, so Councilmember, just to make sure we're clear, Councilmember Allen, there was an Amendment A and a B.
Correct.
You're just going to move Amendment number
Right, they
A-
were in either
A.
or, and we've decided
Okay.
A is our favorite.
All right, so there is a motion to amend 1473 with Amendment number A, which is in your packet, properly seconded. Do you want to just quickly explain, or do you want Mr. Jameson to explain?
No, I will quickly explain.
Okay, Councilmember
So,
Allen.
as a district that has two large educational institutions in my district, it makes me a little nervous to just totally waive all requirements for noise, restrictions on amplification for educational institutions. So just in an effort to try to be thoughtful and not give institutions carte blanche to be as noisy as they want to whenever they want to. This simply says that this exemption would not apply between 11 p.m. at night and 7 a.m. So if a football game needs to last into the night, that's fine. We respect that. But at some point, the noise needs to stop. So we hope that that's a reasonable compromise.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. So we have an amendment. It's Amendment A, properly seconded. Councilmember Pulley, any discussion on the amendment?
Yes, I would move approval with the bill, for the bill as amended with a very brief explanation.
All right, so let's get the amendment on there first. So we have Amendment A, properly seconded. Any discussion on Amendment A? Seeing none, we're voting on Amendment A. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Amendment A is adopted. Now back to you, Councilmember Pulley, your bill as amended.
I'd move approval of the bill as amended with a brief explanation.
All right, Councilmember Pulley has moved, it is 1473 as amended, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Pulley.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This bill came about, I've been looking at this for a little over a year now. It came as a result of an incident where a school in my district was cited on a codes violation for noise relating to a baseball game. And they received a noise abatement notice and suffered a $50 fine. And so I started looking into this and was made aware of the fact that schools are, and these school events are subject to these noise violations for things such as football games and baseball games, marching bands, and soccer. So I'm seeking to exempt them during the hours that Council Lady Allen just articulated, such that they can participate in school activities like football games, soccer games, baseball band, and the like. That's all we're seeking to do here, is to allow them basically to continue operating the way they are now. Just continue to do the things they're doing now without the threat of a codes violation. I will add that I spoke with MNPD, and they very much support this. This has a resounding support of the codes administrator and others. So I also would add that there was some initial concern on first reading about Vanderbilt and the concerts, and this has nothing to do with them, and it doesn't in any way impact that whatsoever. So with that, I would ask for your support of this bill.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. In my district, I do have one high school. And of course, I do support school activity and, baseball, football, and so forth. But that high school have great marching band, and we love them. But the neighbor occasionally have negative impact. So I do appreciate Council Lady Allen's amendment not making any noise between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. However, those marching activity will take place during the school hours. So having not excluding that, school from that noise ordinance, my constituent will have allow them to have a friendly conversation with the school when those activity levels go over. But if we exclude those institutions from noise level, so my constituent will not have any recourse to have even start the conversation because, a school institution is excluded during the business and not business school hour with those regular activity, which include marching band practice. So for that reason, to protect my neighbor with a certain school, I have to oppose this ordinance.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Council Member. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I'll start with a question for Mr. Jameson. If I'm looking at this bill as written in the analysis, do we have a legally clear definition of educational institutions that is understood in the Metro Code of Laws or Tennessee Code Annotated?
We do in the state code, not so much in the Metro Code.
Okay. What does that state code refer to?
It would include high school facilities, universities, colleges, and facilities of higher education.
Okay. So it does not include, I know in previous scenarios, as we have looked at various regulations related to education, it would not include an in-strip mall type of cosmetology school or other professional types of institutions?
It does not. Now there are, you have several options under the state code to choose from, but most of these, I'm looking at 3 in particular, they refer to university, college, school, or other educational institution. That's one definition under the state code. Another one is universities, colleges, and community colleges. Stops there. And then the last one, educational institution, means a public, private, or parochial school providing education to students in the 12th grade or below, or a public or private post-secondary institution providing education to students at a level above the 12th grade. So I believe the institutions you are referencing were not captured in any of those.
Okay. That's still fairly broad. I think the other question I will ask is, again, about legal clarity here. I believe there is a such as phrase in here regarding on-campus activities. So how are we to understand the interpretation of this in terms of what is permissible, right? Would a mass gathering constitute a group of students with portable audio systems that is not a sanctioned concert by a given institution, et cetera?
A mass gathering is defined in the code, and those are actually exempt from the approved mass gatherings are exempt from the noise ordinance.
Okay. I guess, let me ask that a different way then. The way that educational institutions are exempt here, could students or impromptu scenarios that create noise that would not be an organized sporting event, for instance, but were rather loosely organized, be considered exempt under this ordinance?
No. Now, there would be some discretion afforded to the codes administrator, for example, to determine what is a typical school function. We've provided.
I'll give another example, a fraternity event.
To some extent, he's going to have to exercise the discretion to determine what is a typical school event, and he may determine that a fraternity event is indeed a typical school event.
So I will, part of the line of inquiry here is that, as you know, I have spent some time and energy over the course of this term looking at noise in particular from the standpoint of quality of life, and we have extraordinary difficulty right now, one, identifying which noise is even eligible for a citation from either the Metro Nashville Police Department or codes. 2, actually securing those citations when an offense is deemed to be eligible. And I guess 3, it is easily in the top tier of existing quality of life complaints. So I'm having a hard time looking at the rollback of this, and I'm not going to be able to support the bill as drafted. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hastings.
Yes, Mr. President. I just wanted to rise and say I will support this bill. One of the things is overall the things as far as schools. We forget about the issues with band practices and all of those things that go on outside of a game period. We got to remember those things do go on. I think that is one of the craziest things, because I remember as a kid and being a part of those things. We do a lot of things outside. We practice, because I was a part of the band too. Practice on getting into the parade and all of that stuff. I think the community already accepted that. It is loud. There are a lot of things that go on, but we have to keep that in mind as well as we go to try to put laws into place that those things actually go on. And it takes that in order for the kids to prepare for the things that they're doing. So please keep that in mind as we go forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Scott Davis. Go on. Oh.
Call the question.
Call the question. All right, so question's been called. All those in favor of voting on this previous question, say aye. Opposed, no. We're on the bill as amended. This is 2019-1473 by Pulley and Withers. So I think there are negative votes, so we're going to have to open up the board. Okay. So, Madam Clerk, we are voting on 1473 as amended on second reading. Ready? Okay. Madam Clerk, open the board. All right, has everybody voted? Madam Clerk, close machines, take the vote.
21 in favor, 6 against, 2 abstentions.
All right. The bill as amended passes on second reading. Right. BL 2019-1475 by Councilmember Hall. Ordinance amending sections 15.64.110 and 15.64.140 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws pertaining to the time period for which grading permits remain valid and the review of grading permits and drainage plans. Councilmember Hall.
I'd like to move to defer with a brief explanation. Very brief.
Let's get to Public Works. Councilmember O'Connell. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is.
I'm here, sorry. In
Public Works, 1475?
Yep, in committee, we accepted the sponsor's recommendation to defer for 2 meetings and voted 7 in favor, 0 against to do exactly that.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hall, back to you.
Have some awesome conversations with Metro Water over the last month working on this legislation. We want to make sure there's no underlying or adjacent impact on other construction sites and grading permits around the city, because we don't want to stop other projects, but we've still got some things language-wise to work out with Public Works, so move for a 2-meeting deferral.
A 2-meeting deferral? Okay, so I've got a request to defer 2 meetings, properly seconded. Councilmember Bedney.
I want to thank Councilmember Hall for this. There is a site in my district that has been basically moving dirt for like 10 years. They bring dirt in, they take dirt out, and it just makes a mess of the road. So thank you, Councilmember. This is a really good idea.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. So the motion is to defer 2 meetings, properly seconded. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion to defer is passed. Okay. Okay, do you need anything? I'll be back.
Okay. We are now on BL 2019-1476. Sponsors Vercher, Glover, and Bedney. This declares surplus and approves the disposition of property known as 0 Brick Church Pike. Councilmember Vercher. Excuse me, Councilmember Hastings. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee reports, please.
Okay, now we're to Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Budget and Finance recommended, there's no recommendation from Budget and Finance. It was 6 for, 6 against, so therefore no recommendation.
Councilmember Glover.
Thank you. Education voted to defer one meeting, 6-4, against.
Councilmember Bedney.
Yeah, the Planning Committee recommended deferral of one meeting, 12-4, against.
So it's deferred by rule, is that correct? Okay, that is deferred. Next is BL
Thank you.
2019-1477, sponsors Roten, Vercher, and others. This declares surplus and approves the disposition of property known as 3125 Ironwood Drive. Councilmember Roten.
Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 12 for, 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Gilmore. It says Education Gilmore, but I bet that means Education Glover.
I would be.
Councilmember Glover.
Yeah, we'll go out on a limb and say that's probably right.
Sorry. I'm just following the script here.
No. And look, I'm just trying to help us extend this a little farther
Yeah,
tonight because we hadn't had
close to
enough of it. Education voted to approve, 6-4, against.
Okay, Councilmember Bedney.
Planning recommended approval, 12-4, against.
Councilmember Roden.
Move approval.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? There was a no. So we'll go to the board. Madam Clerk, can we go to the board, please?
What's that?
So we are voting on BL 2019-1477. Yes, you
Who
may
voted
change it
no
to a
on
yes.
second reading?
Second reading. Sorry. It's still the rule, although it has been changed to a yes.
Rule 38 says if there's a no on second or third, you go to a roll.
Correct.
But now he's saying he's not voting no.
We understand there is no longer a no vote. Is that, can we affirm that? Okay, therefore, let's do it one more time. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, motion is recommended. Next is BL 2019-1478, sponsors Weiner, Bedney, and others. Declares surplus and approves the disposition of property known as 1015 Davidson Road. Councilmember Weiner.
Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Budget and Finance recommended disapproval, 7 for, 5 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Glover.
Education voted to approve, 6-4, against.
Thank you. Councilmember Bedney.
The committee recommended approval.
Thank you. Councilmember Weiner.
I would like to move approval with a brief explanation.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Weiner.
Thank you. So last night, I had to leave the Budget and Finance meeting and was not here for the discussion and didn't have an opportunity to share with everybody the condition of this building. This is not connected, in my mind, to the ruling that we passed during budget that we sell surplus property for the purposes of funding our budget. This predates that. In fact, Councilmember Mina Johnson and I, back in 2015, went and viewed this building for potential use, continued use, as a training facility for police and fire and school security. And let me just read you the list of what we found. We walked in, and ceiling tiles were falling out of the ceiling. The air conditioner and the heat were broken. The roof is in such bad condition that the water has gotten in and set up black mold that forced us out of the building in short order with a headache. You can see the black up and down the walls all over this building. You can smell it the minute you walk in the door. It is not fit for habitation of any kind. In 2015, we were told that the cost to repair this building would have been $13 million, and today that figure is north of $20 million. That's just to make it habitable, and it's very basic. So the corner where this rests is nestled between a busy commercial area and apartments and single-family homes. The intersection of Charlotte and Davidson is a hot mess, and it needs to be reconfigured. This is a very busy intersection, and it's a valuable piece of property,
And that was all taken into consideration during the appraisal process for this property. We need to surplus the property. We need to be mindful of the neighbors that border the property, and we need to be respectful of that. For us to rezone this property in advance of selling the property does nothing other than delay the process of moving this property forward in a way that's more respectful to the neighborhood in which it resides. I would respectfully request everybody support this.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Amina Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am in opposition of this surplus because of the price. 3.29 million. Everything Council Lady Wiener stated, I affirm. Yes, building is really bad shape. Mold, roof is, ceiling is on the floor. But I am not asking MMPS to renovate or keep that building. The building is sitting on the 10-acre. The reason I am opposed to it is adjacent to my district, and many Hillwood family used to go to that school. Since then, school has been closed 10 years. And after that, it was used as a lead middle school. Lead middle school terminated the lease, so it has been sitting empty and utilized as a MMPD training, active shooting training program. So it has utilized in a way. However, I think MMPS is moving away, or rather moving towards larger elementary school. Used to be that elementary school was about less than 400, plus minus 400 capacity. All the time it was over capacity because of the location, and the community back then supported that elementary school. But since then, my district was rezoned outside of that area, so less and less we have opportunity to support a public elementary school. So that, as Council Lady Wiener stated, it is located in a busy corridor, closer to major intersection and closer to a bus stop. So for that reason, at one point, that location was considered when and if a Westmead Elementary School was expanded, it would be ideal for the early learning center. And also, as a community, it was suggested it would be ideal location as well as an early learning center, but affordable housing for the teacher housing or workforce housing because of the proximity to the bus stop and highway and so forth. So considering selling that property for $3.29 million for rather fire sales is, I believe it's a little short-sighted. I'm not discounting MMPS needs or indeed in $30 million in a budget shortfall, but by having a better plan and a better community engagement, we may get more money if we have to sell it. Or as a government, as a city, I think we do have best use by utilizing that property rather than fire selling it. For that reason, I am opposing this ordinance.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to add a little bit of context, this property is across the street from my district. The nearest public elementary school in that area is zoned for is just 2 miles away, 2 minutes right down I-40 at the next exit. And also the condition of that building and the way that the topography is would make it pretty expensive for us to redevelop it for our own use. So, whether or not, that's just to say that it's unlikely that this is going to be used for a public school, used by MNPS anytime in the future. Like Council Lady Johnson mentioned, last time it was used was for, after an elementary school closed, a charter school moved in there and cut and ran, and it's been sitting vacant ever since. And it's unlikely to see use in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, Councilmember Wiener. Okay, we are ready to vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right. Okay, we're going to the boards. Madam Clerk, can you? Has everyone voted? Yes. And close the machines?
23 in favor, 3 against, and 1 abstention.
Motion passes. Next is BL 2019-1479, sponsor Syracuse Virtue and Other, declares surplus and approves the disposition of property known as 2795 Pennington Bend Road. Councilmember Syracuse.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tem. Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Virtue.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 8 for, 3 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Glover. Oh, heck, I've got too many mics. Councilmember Glover.
All right, thank you. Education voted 6 approval, 4, and 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Bedney.
My wife's birthday is in a couple of days. We'll be out of here before then. The committee.
Wouldn't count on it.
The committee recommended approval, 12-4, 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Syracuse.
Thank you. Move approval.
Councilmember Rosenberg, were you wishing to speak on this one? You're left over. Okay. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? Bill is recommended. Next is BL 2019-1480. Sponsors Van Reese, Virtue, and others. Authorizes the acquisition of right-of-way easements, drainage easements, temporary construction easements, and property rights for use in public projects for Madison Station Boulevard. Councilmember Van Reese.
Holy cow. Good morning, good night.
Good morning.
This is Madison Station Boulevard. Committee reports, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Virtue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 12 for, 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Bedney.
I just saw Joey escaping, so somebody needs to go.
He's going to Boston.
The committee recommended approval, 7-4, 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. I just need to find the tally here.
This is 1480.
Yep. We've got, in Public Works, we considered this, and we voted 9 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Van Reese.
And with that, I please move approval.
Been moved and seconded. Seeing no one in the queue, all those in favor? Any opposed? Bill is recommended. Next is BL 2019-1481, sponsor O'Connell and Bedney, acquires permanent easements, rights for the Clean Water Nashville Central Wastewater Treatment Plant Capacity Improvements and CSO project for 8 properties located on 1st Avenue North, 2nd Avenue North, and 3rd Avenue North. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to request committee reports, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Bedney.
The committee recommended approval, 7-4, 0 against.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to offer my own committee report here. Public Works voted 9 in favor, 0 against, and I would like to move approval.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Seeing no one in the queue, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Bill is recommended. Next is BL 2019-1482, sponsors Bedney and O'Connell, abandons existing sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes and easements, and to accept new sanitary sewer and water mains, sanitary sewer water manholes, a fire hydrant assembly and easements to properties located at 950 Brittany Park, 0 Bell Road, and 0 Blue Hole Roads. Councilmember Bedney.
Committee report.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. The Public Works Committee voted 9 in favor, 0 against, and I couldn't be happier to be supporting Councilman Bedney as a co-sponsor on this bill.
Great. Councilmember Bedney.
The Planning Committee recommended approval, 12-4, 0 against. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. The people of Brittany Park are very thankful, and they look forward to the new traffic light, which is not included here, but they are excited about it. So I move to approve.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Seeing no one in the queue, all those in favor? Any opposed? Bill is recommended. Next is BL 2019-1483, sponsor O'Connell and Bedney, abandons existing sanitary sewer mains, storm sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes and easements, and to accept new sanitary sewer and water mains, sanitary sewer manholes, a fire hydrant assembly, and easements for properties located at 151 First Avenue South and 150 Second Avenue South. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. It is with great pleasure that I would like to request committee reports.
Committee reports. Short ones. Councilmember Bedney.
The committee recommended approval, 12-4, against.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Connell.
Public Works recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against. And I would like to move approval.
Been moved and seconded. Seeing no one in the queue, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Bill is recommended. Next is BL 2019-1484, sponsors Bedney and O'Connell. This abandons a portion of 53rd Avenue North right-of-way and easement. Councilmember Bedney.
Committee reports, please.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Public Works recommended 9 in favor, 0 against.
And Councilmember Hagar.
Parking and Traffic recommended passage, 3-4, 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Bedney.
Yeah, the committee recommended approval, 12-4, 0 against.
And would you like to move for approval?
Yeah.
Let's see it.
I move to approve, please.
Been moved and seconded. Seeing no one in the queue, all those in favor? Any opposed? Bill is recommended. Next is BL 2019-1485, sponsors Vercher, O'Connell, and Bedney. Approves a form master participation agreement to be used by the Department of Water and Sewerage Services to enter into agreements with developers for the recuperation of costs associated with the southeast development areas. Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Budget and Finance recommended 2-meeting deferral, 12-4, 0 against. I need committee reports.
Okay. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Madam President. Public Works Committee voted 9 in favor, 0 against.
Of the bill. But we
Yes.
have 2-meeting deferral by this committee.
By Budget and Finance.
So that's an automatic 2-meeting we vote.
Automatic one.
Yeah, to clarify, Public Works did not vote to defer. We voted
You
to
vote to approve. Okay.
And I'd like to, Chair?
Yes, sir. I don't see planning listed yet, and I'm getting advice, so give me just a second.
But it's in my district.
Okay, I will recognize you.
So a deferral from a committee is only binding if it's a 1 meeting. If it's 2, that's a
We vote.
recommendation.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, Councilmember Bedney.
Yeah, this is in my district. What happened is that we end up having a crisis with lack of water capacity. So I asked the water department to fix it. They went out to the developers and they got the developers to pay for it. So this is our shot at trying to get this fixed in my district and some of the surrounding districts, but mostly in mine. So I'm asking you, please don't defer it. Approve it so we can move forward with this solution. It's going to take a while to do it, and it's really needed. Otherwise, when people start calling me that they don't have water when they're taking a shower, I'll give them your phone number.
Fair enough. Councilmember Dowell.
Thank you. Part of this water improvement also peeks over into my district. And what I've asked the water department to do is to come out and have a conversation about it, to let them know, for example, because one of the things that they're talking about doing is putting in like pumping stations in different areas. There's other water infrastructure improvement. Some of this involves people's property, construction and all of that. And a lot of my constituents have questions about it. This was mentioned a long time ago, and I asked them to come out and just have a conversation. And what they've done, instead of coming and putting this proposal before one of our Southeast Council members and letting us know, like, you know, this is what it entails, this is what it involves, this is how it's going to work. They didn't come and do it. And what I asked for in our Budget and Finance Committee is, I said, will you give us the courtesy of deferring this and having them come out and have a conversation? We're having a meeting this upcoming Saturday with my constituents. It'll be a good time for them to come out, especially those in the Cane Ridge area, which this part peaks, and they're already complaining, is to come out and let them know what they're doing. We have a couple of projects going on in the district right now. I'm getting tons of calls, and I think a little bit of communication would help. You know, the reason why we have a lot of issues with a lot of this legislation because it's poorly communicated. And so the other thing is, I know part of it's in Councilman Bedney district, but part of it's in several
All
of
of
ours.
it is in my district.
Well, no, part of it's in my district too.
A tiny part is.
So if we can defer my part, then that'll be great, so we can have a conversation about it. And I know that some of my developers are participating in this agreement because they reached out to me, and we're having some conversation on this Saturday. So I just asked in the Budget and Finance if we could defer it, let them come out and have a conversation and let us know what they're doing and what it entails, and then we can move forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Swope. He stood.
Thank you, Your Honor. Out of respect. Remarkably, I stand in complete support with Councilman Bednay. I have had long conversations with the Water Department about this exact project. This is something that we as a council passed over a year ago. This is nothing more than the agreement to make this all happen. This affects Councilman Bednay's district, Councilman Dowell's district, and my entire district as well. I ask that we don't defer this, that we do vote on this tonight. The Water Department has gone out of their way and has managed to make developers in all three of our districts pay for every single cent of this. So what we're doing here costs the taxpayers, not just in our three districts, but Davidson County as a whole, costs zero to the taxpayer. So I see no reason to defer this, all respect to Council Lady Dow. I do stand with Councilman Bednay, and let's just get this done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jeremy Elrod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just going to echo the same thing, as this is being footed by the developers 100%. So the developers are paying for the, I feel Councilmember Henderson boring eyes through my head. We've got developers paying for 100% of this and footing the bill for all of it, for the development that they are creating. So I think that's something very good that we want to encourage as much as possible. So I would encourage that we approve it tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. So everybody eloquently stated, so since this is paid for by the developer, and since this is a second reading, can we not defer tonight and pass for second reading? And then maybe Council Lady Dowell can meet with Water Department and get all the information necessary between now and third reading. If by any chance Council Lady Dowell still feel like more information is needed, we can discuss at the next meeting. So for the interest of other party and not, developer changing the mind. So I rather not encourage everybody to vote for second reading tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Pradmore.
Call for the question.
Okay, we've had the question called for in second. We're voting on the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, we're ready to vote on the bill. Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hadn't made the motion yet. I move for approval.
I thought you had.
I had not.
Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded and well discussed. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Bill is second reading. We have to go on the table. Okay, we'll need to go to the machines. Madam Clerk, can you open the machines?
Nice.
Has everyone voted?
No.
Yes, Madam Clerk, please close the machines.
28 in favor, 1 against, 1 abstention.
Thank you. Bill passes. Next is BL 2019-1486, sponsors Mendez and Murphy. This requires Metro government to provide an online link to any report on debt obligation that is required to file with the state of Tennessee. Councilmember Mendez. Whoops.
Committee report.
Committee reports. Councilmember Withers.
Thank you. The Personnel Committee lacked a quorum today, and so we were unable to take any action on this bill.
Thank you.
Because this is the only committee, I'd ask to suspend the rules to be able to proceed on second reading without a committee report.
So, okay, there's a request to suspend the rules. Is there any objection? Seeing no objections, Mr. Mendez.
All right, I move to approve this on second reading.
Is there a second? Been moved and seconded. Councilmember Sledge.
Just want to ask sponsor, would he mind re-referring it to personnel on, a properly quorumed personnel on third?
I'd be happy to move to approve this on second reading with a re-referral to Personnel, Public Information, Human Relations, and Housing Committee.
Okay, so it's been moved to pass and to re-refer to personnel. Seeing no other people in the queue, we're ready to vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Bill is recommended.
Okay, we're on bills on third reading. This is BL 2018-1346 by Councilmember Sledge. Looks like it's approved by all the committees. An ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from IWD to MULA, zoning on property located at 924 Vine Street at the northeast corner of Bass Street and Oak Street, 0.6 acres. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I know everybody's approved it, but the applicant asked if I would defer it 2 meetings, so I'm requesting to defer to the first meeting in March, please.
Okay, so it's deferred. So the motion is to defer 2 meetings to the first meeting in March. Properly seconded. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The deferral motion is passed. 2 meetings. BL 2018-1364 by Councilmember Kendall and Wiener. All committee reports are in. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from SPR to RM20A, zoning on properties located at 2805, 2807, 2809, and 2811 Delaware Avenue, 0.68 acres. Councilmember Kendall, who it's no longer your birthday, sorry.
I know, but you know, the last time this came up, about 12 people were in the back, and it failed because we didn't have enough people in the room.
All right.
So this was back on Mr. Rosenberg's motion to reconsider. So I want to count around the room, see if we got enough.
We do. Have a quorum? We just counted.
Okay. Well, I would move approval.
All right. So I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just go ahead and say it because I was one of the people that voted no last time, and we'll probably have a few more of these. Generally for bills that are not actually changing entitlements, but are actually changing the policy to take advantage of the availability of short-term rentals. This has nothing to do with any particular member's management of their district. It's just more a sensitivity to the fact that with our current policy arrangement with the state, we have no anti-clustering provisions, and every permit that gets issued for a short-term rental is now issued in perpetuity by the Tennessee Code annotated. So when these come into residential neighborhoods attached to our housing stock in RMs, which are not always kind of multifamily apartment structures like multi-level apartments, they are frequently townhomes dropped right into residential areas. I'm very reluctant to continue approving these. I think it can be a different story if the entitlements actually increase or change, but on these cross zonings specifically just to support short-term rentals, it's going to be hard to get me to be in a yes vote on any of these. So I'm just kind of making that noted here. There will probably be a variety of no votes coming on similar measures. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Council Member. Councilmember Scott Davis. Mistake, okay. All right, so we are back on BL 2018-1364 by Council Member. Okay. Okay. Councilmember Kendall, I'm coming back to you. You're on.
Yeah, I just want to briefly respond to Councilman O'Connell. This particular project is located on Delaware Avenue, which is surrounded right now by RM20. On the corner of 28th, there's RM20. Behind it, you have MUL and commercial with, and on the other corner near 29th and 30th, there's RM20. As a matter of fact, and I know this probably won't happen, but the other residents on that street are asking that they also be rezoned to RM20. You know, we had discussion tonight about upgrading property for property values, and I think maybe that's something that's going on with those people. But this is not an area, and it's been recommended as a high-density area from planning. It's right near Charlotte, behind Felicia Street, which is right behind it. There is a storage company on the corner coming into Charlotte. There's a huge apartment. And just to be clear, and I understand, Mr. O'Connell, and I share those concerns. In this particular project, only 2 units out of 14 are being sold as STRs. Of course, we can't control people who buy them and then live in them and have them as STRs. I mean, that's all over the city. So I guess until something changes there. But this particular project is really in an area that everything except 3 houses and 2 or 3 duplexes and a triplex are RM20.
All right. Thank you, Councilman. Councilmember O'Connell, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just, and again, I appreciate Councilman Kendall's response here, but this is, you know, to me, it's not about the density. And let me just make sure I'm understanding where we are from the planning table. Am I correct that the SPR that is currently in place has the same entitlements as RM20?
Planning?
That's correct. The SP that's approved permits the same number of units.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. All right, so we are back on BL 2018-1364. Councilmember Kendall, we are, nobody else is in the queue. There is a motion to approve. I believe there may be negative votes, so I think we're going to have to go on the board. Madam Clerk, we are voting on BL 2018-1364. This is a motion to approve. If you will open the machines, please. We are voting on BL 2018-1364. Councilmember Kendall's bill. Madam Clerk, close the machines, take the vote.
27 in favor, 4 against, 1 abstention.
Right. BL 2018-1364 passes on 3rd reading. BL 2018-1407 as amended, Councilmembers O'Connell and Syracuse. This has been approved already by the Public Works Committee with an amendment. Ordinance amending section 15.64.170B to clarify that all construction within the floodway must be consistent with requirements of the Stormwater Management Manual. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval.
All right, got a motion to approve. It's been properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt on 3rd reading. BL 2018-1413 by Councilmember Scott Davis, approved with conditions by the Planning Commission and approved by and re-referred to the Planning and Zoning and Historical Committee. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning on property located at 927 Douglas Avenue, approximately 285 feet east of Emmett Avenue. It's 0.33 acres. Councilmember Scott Davis.
Yes, Vice Mayor, I'd like to defer to the first meeting in March.
Okay, motion to defer to
with a referral back to the Planning Committee.
All right, motion to defer for 2 meetings with a re-referral back to the Planning Committee. Properly seconded. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion with the re-referral say aye. Opposed, no. Motion to defer is adopted. BL 2018-1425 by Councilmember Murphy. An ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from R6 to SP zoning on properties located at 4603 Sloan Road and 4409 and 4411 West Lawn Drive at the corner of Sloan Road and West Lawn Drive. It's 1.03 acres to permit 6 multifamily residential units. All right, so Councilmember Murphy, we can move it to the Hill, and then Councilmember Bedney.
I apologize, Chair.
That's all right.
She had asked me to take over the legislation and defer it for one meeting as was recommended in the committee.
All right, so the committee report is to defer one meeting, is that right?
Yeah, it says here SUBD, as I don't know what that means, but
yeah, there is a substitute. So did you all move the substitute in the committee? Okay, so you approved the committee, approved the subcommittee, the substitute in the subcommittee. Sorry.
Apparently, I wasn't there. She was running the meeting at that time.
All right. The motion at this point is to defer one meeting. Is that correct?
That's
Properly
correct.
seconded. Councilmember Gilmore.
My question was just a point of order. I wanted to see if Councilmember Bedney, was he a co-sponsor on the legislation?
Councilmember Bedney, are you a co-sponsor?
It doesn't show up here as I'm a co-sponsor, but I'm the chair of planning, so I understand your concern. It doesn't show up here that I'm listed as it. I usually am, but it doesn't show up here.
All right.
Well, normally the rules are you supposed to be a co-sponsor, a letter or something.
So my argument, Councilor, is I don't know if I signed this one or not. I just can tell you what I read here, and it only says Murphy.
Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
So what do we do?
Regardless if he signed it or not, if it was deferred one meeting in committee, then by rule, don't we defer automatically here? And since the sponsor's not here, aren't we going to do essentially the same thing?
Yeah, I think essentially what happens is, I believe that we just defer one meeting. We have no, we either have a sponsor here or we may have a sponsor, but if we only have one sponsor who signed onto this measure, we can't take action on it tonight. It'll show up on the next calendar. Okay.
So we defer by rule.
Thank you, Councilmember Glover.
All right. So we're not taking other action. We just defer one meeting. All right. BL 2018-1431 by Councilmember Swope. An ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from AR2A to SP zoning on properties located at 5960 Edmondson Pike and Edmondson Pike unnumbered at the northeast corner of Edmondson Pike and Mount Pisgah Road, 13.4 acres, to permit 38 single-family residential lots. Councilmember Swope.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would move approval with a brief comment.
All right, so let's get the committee report.
Committee
Councilmember
report.
Bedney.
Yeah, the committee recommended defer by rule.
All right, so committee recommended deferral by rule. Councilmember Swope.
I wasn't there.
I'm stunned.
If I can clarify, what happened is you were not at the meeting, and so they probably.
This is when I was under the knife. Yesterday?
Can suspend the rule.
Okay, so can I move to suspend the rules?
So there is a motion to suspend the rules to get this matter before us. You would be suspending the rules because there's no committee report coming out of planning and zoning. So is there any objection to the suspension of the rules for Councilman Swope so that we can go ahead and consider BL 2018-1431? I'm looking, seeing none. Councilmember Swope, you're allowed to proceed. You're
Thank you very much, Your Honor, and I will be incredibly brief. This is a great project of which the developer is donating quite a few acres of land on this to create a traffic circle at the intersection of Edmondson Pike, Mount Pisgah, and Banbury Crossing, which is something my district desperately needs. Should reduce traffic and save a bunch of lives on two very bad intersections, and all that land's being donated. The donation is part of, or will be forthcoming as part of this development rezoning, so I ask your support on this.
All right, so I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to withdraw my signature from the card that circulated for Councilman Swope earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, could somebody find that card and give it back to Councilmember O'Connell? All right, we are on Councilmember Swope's bill 2018-1431. There is nobody else in the queue. We have a motion to approve on third reading. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Councilmember Swope. 1435, 2018-1435 by Councilmember Hastings. It's been approved by the Planning Commission. It is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from SPR to RM15 zoning for various properties located on 9th Avenue North, approximately 100 feet north of Dominican Drive, 1.65 acres. Councilmember Hastings.
Yes, Mr. President. Would like committee reports, please.
All right. Councilmember Bedney, do you have that one?
Yeah, the committee recommended approval.
Approval. What was the vote? Do you remember?
4-4, 3 against.
4-4, 3 against? Okay. All right. Councilmember Hastings, back to you.
Yes, sir. Would like to move for approval, Mr. President.
I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask planning to confirm that the current SPR offers RM15 entitlements as is.
Planning?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So in which case, as before, in every single one of these that we do this, where we are removing the restrictions from existing land use and opening the door via RM to an approved short-term rental permitting process, we are effectively ceding our permitting authority on a local level to state regulations that were requested by a specific industry. I think we ought not be pursuing that practice on a regular basis. Again, looking at the location here, which is very, very close to District 19 and a portion that I travel quite a bit, adjacent to John Early Middle School, I think this is an entirely inappropriate use of short-term rentals in general. We will never get these housing units back into our housing stock the moment those permits start being issued, and I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Council Member. I've got Council Member Mina Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I echo Councilmember O'Connell's comment because this has been approved back in August of 15, and building permit was already pulled and construction had started. Only difference is just the usage to allow short-term rental. I think we should not keep continuing this backdoor approval. It will be so disservice to the community. So for that reason, I adamantly oppose this zone change.
All right, thank you, Council Member. Council Member Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This actually was one of the concerns that I had about Bill 608, is that it asserted that, and it's really late and I apologize that I may be a little foggy, but it asserted that non-owner-occupied short-term rentals were a commercial use that was allowed in residential zoning if it was RM. And that was one of my concerns, is that even in multifamily housing, which we do need, I do agree with my colleagues that we do need those units, we may never get them back, but that was a pretty significant flaw, I felt, in that particular bill that we all passed countywide. So rather than stepping into each other's districts to make decisions about what each of us thinks is best for those districts, I would encourage council members to consider possibly looking at that again as maybe another countywide bill to look at short-term rental entitlements as they pertain to RMs, but not stepping into other districts on individual zoning bills. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Council Member. All right, Council Member Hastings, back to you.
Yes, sir. Would like to go ahead and move this for approval.
All right, so Council Member Hastings has moved. This is on 2018-1435. It's a motion to approve on third reading. Madam Clerk, we're going to have to go to the machines. All right, so we are voting on BL 2018-1435. Madam Clerk, if you would open the machines. good? No.
See what I see. Oh, okay.
Now it is. No, it's showing up. Members voting? Madam Clerk, we good? Okay. Madam Clerk, close the machines, take the vote.
22 in favor, 4 against, 4 abstentions.
Right. BL 2018-1435 passes with 22 votes. Okay, on third reading. BL 2018-1436 by Councilmember Lee. An ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from AR2A to SP zoning on properties located at 3939 and 3947 Pinhook Road, approximately 880 feet east of Old Hickory Boulevard, 14.5 acres to permit 43 single-family lots. Councilmember Lee.
Yes, sir, Mr. Vice Mayor. May I have committee reports, please?
You certainly can. Councilmember Bedney, Planning and Zoning.
The committee recommended approval, 7-4-0 against.
Right, back to you, Councilmember Lee.
Yes, sir. I would like to move approval, please.
All right, so I have a motion to approve, properly seconded. This is on third reading. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt 1436 on third reading.
Thank you.
BL 2018-1438 by Councilmember Swope. This was a disapproved bill. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from AR2A to RS10 and RM4 zoning for properties located at Bluff Road, unnumbered, approximately 930 feet southwest of Nolensville Pike at 60.19 acres. Councilmember Swope.
Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Committee reports, please.
All right. Councilmember Bedney, Planning and Zoning.
Again, I wasn't at the committee. The committee deferred by rule because Councilmember Swope wasn't there. And if he suspends the rules and so forth, I want to be recorded as abstaining on the vote.
Okay. So, Councilmember Swope, you're going to need 27 votes on this.
And with that said, I'd like to defer with a brief comment for one meeting.
So Councilmember Swope has asked for a deferral motion. Defer one meeting, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, sir. I just want to clarify something because this is literally the most controversial development I've had in my district in 3.5 years, which completely astounds me because it's less than 60 homes built on 60 acres. And due to the topography of the land, almost 30 acres of that land will be left completely untouched. It's a base zoning change because there's two different parts of this. One's a high-end condominiums, and the other is high-end single-family homes. With the sole exception, actually the two sole exceptions, of one Davidson County resident who literally wrote me as an anonymous Davidson County resident, and another fine gentleman who lives about 2 miles away from this property and just loves to keep up with everything in the district. Every other dissension to this has come from Williamson County. So, and I think you all have gotten the same emails I have, most of which are incorrect in their facts, and most of which I have either spoken to or emailed to repeatedly over the course of the last 3 weeks. So I'm going to ask to defer this for one meeting. The developer and the engineers are going to go back and add some additional restrictive language to this so that it not only satisfies the fine folks of Davidson County, but even satisfies the fine folks that don't even vote in our county, those in Williamson, where my wife is from, by the way, the lovely and talented Miss Regina. So with that, I ask for a one meeting deferral.
Right. Thank you, Council Member. So it's a move to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Council Member Allen.
I was going to ask if there had been a community meeting held, but I will hold that question for the next meeting, or you can answer it now.
I'd be glad to ask now. Yeah, yes, we had a community meeting on it, but by law, why would I extend community meeting invitations to a different county?
Fair enough.
Otherwise, let's just invite the people in Chicago.
Thank you, Council Member. All right, so I have a motion to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the deferral motion, say aye. Opposed, no. The measure is deferred one meeting. BL 2018-1442, excuse me, as amended, council members Vercher, O'Connell, and Bedney, an ordinance approving the acquisition of interest in a parcel of real property from 4 parties and approving a participation agreement, a license agreement, and an easement agreement, all between the Metropolitan Government and Uptown Property Holdings, Inc., LLC, and in connection with the development of the Nashville Yards project in downtown Nashville. Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll give Budget and Finance Committee report, and then I'll ask for the other committee reports.
Okay.
There was 3 amendments offered, Amendment A, B, and C. All those amendments failed. There was extensive debate, conversation as it relates to this ordinance, so I do want to let the general public know that the Budget and Finance Committee, we discussed this legislation for over an hour and 40 minutes plus. With that, Budget and Finance recommended approval, 9 for, 3 against, and I need committee reports.
All right, thank you. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Bedney.
Yeah, we discussed it too, but not that long. So Amendment B failed, 2 for, 6 against. Amendment C failed, 2 for, 6 against. The lead file amendment passed, 8 for, 1 against. And then after that, with all the amendments, it was approved as amendment, 11 for, 1 against.
All right, thank you. And Public Works, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. We considered Amendment C, which failed 2 in favor, 6 against. We considered the late filed amendment, which was approved 8 in favor, 0 against. And we recommended the bill as amended, 6 in favor, 2 against.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go back to Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, so I got a motion to approve on 3rd reading, properly seconded. Okay, so any other comments before I start going to other people? Councilmember? Good. Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Well, I'm sorry to do this very quickly because unfortunately this is becoming the rule as opposed to the exception on what time we're getting out of here. But on this one, this will be the very first time I have not been able to support a bill for what I think is probably something good economically for us. But because we have not met our obligations, I hate to say that this is not going to get my vote, but that's why. Because we don't have our priorities in line. And if we have money to do these types of things with, then I just feel like that we need to make sure we honor the promises we have. So thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move Amendment C, please.
Okay, so amendment number C. Sorry, Amendment C. All right, so I have Amendment C properly seconded. So Councilmember Henderson, do you want to explain what Amendment C does?
I'd be happy to. Colleagues, this amendment is on the last page of your packet. And as you've heard from Council Lady Vercher and Councilman O'Connell, we have discussed this at length at Budget and Finance in Public Works in an effort to do good due diligence. But you can find this on the last page of your packet, both facing and Exhibit B on the back. As I expressed in Budget and Finance Committee yesterday and Public Works Committee today, I think this participation agreement is appropriate to a degree, especially for Metro Water Services. I do not think it is an appropriate participation agreement for our ailing Public Works Department. In my role as Vice Chair of Public Works Committee, I believe it's my responsibility to understand the systems, processes, staffing, and budget of the Public Works and Metro Water Departments to the best of my ability. And I also believe strongly that our committees need to better engage our oversight role to fulfill our fiduciary duty. For this Nashville Yards agreement, all the infrastructure in which Metro Public Works will be participating, so cutting a check directly to this developer, building sidewalks, making connections to adjacent properties, and infrastructure, all that participation is already required of the developer by our city's planning policies. We require all other developers across this county to build sidewalks for commercial and multifamily properties, no matter the scale. The city does not cut them a check to assist with those sidewalks. We often require developers building a significant size project to install a traffic signal. The Nashville Yards project is massive, and this developer doesn't need the amount of Metro taxpayer money that this unamended agreement contemplates. I would ask that you please support the due diligence effort that resulted in this amendment, which you can review again on the last page of your packet. This amendment just makes a formerly $15.25 million agreement an $11.5 million agreement by removing sidewalk participation, traffic signal participation, and project management participation. Pretty simple. Metro Water's rightly negotiated participation in this agreement is only $3.25 million of the whole. This represents a very fair 50% of the materials and labor of the water infrastructure. That still leaves $8.25 million blank check to use for infrastructure as this developer sees best. This developer will be just fine, and the downtown neighborhood will still get all the improved infrastructure that it needs through this project if you support this amendment, which reduces the value of this agreement by just $4 million. When the intersection in your district that needs a sidewalk extension and safety improvements doesn't get done next year, or the next year, or the next, your constituents need only look at the way this city continues to do special access real estate and incentive deals in the mayor's office. These special deals for privileged developers are cronyism, plain and simple. From soccer stadium-related infrastructure to the outsized bucket of capital dollars for the River North development and our last capital spending plan to the Nashville Yards. So tell your constituents that's where their infrastructure dollars went. And don't forget to share also that the sum of all these special infrastructure incentives is why 13% of our operating budget now goes to debt service. I am all for capitalizing on unique and significant opportunities and aligning infrastructure improvements. Again, I would have wholeheartedly supported a smaller participation for all the water-related infrastructure for Nashville Yards. But when certain developers, especially large-scale developers, get to jump to the front of the line, this council's hard-fought, more objective, and more transparent CIB process becomes much less effective, and our ability to honestly tell our constituents that infrastructure spending is fair and objective is further diminished. This is a good and fair amendment filed after significant due diligence. Please save our city $4 million in unnecessary capital spending incentives via this amendment. It is the least we can do.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, so I've got a number of people in the queue. I'm going to check to see. We are on an amendment number C. I'm going to see if you want to talk about the amendment. Councilmember Elrod on the amendment? Okay. Councilmember Gilmore on the amendment? Hold on. Okay.
Vice Mayor, just wanted to remind you that I did have to suspend the rules. Just want to make sure I wasn't forgotten. All right, thank you.
I'm coming back to you. Okay. But we're on Amendment C. All right. Councilmember Cooper on Amendment C.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. On Amendment C, I'm rising to appreciate Council Lady Henderson's efforts in saving the city money. Because once again, we are using taxpayer money to subsidize the very wealthiest, and we do not need to. Money that could have gone to Metro General or our schools is being spent to pay for this development's sidewalks. And now we require less influential developers and homeowners and nonprofits to build and pay for their sidewalks. It is unfair not to require this of the wealthiest. And this development doesn't need sidewalk subsidies. It's probably the most profitable project in state history. And we are handing subsidies out due to habit. And we are not protecting the taxpayer or using our scarce resources for those in need. The $1 billion Nashville Yards Amazon development has successfully pushed a few $1 million of its own costs onto the Metro General taxpayer. And we shouldn't complain when that means less money for our public needs. So I want to thank Council Lady Henderson for her due diligence and her efforts on this amendment, and I hope that we can support it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Weiner on the amendment. Okay. Councilmember Pridemore on the amendment. Hold on. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. We As stated, we discussed this for more than an hour and a half. I felt like it was the entire 4 hours, but this amendment failed in the Budget and Finance Committee because there were many discussions about there's so much estimate, there's so much approximate in the naming and on the amendment describing Section C, it says approximately. Well, at the end of it was stated by Public Works today and yesterday that at the end of the project, the money that is what is allocated is allocated. It's not money spent. The money spent is what the project actually incurs, and they have during this process they have audits. They have project managers that maintains the integrity of the project and keeps an eye on the money. So how can you, I think as Director Potter stated yesterday, how can you put a figure on something that you haven't done yet that is just, they're using estimates, they're using approximates. They don't know the exact cost of the project. They can do all the, I guess, high finance they can, but at the end of the day, you always run into, has anybody ever done any type of work around the house or any other thing, you run into problems, and it costs more, it costs less. But they have the safeguards for that. So when this amendment was given to us, it's given exact, it's saying that there's exact 3 million or 1 million or whatever is how much we're going to save, or no one knows. And Mr. Potter said that himself. So at the end of the day, this is not spent money, it's estimated cost. So how can you take money from a project when you don't know exactly how much it cost? And also, during the entire process of yesterday, all we heard was estimates. All we heard was estimates of time and money. So how can we designate a certain amount when all we're doing is dealing with estimates? And again, this amendment failed in Budget and Finance. Those questions were, again, vetted for over, I'll give it 2.5 hours. How about that?
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hager.
The last time we discussed this, I tried to defer it 1 or 2 meetings so we get more information. And Council Lady Angie Henderson went through a lot of this with a pretty fine-tooth comb, and I appreciate her work on that. But one thing that struck me that we heard the other day was the fact that we're reimbursing for these sidewalks that we have other developers pay for when they're doing new developments. So that's why I was supporting this amendment. The other thing in here that I haven't figured out yet, I know a lot of people with Nashville Electric Service, and as you know, there's a power transfer station right in the middle of this development. When I spoke to some of them down there, they're not sure who's paying for that because it's got to be moved off of that property and a new transfer station built. Nobody has found out what that cost is as well and who's paying for it. But I do know this, the transfer station down there that's located there now, is going to be moved and it's got to be updated. Once it's updated, because of the new equipment, then about 75, 80 new transformers have got to be changed out within the downtown area because of the new equipment. So this is the reason that I tried to defer this, was to find out more information, and I'm still getting bits and pieces of this. When you talk about estimates and you sit there and you go, well, we're just going to give them 15 million, I go, well, if you don't really know what the cost is, instead of just giving them that full amount, why don't you just give a little bit at a time until we see what the actual cost is going to be? But I'm in favor of this amendment because there's some still things in here that we just don't know about. And I support this amendment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Elrod.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Jamieson, I guess, correct me if I'm wrong, Exhibit A is what is being paid for by the owner of Nashville Yards. Is that correct?
Exhibit A to the participation agreement, the 79 million is
Okay.
correct.
So the amendment before us deals with Exhibit B, which unamended is $16.7 million. But in addition to that is $80 million. And what are we getting for that the developer is paying for that will be a benefit to Metro? There are parks, CSX parks, T-Dot Railroad Park of $9.2 million, site lighting, $400,000, demolition, $9.4. Again, this is all public infrastructure. Pedestrian bike connectivity, $7.9. Structural streets and plazas such as Upper 10th, which is south of Church Street connection, Upper 10th, Plaza 9 or Parcel 9 Plaza, Church Street and bridge modifications, and another Church Street bridge modifications in another area. Traffic signalization to the tune of 1.8. Streets for hardscaping, landscape, and paving, $2.4 million. Utilities, $13.2. Other costs of $10 million. For me, as a council member that is not able to be at the table when all of these deals are negotiated word for word, is we oftentimes have to take them on the whole. Are they good on the whole, or are they bad on the whole? And I think for us to help bring property back onto the tax rolls, that will be a place where there will be a significant number of jobs that will be brought to Nashville, new jobs, and to be able to change infrastructure and a part of the city that without this opportunity would take decades, that we're able to do in just a matter of a handful of years. I think on the whole, by far, it is a benefit to Metro and the taxpayers. So I would ask keep the agreement as it is and to vote against the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you, Council Member. So I have gone through the list. We are on voting a motion to approve Amendment C. Okay, that was properly seconded. We will try it by a voice vote. So again, this is Councilmember Henderson's amendment, also signed on by Councilmember Cooper. This is Amendment C to the bill. If you are for Councilmember Henderson's amendment, then you would vote aye. If you're against, then you're going to vote no. We'll try it by voice vote, and then we'll see. All those in favor of the Amendment C to the bill, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Let's go on the board. I think that's the best thing to do. All right, so Madam Clerk, what we're going to do is we're going to be voting on Councilmember Henderson's motion to adopt Amendment C to the bill. Tell me when you're ready. Ready? So, members, we're voting on Councilmember Henderson's Amendment C. If you're for the amendment, you would vote yes. If you're against, you vote no. Madam Clerk, open the machines. Everybody have a chance to vote? Madam Clerk, close machines, take the vote.
10 in favor, 21 against.
Okay. 10 in favor, 21 against. The motion fails. Amendment C fails. So we are now back on the bill. I'm going to go to Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I need to move to suspend the rules, and also had to go before the Rules and Confirmation Committee. So I would like to ask the chair of the Rules Committee to share what they said.
Okay, so you're bringing a late filed amendment to this bill?
I am.
Okay, so I'll tell you what, let me go to Councilmember Lee and just make sure that it was heard before that as a late filed amendment. Councilmember Lee?
It was, and we agreed.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Lee. So Councilmember Gilmore, you're actually, you're asking for a suspension of the rules to.
That's correct.
For this body to consider a late filed amendment on this.
Yes, because I had, just for the record, I did have an amendment, but I withdrew it yesterday. So that was submitted on time. But after much discussion, we agreed as the Budget and Finance Committee that this would be a better way of achieving the goal that I wanted to do. So I'm asking for suspension of the rules.
All right. Is there any objection to the suspension of the rules on, to hear the late filed amendment? Seeing none, Councilmember Gilmore, you're on your amendment.
Thank you so much. So this amendment just asks that the participation agreement as it relates to African, well, I don't even feel like calling out each one, just women-owned businesses, local enterprises, and minority-owned businesses, that the developer works with them to ensure that they have the opportunities to participate in the work that's being done over there.
All right. So that's the amendment. Do we have a number for the amendment?
Late file.
I would like, I need to move it, yeah.
Just a late filed amendment.
Yes, and I would like to move that amendment.
All right. So Councilmember Gilmore moves the amendment. It's been properly seconded. Discussion on the late filed amendment. So I'm going to go back down the list. Councilmember Weiner, any questions on this? Councilmember Pridemore, you're still on my list. Any questions on this one? Councilmember Hager is still on my list. Any questions on the late filed amendment? You're just still on my list. Okay. Anybody who wants to talk about the late file amendment? All right. Seeing none, we are on a motion to approve this late filed amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Gilmore. So we now have, this is 2018-1442 as amended, and now it's been amended again. So we are now on the bill as amended with Councilmember Gilmore's late filed amendment. Okay, discussion on the bill. Councilmember Weiner, I'm going to go to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate it. Without belaboring the point and without reiterating what Councilmember Elrod so eloquently shared, I just have a couple of quick comments. You know, we all know the importance of supporting our employees. We all know that Metro government has a broad responsibility to our neighbors across Nashville to provide for infrastructure, to include sidewalks, streetlights, police, fire, transportation, housing opportunities, a hand up when needed it, and responsible fiscal management. All of that comes with a really hefty price tag. As I've shared many times, we cannot rely on only one revenue stream to support all that we have to do. We must diversify our revenue and look to as many ways as possible to fund what it is that we want and need to do. What does this proposal do for Nashville? 3 basic things. It offers us support on the revenue side, as I've shared. It offers us support on the expense side insofar as reducing our expense load for the infrastructure that we so desperately need. On the amenity side, I'm not going to reiterate everything that council members shared. I will say one last thing. It offers jobs. It offers additional opportunity to grow this city in the direction we need to grow, and I urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Elrod.
Previous question.
You're the last person in the queue. All right. So we are voting on BL 2018-1442 as amended. We're going to go on the machine. Okay. So again, it was amended as it came into third reading, and now it has a late filed amendment from Councilmember Gilmore on the bill as well. We are voting on approval on third reading of BL 2018-1442. Madam Clerk, are we ready? Okay. Madam Clerk, open the machines. Looks like everybody has voted. Madam Clerk, close the machines, take the vote.
28 in favor, 3 against.
Right. BL 2018-1442 as amended passes on third reading. BL 2019-1458 by Councilmember Lee, Bedney, and O'Connell. Is that the right number? 2019? Okay. 2019-1458, ordinance authorizing Hickory Wood Senior Living LLC to install, construct, and maintain aerial and underground encroachments in the right-of-way located at 0 Murfreesboro Pike. Councilmember Lee. Sorry. We are so close to being through, and now the machine won't let me bring you in. Hold on. There you go.
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor. Thank you so very much. I move approval.
So this is on third reading. Approval on third reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt on third reading. And the last bill, BL 2019-1459 by Council Members Kendall, Bedney, and O'Connell, approved by all the committees, an ordinance authorizing SPLLU Opus 29 LLC to install, construct, and maintain underground encroachments in the right-of-way located at 331st Avenue North. Councilmember Kendall.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval with a long comment. No, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Kendall moves approval on third reading. It's been properly seconded, and his birthday is starting up for the next time. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt 1459 on third reading. I believe that's it. I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Properly seconded. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. We're adjourned.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.